Welcome in, everyone. It's PUBG Esports time. I'm our power, joined by the amazing Blank, and we've got action waiting for you. Blank, it was a good day in the week because we've got to cover some of the weekly scrims, but we're at the final stage now where there's actually 16 teams that have got to put it all on the line as we now to get some points on that leaderboard.
Well, they were putting it all on the line during the scrims as well. I was like, damn, they're scrimming. That's cool. You know, they're putting their own to it. And I'm like, what? It's all qualification spots. It's all the qualification spots, which I thought was crazy. But there's definitely some intense gameplay over on that side. There was some teams that definitely stood out from the others, though. That was for sure. There were some that kind of fell by the wayside. Some much further towards the top.
There was some on the top, there was some on the wayside. We'll pause that because we need to come back to this. But let's tell everyone, how did we get here? Because we need to look at the format. Because this is a new year for us. And obviously with things slightly changing up, there's a lot more events and there's a lot more activity, especially for those that are the PUBG Esports fans. So we're in the spring format. So we're working our way all the way through to PEC. And we have just come into the end of that week 1 scrims. Now, Blank, there's going to be a series of these as we've got 5 weeks to go. And there's a lot of opportunities for teams to maybe rubber stamp their name on that cup leaderboard. But those last two, they're going to be interesting. Week 4 and week 5. Actually, if you find yourself winning it, you're going straight through to the playoffs.
Yeah, so it's actually really, really important for the overall ecosystem there in terms of, did you want to conserve your energy for those final weeks, or do you just want to get consistent points throughout? It might add for some wildcard moments towards the end of this tournament in terms of the cups, but I'm excited to see how it pans out, honestly, because we could have a case where you have players and teams that have made it up towards those first, second, third spots and they win on week 4 and week 5. We just pass that slot further down the lobby. That's all that happens, right? We give another team a gimme.
Yeah, well, we give them some guineas, we give them some love, but we've got to give them some points, though, Blank, because as you can see they are playing obviously out on the weekly series, and what we're playing for is that normal super format, so 1 point for every kill. But obviously it's key to get into placements. As we just saw from that last graphic, we have multiple weeks where you've got to try and, at the end of the day, especially on the cups, you're going to be putting those points into that leaderboard. And actually, if you can find yourself a lot more wins, a lot more chicken dinners, and those bagging those placement points, actually you might stand half a chance, because Blank, you just said, mate, week 4, week 5, and we have these superstars come in and just go, okay, well, I've already qualified, but let me take first place. It's going to be down to actually the wire, and I think placement will play a big factor. Absolutely.
Speaking of superstars, though, let's take a quick look at our attending teams and who actually made it through to this first cup. Right now, we'll be scrimming throughout the weeks for the qualification spots into those cups, but these are the teams that did, in fact, qualify.
Look, there's some obvious statement here, right? And I know we're going to get into this a lot as the games go on, but we need to start as I think one of the names, the shining lights, the expectation being high. Team Nemesis, they had a good start, Blank. They had a great start. They weren't the top of the leaderboard, especially when it started on day number 1 of the scrims. But as they got further into, I suppose, the flow of things, they were getting that consistency when we talk about placements and points. And I expect them to come into this evening with that kind of level of expectation as well. But was one thing that worried me the other day is when they were down numbers, the other teams are eager to take a bite.
Yeah, I think for Team Nemesis, there was quite a couple of times where I think when you're reading into those rotations, you know which team roughly you're up against from where they're coming from. We saw a lot of times Team Nemesis was playing Farah on the outside the lobby, so they were usually the edge team. We saw that specifically on Tago on Wednesday, where they were held out by Aurora, as well as one other team, which I can't quite remember the name of. But either way, Team Nemesis does need to worry about that slightly. But I think that if they play a little bit like they were doing in those final matches on the day that we casted together, Mark, they should be fine, because they were playing very cautiously and then just upping that momentum towards the end of the matches.
Well, they're on one side of the fence. They're great with consistency. They've got the caution. They get the kills. They get the placement. And then there's the other side we saw from the other day. Jogger Benito. Oh, my. These guys struggled to get placement, but they qualified on kills alone. Actually, 45 kill points was coming through. And that alone aside, sometimes you tend to find teams struggle late game, but they didn't care. They would just W key down. Who can I kill and how quickly can I do it?
Yeah, they maxed out the kill point over on week 3 of day 3 of the scrims, which is fantastic. 45 points. It was more than anyone else in the lobby, but they had a very sad and small 10 points in the placement point category, and we saw that a lot. I mean, in the early game they absolutely thrive, and I think that you can do a lot with that, though. Like I said over on that Wednesday, and I'll say it again now, is that that kind of mechanics, that confidence that can't be taught. So that's going to be really beneficial. Right now, what they need to focus on a little bit is more getting towards the latter portions of the games. That's all. That's all. Because things do get messy.
Well, we're talking about the later points of the game. Let's have a look at those later points of the game. Why? Because we've got fixed map. There's a little bit of change up. We are playing 5 maps. For those that haven't been following in with the scrims, it's your first time tuning back in because it is PEC and it's a popular view. We're kicking things off, though, with the Grassroots Pastures Orangle and also ending there as well. But we've only got, I suppose, 3 wildcard maps. 1 Miramar, 1 Tego, and 1 Rondo. Now, some teams, blank, do prefer the Miramar, and I think when people go, hey, what's the best esports map? We've got some of these guys and girls in this lobby going, I actually prefer the Sandy Dunes. They're only going to get 1 shot at it today.
Yeah, I think as time has progressed as well, I think Miramar has got more and more love in terms of the rework category. And I think throughout the years at this point in time, a lot of people do prefer this map. I think that a lot of the locales, a lot of the positions are really cool. Erangel is the class eco. You can't go wrong with it. But I do think that people are slowly migrating towards Miramar. I think for me, I love Miramar. I would still only want to play 1 game of it, though.
I don't know. I get you. Do you know what? I'm favouring a little bit more Rondo nowadays. I quite like the big map, but I like the hard spawn glider. I'm kind of that guy that likes to find the information, stay out of danger, and then blame everyone else when the team dies because I was nowhere to be seen.
I do like that.
It's part and parcel of it. Let's talk about some of the other teams, though, as the lobby is about to kick off, because I do think we need to get some love to some others. I was a little bit worried, though, coming to today because the myth off. I think they're a little bit of a dark horse. I think that one that I'm going to be watching, and I was a bit worried for them coming in today, blank, because there was word that Sparta couldn't play. You'll see a little bit later on, guys, but actually the cups are normally on the Saturday. We have moved it forward because there is another event with PUBG actually over the weekend. But with that, Sparta was like, oh my God, I can't play. And there was a little bit of a panic after they qualified. I believe he is now in the lobby, and I believe he can play, so he has rearranged that. So that settled me down a bit. But they're really an interesting team to watch, especially for people that don't know the name.
Yeah, I think from what we saw as well, we didn't get to catch all of the games on Wednesday, but from what we saw, like they were very, very good at pinpointing like the best positions on the map. And I think what I was most impressed with was their split capability towards that late game. I think when you see I don't want to say newer teams, but teams that haven't made it all the way to the internationals, a lot of times what they struggle with is playing those late game splits and maintaining control of those splits, because it can fall apart very quickly as soon as you start getting people breaching those buildings. But I think the Mythov held it together very, very well in those matches. I was super impressed. You can tell these guys, good friends. The communication must have been in point there. So yeah, I liked it.
You're a good team. They're a good team. You talk about breaching, we talk about compounds, and they are one of the teams which I actually enjoy watching, because I think utility is becoming more and more important, especially as we transition, obviously, TBP. And either whether you're breaching or you're trying to defend the compound, it works both ways. And a lot more teams are now getting used to how much utility they can gain. They're sacrificing it. They're using the cars a lot more. So we're seeing more of a change. Now, obviously, with the 3 wildcard maps, and we classify it that way, 1 Miramar, and especially with the Rondo and Tego, we see a lot more defensive approaches on those recall stations, on those compounds, actually to try and lock out teams. A team like TMO, actually, if they can keep up that utility game, we might see them in the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of utility game, you got to be conservative a lot of times. I was seeing nades being thrown out all over the place. It's like, man, you got to hold on to those. Late game, those are going to be key to actually getting yourself a win there. Clearing out those small ditches, that's going to be a really big problem. A lot of people just lying down in those, just waiting the games out, which is a very fair strategy at the end of the day. But they're accepting that if someone's got a grenade, it's likely game over for them. But by the time we get to that point, people weren't able to nade them out because they just didn't have the utility on board. So yeah, that's something I'm definitely watching out for during these matches today, is how much or how little people are going to be investing, and whether they decide that this isn't worth it, let's move on.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key. Let's talk about some of the other teams, though, because we have a bit of time. It is key to understand there are some sneaky names in here that not everyone might know, and one of them I want to highlight is the construction workers. The construction workers are made up of the old phase roster -1. So you have got the likes of, obviously, Var, Gustav, and Fex obviously playing in as well. So this is a strong line. Now, we didn't get to cover them all the time, as you said, on the scrims, because they weren't in our we was following Group A. But when we did see them on the Erangel, they are strong. Now, yes, we haven't quite seen them streaming. We're not quite seeing them going through, but I think they're flying underneath the radar. Expectations tonight, it is a tougher lobby, but with that kind of resilience and resistance that team's got, I'd expect them, again, a team that should be explosive and should be delivering points.
Yeah, I mean, the prize is in the name, right? The construction workers, they're currently rebuilding. They're rebuilding right now, okay? And they're doing a fairly good job of it. I think the moment that really actually made me really think about this team was when they were playing Deadwoods over on Erangel. That's a difficult position to play because there's so many angles that you can't really spot. People can play using the third person advantage around the trees there. They played like this 1-1-1 split, and it's very, very difficult there. But I think they played it well. They played off each other very well. They managed to get through that really tumultuous area of the map fairly easily, and they were putting other teams to shame in that location. So I think there is a lot of promise there. So let's hope the construction workers can construct something fantastic for us to watch here.
And we talk about construction, obviously, and the sort of plays with TPP coming into effect. We saw obviously a lot more push and more aggression early on. I want to go back to Jogger Benito. I know we brushed over the level of aggression that they had, Blank. Obviously, every step this lobby gets more difficult, and you've got to remember now we've got 5 weeks as well. Can Jogger Benito hold a high spot every single week if they can just get early kills? Because they engage really early. They're happy to push teams, and especially with the recall system, they get wind of a team they've already killed once. They go again and again and again.
Oh, you know, I was crying watching Hello Kitty have to go up against this team multiple times. It's just depressing to watch. But what I will say, though, is Jogger Benito, they have this particular playstyle that doesn't always translate very well when you go to like these more coordinated and consistent team lobbies, right? I don't want to be mean by any stretch of the word, but I think Jogger Benito excels having feeder teams in their groups, right? That they can work against, right? Pick up the nice 4 points early, target those squads. You're not going to have that many of those squads here when we get to the weekly cup right now. This is the best of the best. And I think Jogger Benito, I'm all for them using that strategy to qualify each week, but they probably need to pull off the gas a little bit here.
Okay, so you think the game strategy is going to be really different now? You think they're going to try and change up? Do you think we're going to see them get more placement points? Maybe go centralized zone? Or I don't know. I think it's DNA. I think it's built into them. They've just got to kill people quite early. I think it's going to come down to that.
No, I mean, strategically, this is a strategic mind of mine working on overdrive right now. Yeah, I would pull it back, right? You know, foot off the gas. But at the same time, the way they were playing, I think you might be right. This might just be genetic, right? I don't know how they pull it back.
Look, let's park them for 1 second. There's a load of other teams, Lobby, which I do want to cover for a little bit. Hive was a good team, especially coming through the early scrim stages. They were definitely on top of the leaderboard. We see them a lot in the scrims outside of, obviously, the week series, should we say. So they've been putting a lot of hard work in. They've had some changes, obviously, roster-wise, and I think they've now got settled. For me, I think Hive are one of these teams that like to play pretty tight. They will stick together as a 4. They're happy to go for a 4-person push, but they tend to avoid sometimes these wider areas. So it worries me. When we look at a Miramar, when we look at a Rondo, sometimes actually gaining that information wider plays into people's advantages. And with a team like Hive, I suppose it's in the name, they want to stick together like bumblebees, and they want to aggress on towards positions. I'm intrigued to see how they kind of play out, especially in the final stage, and obviously having 5 weeks to do it.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely possible to do well playing as a 4. You're totally right though, is you have to massively change your strategy into that. There's some areas of the map you just can't play anymore. There's certain plays you can't make. You know, breaching and clearing on a 2-2 split, like that's not possible. But if you really do maximize on the 4-man gameplay, I do think it's very, very possible to do well like that. It's something that you'd want to be able to learn how to play split eventually, but I think that during the weekly cups, this is something that they can do right now and then potentially work on later once they get further down the line in terms of qualification spots. But overall, I think that they improved a lot over the scrims, right? I think they started in 11th place on day 1, and then from there it only got better, right? They ended up in 3rd and then 2nd on the final day. So they weren't necessarily the most consistent team, but once they started getting rolling, they stayed towards the top.
Yeah, and we're going to talk consistency quite a bit because that is a team that can deliver it. I do want to take a couple of minutes to highlight some of the teams that didn't make it, because this is not just a one and done event. I know it's a bit of salt in the room, but I think we need to give some love to some of these teams that didn't make it, because we do have 5 weeks, right? So the teams that got to a certain point, yes, they're not in the last stage, but with the cup now. And remember, guys and girls, that what these teams finish on today, those points are going to the leaderboard, and that leaderboard obviously is going to continue for 5 weeks. And at the end of it, we're looking for obviously the 19 teams, and obviously they'll be looking to go through, and depends on where you go, more to come with that basically. But I do want to talk about some of the teams that didn't quite get across the line, because I look here and there's some big names here. Secura Sensen, Project Needix, which is James Needix. Again, there were teams that I would have expected to potentially get in. They struggled actually, and I think it comes into your talking point of the further we go along these cups, the more difficult it gets, the less random it starts to become, because you've got to deal with big levels of qualifications on day number 1. But when you're in day number 3, you've got to kind of get into the flow of things. And when we're doing round robin, you're ready for one group, and then you're instantly next map, you're changing to another group. I hope to see teams like Project Needix come back next week and actually get over this hurdle, because I do think they deserve a spot in this lobby.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that team has incredible players. I mean, you've got a legendary player in James on there. You've got Michael, who obviously a very, very well-known, great player. Played him a couple of times. He's carried me multiple times as well. I'm not going to say multiple times. I'm going to say every time he carried me. Yeah, it's kind of the way to put it. But yeah, I think that it was unfortunate not seeing them here playing the Weekly Cup. But again, I do think that some of that leads back into the fact that you're playing against so many different teams. It's hard to always prepare for everything. You might come across a rotation that you just weren't expecting. Which brings me on to my next point, is that during today, this is actually a slightly weird one, right? Because this is the first Weekly Cup. This is the first time we're going to see consistent teams across the board. This is where you do your litmus test, essentially. After this, you can do all the research in the world. You can take a look at the rotations that occurred during this game, and then feed that information back into week 2, because you'd expect to see some of these similar names qualifying back again. So I think week 2 is where you're going to see much more coordinated gameplay. Right now, I think that Jugger Benito could still do very well with that crazy play style. But yeah, I think that if you're looking at some of these teams and you're fans of some of these teams, I wouldn't go too hard on them on today, just because some things haven't been fully figured out.
Oh, this brings up a big topic, right? And I don't know if I'm ready for it, Blank, but I think you pushed me over the edge. So I've got to talk about it. Are you expecting these 16 teams, or a high percentage of these 16 teams, to reappear again week on week with a slight change? Or do you think because of the love and the randomness that PUBG can produce and the luck of the draw, that actually we might even see half the amount of teams be completely new next week?
I think I'm leaning towards the latter, but I do think some of these big names you will see requalify. I mean, for Team Nemesis, I'm pretty confident in them to requalify. I'd like to see the Mythov coming back through. X-Howl, that's a team that I was sort of expecting to qualify here, and they have done. Construction Workers. Do you know the team that I was kind of like, I don't want to say surprised by, but impressed me, was Aurora Gaming. I think in terms of scouting capability, this is probably one of the better teams that we've watched during those matches. Really enjoyed that. I think they took some, I don't want to say unusual tactics, but I mean, even just the one man and the E pickup, I think that can sometimes go very wrong, but they played it fairly phenomenally during that game. So yeah, I was quite impressed with Aurora Gaming, and even some of their finishes on, I think it was Tago. They had a great finish there where they completely strangled out 2 squads, and one of them was Team Nemesis.
The thing is with this squad, I think a lot of people don't appreciate it. We've had a lot of changes obviously coming into this one, especially the new year. We've got new orgs appearing, Aurora being one of them. They picked up a team, or Team Orchard, and obviously it's been blessed in with an ex-Navi player in Extends. And I think obviously the learnings that he's going to be bringing from kind of Navi, the boot camps, how they operate, how they rotate, I think is key, because that team is really good, especially with early games. And then you kind of add the firepower that is Lurix, Laosh, and Artix is just insane. So yeah, look, I'm with you. I think they're a team that we should expect to see on this kind of weekly series. And it is also worth mentioning, why I do mention Navi there, the regional partner teams and the global partner team, guys and girls, they cannot compete in this. So we're not looking at these stages actually where these teams will be potentially, I'm going to say, stealing points away because they've already got an invite to the next stage. This is so good for Grassroots. Why? Because you at home can sign up. We'll get your links and stuff into chat. You can sign up now for week number 2. If you think your team can get yourself through, you just got to get through the weekly 3-day scrims. Find yourself at the cup level, and if you're in the cup, your team's putting points on that leaderboard, which is key.
I mean, if Jugger Benito can W key it to qualification, I'm sure some of you guys at home can as well. I mean, I 100% believe it. You are going to go up against some mega tough squads, but still, at the end of the day, it is possible. And like you say, great for Grassroots.
is about the Grassroots. So yeah, again, you guys obviously can sign yourself up though. It is online. Get your squad, get checked in, and then obviously you'll keep competing now. Next week though, we'll be on Saturday, it won't be on Friday, but you'll be working your way through Monday to Wednesday, and then if you get enough through and you get the points on the board, you will find yourself though in the last part. We are just waiting for a couple more players though to come in from a technical point, but it does give me the opportunity to ask you a couple of cheeky questions though, Blank, because you're in here, you've got the knowledge of TPP, you know the expertise, right? If you're a new player coming into this one, what should you be bringing to the table? What is going to change the potential mindset to make you a good player into a great player?
Oh, for TPP, I think I don't want to really go across with like the plain obvious ones, which is communication, because a lot of times that is the massive one. Especially, to be honest with you, if you are looking to get into esports, communication is key, right? You know, I'm guilty of it. I'll run at someone, I'll think in my head, I'm flanking for you, but I won't say it out loud, and I die. So, you know, my bad, I guess. But yeah, so that is the obvious one. But I do think that the big ones is picking and choosing your fights carefully. I think that when you look at some of these teams, there is a lot of times where they could go for something, they don't go for it because it's much more beneficial for them looking 3 steps ahead of what the next micro rotation is going to be, where they want to head next. Because with TPP in particular too, a lot of it is scouting. A lot of it is scouting because you want to get to one of the key compounds, the key positions on the map early on. If you can get there and play there early, you're likely going to have a strong chance towards the end of the game. If you're not constantly moving during all of that and you're sticking around, listening for fights, maybe jumping on it, you miss your ticket later on. You miss that bus to potentially get 10 or 6 points. And those placement points are really what's going to push you through on the leaderboards.
Definitely, sort of moving on from your point, I think you're literally on the button. The information is key, and if you can communicate it out to the rest of the team, it's great. And I think if you haven't already watched some of these pros, especially that have been streaming recently, they've been talking about this, and they've been talking about that level of aggression. Sometimes the aggressive team, no hints to Jogo Benito in any way, shape or form, generally come out on top because they've gained information and they're dealing with it quite quickly, and then they're moving on to the next part of the fight. They're moving on to the next rotation. I actually quite like the rotation. I think there's a lot to be learned, especially if you can get yourself around in the cars. If the rotation paths are slightly different now, so trying to keep the car in cover where possible. You can obviously look over that ridge and you can actually gain that information. Again, as a team, collectively, if you can farm intel pretty good and you're really good like a Jogo Benito and aggress onto it if you need to. But then on the flip side, I think you just alluded to it, if you can lay off a fight, if you don't have to take the fight. Actually, sometimes if it comes down to the location, I feel is a key. And then we spoke earlier on about utility. Actually, teams that are able to hold on to utility, especially we saw so many open field fighting on Wednesday. We saw a lot of people get caught out because they didn't have the utility, they didn't have the shields to be able to try and keep themselves alive in the late game. So it is a little bit of a balance. Get the kills, get the loot, keep moving. That's what I say.
Yeah. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. And again, I think that it goes even further than that because scouting sometimes isn't as easy as it is in first person either, because you can pass a compound and it could look ghostly. It could look ghostly, but that doesn't mean you've got a lad with his back up against the wall, right? Just like waiting for you to enter the building. I think that's the tough thing about it, which is where now you need to do a lot of research for your games. You need to figure out where those rotations are, what the usual rotations are. And I mean, that happened in the past. And, you know, if you even go back through a lot of games, it was even going back through PPMI, and there's multiple teams that take the exact same initial rotation every single time. And you have to read into that, which is why I'm saying today's sort of the litmus test for a lot of squads, because you don't have that information yet. So you got to play a little brazen today. You got to, a little ballsy.
I like it. Look, there's positive and negatives to that as well, because the teams that are here that want to come back next week and they want to get the points on the board, they're giving away their gameplays. New teams that are coming in, as you say, they can do the research from today and come back in next week and go, actually, I know how you're going to play. If I drop here, you're going to try and push me. I know exactly where you're coming from. For those that just jumped in, though, just let you guys know we are waiting for a couple of players just to hit the lobby before we get underway. There is 5 maps that we've got today, and we'll give you guys obviously a reminder that going through. Obviously, this is the cup, and this is the last stage of week number 1. As we have been kind of working our way through, we've had the scrims and we've worked our way down. And each time we get to this cup, so we're in that sort of second bracket at the moment, when we finish the day, the points that are on the board for these teams will go to this kind of overall cup leaderboard. We're going to do this 5 times over. The only difference on week number 4 and week number 5 is that the winning team will automatically punch their way through towards those playoffs and playoff finals. Now, obviously with the playoffs though, that's when we're going to start seeing the invited teams. So you're going to have your global partner teams here, and we're going to see our regional partner teams though entering in on that stage. So that'd be their first taste of actually, hold on, we're now playing against the pro teams. There are some pro play teams and players in here, let's be honest, but that's the time actually on the big stage. And then more importantly, over the 5 weeks, there is money here. These teams are fighting out for money, Blank. So it's really key that they do come back week after week and make sure they qualify.
Yeah, there's cash on the line. It does come right at the end of the entirety of the cups right now when you get to week 5, but it is there, so it's well worth getting through onto that leaderboard at the end of the day. I mean, you could just be the humble observer over on Twitch, right, just watching the games conclude and just writing down every single rotation. Then you qualify in week 4 and you just instantly get through to the playoffs off the big win.
That's gonna happen.
You know,
you've jinxed that now, Black. That's happening.
It's happening. You know, that might be me. You know, what if this is all just a ruse, Mark? What if I'm...
You're not getting out of that seat, mate. You were locked in with me. I'm telling you, mate. Here's today's matches, guys. So, you're not playing, mate, because you can't do it, mate. Today's matches, though, as I said, we have got 5 maps on the line. Erangel is the only one which we're going to play twice. Obviously, Miramar, Tego, and Rondo is only once a field. So we're adding to the wild card maps. And as you saw from the screen before, it is the normal format. So 10 points for a first, all the way down. We go from 6th to 2nd down to 1 point for 7th and 8th. That's going to be key. And obviously, we got 1 point for every single kill. We've already mentioned it, obviously, Jogger Benito being quite high. There are some teams actually in the lobby that we saw that have qualified that are pretty consistent when it comes down to kind of those kills and placements as well. Mythos we mentioned before, PGG looks pretty good at doing that as well. The How team, or X-How, they're pretty good at actually funding themselves in late game. I do feel, maybe not so much for today, Blank, as you're saying, because this is kind of the test for everyone. They might take it a bit slower, they might go a bit more aggressive, but actually when we come into those kind of week 3, week 4, week 5, there'll be a big difference, I feel, on that leaderboard. Then actually placements will come into key parts, and for teams that can get to late game, they might find themselves going to the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to start to see players actually doing some targeted drops, right? Situations where teams will immediately cut you off on your rotational path in. It's happened multiple times before, especially when you've got this cut off. I think that's when it's going to be really, really exciting, come like week 4, week 5, where teams are trying to push other squads out. Does that happen during scrims? I don't know, because that's such a big thing, right? If you can cut someone out from scrims and also qualify in, for instance, I mean, Team Nemesis was clear ahead and away. If they have a team that's coming up behind them, they could just ruin the day of that squad and potentially get them cut out from the next cup, which places them in a much better spot on the leaderboard. It is very cutthroat, but these are things that have happened in the past.
But I think this is going to play into this weekly series, right? We've got 5 of them, as I mentioned multiple times. I actually think that's going to become a big factor. I think teams will actively try and stop people because of the overall leaderboard. And obviously you won't see the overall leaderboard too much today, right? Because there's only one day, guys and girls, right? But when we come into week 2, week 3, there'll be a reminder of actually the overall leaderboard. And some of those teams, as we've said, won't be, potentially, if they haven't qualified through to the final stage of the cup that week, they won't be on the stream. But it's still important to keep an eye on where their number is, where the cutoff's going to be, because I do believe teams will start aggressing onto areas that they want to ensure that they stop, and that plays into kind of the drop spots. I know that there's like these special conversations that happen between all the coaches and stuff, and they kind of work out who's going where on drop spots. That's out the window. That's out the window when it comes down to the difference between going to kind of a PEC and not, because if you go in PEC, you're looking for PGC points, and that is critical when it comes down. This is not just about today. This is a 5-week long, which then plays into a regional, which then plays into the global scene.
Yeah, I mean, coaches can give a handshake as much as they want. Players can give handshakes as much as they want. But eventually someone is going to go back on it. All right? Betrayal will be a fraud in these lobbies. But probably not until like week 4, week 5. I reckon it's going to be it's going to be a smooth roller coaster, let's say, week 1, 2, and 3. And then we're getting on the wooden roller coaster week 4 and 5 that hasn't passed regulation. All right, that's what's going to be happening.
Can't believe you've given them a couple of weeks, man. I don't think. I look at it from. Let's talk about Project Needed again, right? That is super. They should be here next week. They've got to put themselves on the line again. They've got to qualify through the 2-5-6. They've got to get through the 1-2-8s, and they've got to get themselves into that round of robin for day number 3. I can't see that team giving anyone's space. They've got to try and take on. And then we look at, again, I've got a massive list here. Ghetto Gang, why are they not here? Alt F4, like, they on the same level of points of Everlong, but they didn't get the placements. They didn't make it in because of their placement points. Like, that's gutting. It's not just missing by one placement or going down by 5 and we couldn't close the gap. They were on the same points, but they were unable to have the decider. Those teams, like for Alt F4, they were top of the leaderboard day number 1. They shouldn't be allowing other teams to have the space. I can see them aggressing a lot earlier because they have to, in the week number 2, get points on the board for their leaderboard. Yeah,
it's very, very important. I think that, again, a lot of these teams, that they understand more than anyone else how much pressure's on them. I think if I'm completely honest, this is a very brutal format. Probably one of the more brutal ones I've seen in a long time. So my heart does go out to a lot of these players that are going through this because it is hard, right?
Yeah.
Over the course of 3 days, we're cutting this lobby down so much during those scrims to get into a cup, and then you've got to do it all over again the next week. So I think it's going to be sort of survival of the fittest, really, or survival of the team with the most steel-wrought mindset. That's the only way. It's the only way.
Yeah, again, last touching point. The final players are getting into the lobby now, so we're about to go. But that level of, we spoke about it, consistency quite a bit, right? I think that's key, and that is going to have to play factors. And it's not just a 1-day event. It's not a 3-day. It's over those 5 weeks. And actually, every team has to reset. They're going to have bad days, but they've got to ensure they kind of hit that minimum threshold. And that there is where that pressure gets applied, because yes, you can have a bad day, but we're not playing 6 games, we're only playing 5, so we can't risk as much anymore. We can't try and take a chunk off, and if you have a bad start, you can't really leave it to the last game.
Yeah, you actually bring up a really good point. So we only play 5 maps a day. It's actually a very, very short day. I think this is where you can give it your all, right. You know, you have your sugar gels in the morning and you just blast out around the rest of it. I think usually it's like game 5 and 6 is where you start to kind of like slow down momentum slightly. With 5 games, you really can give it your all, but it gives you less time to correct mistakes. You don't have those miracle moments where you get 3 points in the first 3 matches and you can completely turn around the leaderboards come the last 3. By the time you get halfway through your day, that's it. You have to have 2 miracle matches to even think about remaining on this leaderboard, at least towards the top of it.
Well, we talk about miracles. The miracles, we've loaded all the players into the plane. The plane's getting ready to go because there's a level of consistency that we need to get ready to go. As a reminder, obviously, guys, this is the first match, though, of the Spring Cup. There are 5 that are up for grabs. And more importantly, this is the start of where we are going to be getting points on the board for these players and teams. We're all in. We're strapped in blank. It's game number 1. We've got to get underway, mate.
Absolutely. And we're getting in very, very shortly. Just to give you, I'm going to spoil it. I'm spoiling it. Mark. All right? I'm spoiling it right now. I'm going to spoil it. I'm going to spoil it. I'm spoiling it. We're from the north down towards the south.
Don't do it, mate. Don't hold on to the lobby like that. We've got to get in, Blake. We've got to play some PUBG.
Well, it's from Severny down towards Sosnovka. It's not a terrible playing path, but it does make getting out towards the west and the east a little bit harder. I mean, players that want to play around. Yes, Naya even play a mansion split. That's a little bit hard to go for. Can't imagine anyone's going for Kameshki at this stage of the game. That's kind of like you're down your luck. You're looking for something else. I think most teams will have agreed decent positions to play at this stage of the tournament. Yeah, this is not bad at all. I think that you might have a little bit compact around Rozhok, Boyard, as well as School and Apps.
Yep. Compact. Everyone's going for it.
Sorry.
Yeah. So it's the north down to the south. It's not bad. Yeah, I'm with you. It's not a bad flight path here. Team Nemesis do go early. Savoni is their normal drop spot, so no changes for them. But I also go late. Creef and Aurora Gaming, they're going to crest close towards Ferry Pit. Now, Aurora Gaming, that is a normal spot. So Creef going a little bit further over to Ferry Pit. There's going to be a fight there, I think, for the cars. And then there's the early engagement as well. Multiple teams looking to get things started. And the first thing we look at is a Panzer. My oh my.
I really do dislike Pachinki starts here. When you get a hot drop in Pachinki, it's always unfun. I mean, it's certainly possible, but you end up wasting so much time getting out of here. A lot of times the way this works is you're kind of like backing up towards church and then grabbing some vehicles and exiting on the ridge side behind there. But up until that point, you're constantly watching your back. It really does delay the rotate out.
We can see the zone also in that bottom corner.
Yeah.
It has gone across towards the east. So Lepovka, you jinx with the Komeskis, etc. And there you go. You get yourself the zone over that way. There's our first kill, though. Not broke, though. They find themselves with 1 point already confirmed.
Damn, that's rough. Already losing one right at the start of the game. Did not expect this many hot drops to start things off. Honestly, it's a bit intense. Again, I think the main reason why you'd hope in future, if these two teams do end up qualifying again, that you just give this type of gameplay up and someone just goes elsewhere. Because Pachuki is, and has always been touted to be like the best position to rotate from early, gives you so much area and access to the map. When you start like this, you're in a stalemate for so long. People are passing by you. You even get players that sit over towards Potato Hill and they can actually stop you as you come out from Pachinki, especially on a circle like this. If I was either of these teams, I'm thinking about disengaging as soon as possible. Seeing this circle over towards the eastern side mark is even more of a reason to disengage. We had more of a western playing path, so you know a lot of teams are not already out here. You can grab a central compound very early.
The teams need to get moving pretty quick. Well, TMO, they find Nod 1, Sparta, the dream team. As I said, there was a concern that he wasn't going to be played today. He gets part of that rotation, and that's sort of talking into your point that these teams will look to try and rotate quite early. TMO, they drop for years, and they obviously have played down towards the south, so they're looking for a centralized compound. And back to the hot drops. We do tend to find them more lukewarm drops. It does become a bit of a stalemate because time does tick. I'll be interested to see how both these teams stay, engage, disengage, because with the recall system now, Blank, look, even if you get out of it and you've only got one up and they've got the first knock, it's okay. You just need to survive it out.
Yeah, it's possible. But again, you are just coming back into the match and you're kind of battered, you're kind of bruised, you don't have the greatest of equipment. It's something that you would rather avoid in the game, but might as well try and get some points where you can. Not one going down, though, doesn't really surprise me all that much. I think he was one of the more aggressive players on the team. Good shots coming through from X-Howl here, from Odin, over towards Rena, taking one down from Everlong. And meantime, Nelcop, moving around the sides, looking to finish and clean up what's happening.
I like that rotation as well. He didn't give away his position. Naturally, you try and get the flush there, but he wasn't at least engaged just yet. He does get spotted now, takes some damage though, as the Mag goes for the pre-fire. Bison in hand, does a little bit of a tickle damage though, but they have to back away here. Everlong teams are rotating past, but the numbers here are with X-Howl, and they're looking to try and close this one out.
The Orbi zone in hands. Go for a little bit more. I think X-Howl...
Oh! 2!
Fantasy! Takes himself out, as well as Nelcrop, but it's not meant to be. Quick res on that one. A little bit of a rage play. Let's call it that.
How are you doing that? You're taking yourself down and one other too for the price of one. You can take a step back before you launch. The Mad can hear the player, so he's just going to try and wait out. Pros though looking for the position to try and get the shot through the window, but it's not going to be there. They've got the time. They can obviously delay and get that res back on. So X-Howl back to a 4 now. The Mad eager to maybe try and drop down, but I think he's going to wait for these footsteps just to kind of move away. I think he's going to get a little bit of an eyesight there onto the stairs. We'll give him an opportunity, but he has to wait now for the rest of the team.
This is a really lovely angle, actually. I mean, the fact that you can see down to the stairs on this as well is super important. Flashbang in. You probably just run at this one as a 3-man. He's very low HP, no meds to work with either. All got shotguns as well. It is just cruel, to be honest with you.
Thing is, he's got the sound cue. The Mad's the controller here. He knows exactly where he is. He knows he's backed himself to that corner. Sees one. Now they stack up though. He charges in, jump shot, but it's the reinforcements that come rolling in that'll get the clear. The Mad down to 5 HP. No one else cresting their way in. We've seen a few more kills though, and Jogo Benito have been on the suffering edge. They chase down TMO and the map feed. And it looks like they're all going to try and continue to provide pressure. Final one, though, for Jogo Benito. It doesn't matter. It's not just one and done for them. They're looking to try and get any points they can and salvage this one. As they do work their way through the field. Justice, though, who is the IGL, he's backed away, but he's not calling for reinforcements just yet.
Just sitting on the sidelines, confident in his 1v1. I mean, versus the M249, though, it's a little bit scary. Not many bullets on this bad boy, though. Good initial shots, but reveals the location, and they can just swarm upon him now. It should be TMO picking up this spot. It's a very, very good spot to work with. Nice initial knock, though. Goodness me. Might get the flush on this.
Just get the knock. M2 just really... Oh, the M249's got the mags, but he's running out. 54. He makes Aries makes the repeat again. He does get it justice. Should now get the res back on. That means they'll be back full swinging, and TMO obviously are working their way up that leaderboard. They do go to back position, so they were a little bit further down towards the south here, and obviously with Drogo Benito getting caught in the field, getting caught in the rotation, both these teams had the same plan. Mrs. Gaming has played in from that north side as well. They're pretty much holding that. UHD, well, they're going to wrap wide around the northwest corner. I do worry with this style of zone. We're going to see a lot more teams make a decider. Is it playing south, or is it going to play towards the north?
Yeah, I mean, playing down towards dip as well is not a terrible idea. A lot of rotational path around there, but yeah, make sure you've got as many vehicles as possible is really, really important. So they're going a little bit crazy here. Diffx as well, assisting in that case over towards the patient. Over on Creef. Little nade over the top. Good chunk as well on him. I think they're just going to push this. Absolutely. Why not?
Got the hold though, but that car wasn't getting the momentum, so they're trying to make the play. Great spray through the little window. Team Nemesis keep applying the pressure. A little bit of a pause here. They've claimed 1 kill, but that is a big gap, especially with the team slightly split. I want to wait for the team just to collapse on in. We're not even phase number 2 yet, and we're seeing a level of aggression. These teams kind of want to put their mark on the map, but their mark on that leaderboard as an early victor.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing here for Team Nemesis is it's unlikely they're going to give this up now, especially because they know 1 player's down. Realistically, for Creef, it's not a bad thing that Team Nemesis plays down there. You basically playing bodyguard for them. But I think Team Nemesis understands that they have the man advantage. They should be able to overwhelm them over on that position of the map. So they're going to wait and see what they can do with this one. In the meantime, Aurora going to pick up Alamo. Play around this area. A little loot crate as well delivered in the meantime. Don't know if it's already been pilfered just yet, though.
What's intriguing for me is that that's where TMO were sitting, and they were going towards the south, and they played back to Yaz. So they've made the decision that they believe this zone might push up their way. As a unfortunate for them, the drop lands right where they were. So maybe they haven't got the new drop. We will wait and see. The rest of these teams are starting to rotate their way in. Telemountain, though, is being held up by no slack, as they will sure Iblana continues rotating down towards that kind of school flats area. XL store looting at the moment. Rest of that, everyone is now in zone because PGG come in from the south as they come over from Military Islands.
Yeah, I actually don't mind where TMO plays on this one. I think it's reasonable considering they went down to 3 players, right, Mark? Where they don't really want to play that position anymore. It's a little bit dangerous. They have control over towards the fields compound. They can play over towards the south side of Yasnaya. They're going to get boxed in slightly over on the east and the west side, but that actually just keeps them safer from that position. So it gives them options now, right? It gives them options. They have a play a little bit further down towards the fields. If this is a full southern shift on the circle, yeah, it's game's kind of over. Game's kind of over on that one, but you're more than likely going to see something like this, in which case TMO can quite easily regroup over on Ares.
I'm interested to see if Ares holds there, right? He's making some noise. You can see him shooting away, so maybe tried to deter teams from sort of playing that way, because it is a bit of a gamble for TMO. They've got this 2-1 split. If one gets crashed, and can they really survive out? Do they hold in Yaz? Do they expect another sort of shift back towards that northwest? We have to factor in the water that is on that west-hand side, so these teams are on the migration, and they are flying in from the south.
Yeah, I think to be honest with you, at this point in time, I'm looking to set up vehicles and regroup fairly shortly. Just because for TMO, look how cramped it is on this circle. It's sort of a now or never move where they regroup on top of areas, or you never regroup at all, because rotating through this field, you're absolutely going to get shot at by like 14 different teams in this location. So yeah, it's definitely tough. Curious to see how teams play out on the south as well, because it's a little bit more rolling hills down there. They're going to run into each other, but look at the firepower. This is insane.
I like the split as well with Team Nemesis. They've gone for a 2-2 there, holding into Yaz. So again, they're a team rolling the dice and going, actually, do you know what? It might play back this way. Well, let's make sure we've got a stronghold that we can deliver cars back safely in towards Yaz. Most of the teams, again, are on that sort of rotation, sort of locking down those positions that they need and want. It's still a little bit of a gamble at the moment. Go next, though. I'm going to look forward towards that sort of north, towards that kind of volcano mountain. Seen so many endings there as PGG kind of on the adjacent side. Aurora over the roads, and ex-Howell, they've now left Plechinki. They went for a complete sweep around all the way to the south side, down to the southeast, as they now start to work their way in from shelter.
I don't think this is an easy rotate for Exhal to have to make. I am curious to see how they play up against as they move forward over towards Fex, construction workers, who is slightly out in the open here. It should have been spotted. I don't know how he's going to cross there. If he gets a knock off the back of this, it's absolutely criminal.
It's Fex. He's the GOAT. He's the Welsh Dragon. But yeah, how did he get across that road? Nobody will know. Fex out. Might have to try and pop a smoke. Maybe try and get that car alive again. He looks to go for the knock though. Does get the connection. The man takes 17 damage. I think that'd be enough for him to get rolling. Both these tyres have gone though, so that's going to be difficult for him. So if he can get us in a straight line, he might be able to find himself back on the road as he plays Tokyo Drift back to the safety of his original car.
I mean, fair play. I mean, they are so split right now, Mark. I mean, there is backup coming his way from Gustav, who's just rotated over towards the eastern side of him. And they'll be watching down to Exhal. And I think Exhal just doesn't want any of this. I mean, they were quick to leave there, honestly. Construction Workers is pretending to be 3 teams at once in this area. They have carved out a massive space for them. It depends how Exhal plays this one. I think VAR does have eyes on over towards Exhal as they're rotating around the eastern side. And they might crash over towards Nailup. That would be a pretty good move, but again, they just don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, look, obviously you can see now from the map exactly what you're talking about. Maybe 3, maybe like 4 individual teams. They spread out. Gustav looking for kills, hunting them down. Exhal, they're a team that likes to play compound as well. So yeah, they had the option to potentially crash into Nailup. They're definitely in the vehicles while at the zone bounces. We get another donut again. So back towards the center. Hive find themselves centralized up. TMO getting their cars pretty quick. There is going to be the target. At least the how. They took the roll of the dice. Now they're going to take the roll of which compound or wherever they want to go into a dip, though. But Schengen is waiting, watching. He has a Panzer in hand as Exhal. They'll just whistle their way past.
I'll be able to get the back one. No. Oh, it's close. It is close. But no cigar. Aurora Lurex, though, will find Odom Mavasi off the back of the good damage done by the Panzer. I mean, this is a great position to be picking up the Panzer from, and Exhal is cut short on their rotate.
Lewis has got links already. What is going on? That was what was in the crate. That's what TMO missed out on. Hive, good position. They set the trap. They didn't get the reward, though, just yet. They're going to keep an eye on this one, though. There's a lot of teams will now start to look for these areas, especially for teams that are on the outside edge now, because another shift, another donut up in towards the Yaz fields. It's a limited amount to play. It comes back to what we talked about in the pre super long early opening show about utility. Because they've got to have smokes at this point, and unfortunately for a team like Hive, they're hiding the bunker early. They've only got what they've come off a drop. They're reliant now on teams crashing on them.
The pre-sequel, pre-show, love it. I do like what TMO did though. I mean, they waited for a lot of the players to be thinned out around them before they opted to go for that move back down towards errors. So they were able to get through the fields fairly comfortably. And also they got to loot up quite a bit of Yaz on that south side, so they should be coming away with a nice bit of util, because obviously their early rotate, they didn't have the craziest of gear just yet, so it was important they moved over towards Yaz to pick up a little bit here and there. You know, smokes would be really important here to cut off sides of the windows, grenades as well. In that area, there's lovely spots to bounce it off. So we'll see how TMO plays out. But I've enjoyed how they played it so far. I think construction workers have just basically been playing off the back of confidence right now down towards that southeast side. But yeah, I like that you highlighted Hive here, Mark, because it's nice having the creators here now. Honestly, it's such a nice position to play in, but you have to be constantly on the swivel in that area.
Yeah, look, they're going to be confident. They're going to be confident they're going to get the zones, but they've got to keep their eye open. The teams can come in at any single time. If they're backing away from Nemesis, as they do leave that kind of heavens, they're trying to work their way in. There's not much more they can sort of take on for this next position. It's about keeping the cars live, keeping those, I suppose, helmets, vests intact. You don't want to be recycling at this point here. It is only phase number 3. 14 teams still remain. As we'll be waiting and watching as the next zone will sort of move in. It is a bit of a gamble. You either take as much ground as you can and hold on, and if you're lucky enough, you find yourself with a zone shifting back your way, or you become aggressor and try and get those kills. So Steve makes the push. It goes north, east. It is going Yaz field, but that's a big shift that way. Team Nemesis don't need to take a bite of a creep just yet, though. But teams like construction workers, they might play second guessing that. There comes a knock in, and look at that. Nailip already sending his way over.
I mean, for Team Nemesis, though, do they wrap back around over towards that north side at this point in time? Because Diffex has got a really strong position. I'm surprised UHD didn't actually go over for that and try and pick it off him. But I think that for Diffex, he holds a strong spot for them. So yeah, maybe they just hold 3 here and cut out teams trying to move over towards that north side. But they're going to come up against construction workers shortly at some point. Nalev's got the Groza and the ghillie suit, so he's going to be a bit of a menace.
100%. Even without that, he's a menace anyway. They do get an idea. Obviously, another team that's over there, they're getting the kill feed read now. The Mythov has to try and get the defense here. Grief obviously have played away from one danger into another, though. Justice obviously sprays. He gives away his position, though, and they get a little bit of intel that they're sharing the compound with a lovely neighbor.
Crikey, what a... I mean, I feel bad for him, honestly. I do feel... Both these peaks have been so bloody weird. Like, I don't know how he was meant to predict that he was going to peak full body and then crouch away to the side. Yeah, I feel for him now. I've definitely made the same mistake before in the past, but yeah, now they have a lot of information to work with. And how does the Mythov play off the back of this now? Because they only have 3 players since earlier. So they are struggling to... kind of constrict around Creef. They're down to 2 now. Goodness me.
They've got the compound. They've just got to try and stop that push. Maybe hope for a crashing on the other side or things to lock down. We've got those rotations. A lot of teams on the west are not in. So a little bit of a bunny hop over this side of the field, but there are some dips that you can play out. They obviously, UHD has already taken the tower, so Ibanana will be trying to crest their way around, try and draw the shots. Big 2-2 hold for them as they have the other 2 sitting in Yaz, but they do take one of those dips in the field. So the cars are going to be key. They, again, need to lock themselves down and try and ensure that no one backfills them and follows that same rotation path.
I mean, they're quick towards this location. You play against the Rock here, you have to drop a lot of smokes. You're giving up the cars right now, right, Mark? Yeah. You're giving up the cars. They have to become cover for the time being. Drop enough smokes down to set themselves up. But yeah, there's a bit of a ticking time bomb here for them for when they run out of smokes. Can they carve enough area out for them? INT zooming in over towards them.
No, they're going to run him over.
Sending it.
Oh, Doki down, full send straight through. Doesn't quite get one. Gets a shot though. Comes out of the car underneath the grenade. Charges his way forward. And they look for confirmations, but there's still one alive.
Still making it happen here as well. I can't believe they're still going on this one. I thought Inter TM would be going down almost instantaneously, but not meant to be. Quick switch in the vehicle, jumping out to the side, but a random smoke spray from Ibanana will finish things off, but not with great casualty on side.
What was that? What was that? There was a full send in the car. And they ended up, unfortunately, dropping their way out. Other teams got to try and make the play in. Diffix does get the knock, though. UHD, that is a long distance. Got to remember, Diffix was holding on the south of Yas. Perfect observing there. Thank you very much. Diffix, though, full eyes on the prize. He's got 1 knock. Looking to try and capitalise another. If he does get that knock, he's going to be getting a lot more information. But no, not broke. Steals that one away from him.
Yeah, it's a nasty spot. It's a nasty spot to be working with right now. Teams are way too preoccupied with one another to even be looking back over towards Diffex. And finally, Nemesis do make that wrap back round towards that northern side. They see the construction workers. They're not giving up the goose here. They're not going to push north. So Nemesis opts to start sweeping from the northern side, where they're pretty comfortable from, to be honest with you. TMO, sort of living in hell. Drinking on the energy drinks at the moment, trying to keep his heart rate up because he certainly will need it when the teams start moving in.
Oh, they do try and make the move in though. Just his final player. He's down to 12. Has to make the run forward though. Looking for the smoke. He second guesses it though. And Grief though capitalises up. So they should be able to get the res here. Be surprised. Actually scrap that. X-How. You can see him moving in the background. They know who's there. They're going to try and take away the hard cover. You know they've only got 1. Well, he's going to have to pop out that gas can. He will try and find himself a little bit of safety, but the numbers, well, they favour X-How.
Hogarth tries to make the move outwards, but a beautifully placed flashbang will completely put an end to that one. And X-How, despite having a pretty rough rotation to start there, do end up grabbing themselves a very decent position on that northeast side. Wexner desperately dropping down smokes here from Banana. The pans are there in the hands of a down player, which is a good thing he did go down when he did. And now Team Nemesis can continue to work this terrain on the north side. Diffex continues to be a problem on that off angle from up top.
Problem is the Remainer. He's really controlling UHD, pushing him further afield at the moment. Here comes the mortar fire. You can hear it whistling by. Max gets 2. Here come the grenades, come over the top. There's confirmation here. And they are trying to figure out exactly where the remaining players are for PGG. More mortar fire coming in from distance. Not breakable. 11th place for them. And Max, well, he's dialed in. He's looking to get the first couple of points on for the team.
I mean, it's on target. We'll find Slow Jacket. And there's not much anywhere else this team can go right now. It is a struggle. But you're right. It's a fantastic placement from Diffex up on that north side. UHD have to move out from the watchtower. But they're moving out into the sightlines of the team from that south side. And for Diffex, he's being such a nuisance on the north. There's no way they're able to get back out again. So Ultra Deville do go down in 10th here, not getting many placements whatsoever off the back of this one.
Exhale saying, if you can do it, I can try as well. Doesn't quite find the bodies. No, he's like, oh my god, he found 2! If he can do it, he can do it better. Exhale, take out No Slack. There is no Slack left in the lobby. And he gets another come through. Oh my god, PGG full. There we go. More water fire come in. Max confirmed up though. If you need to deal with a team, you deal with it with a mortar.
Oh my days. I mean, I'm surprised you sent the third one in there as well. It's like there's carnage on that side of the map. I mean, there's any reason to send any more mortars that way. Nailup moves in. Here's construction working still on 4 players. They've been fairly silent for quite a while on this south side. They've realized they didn't have a lot of area to work with, but Aurora Gaming did not make the move they were expecting. They're just sitting around this building. So now construction workers can't really afford to be looking over towards Exhal right now. They have to cut out these players on the south side.
Yeah, they got this kind of 2-2 split fix though. Rosa in hand. All 3 vests and helmet. He'll be happy. It's really difficult. The next kind of, I suppose, move for them is into the field. So how much of the car's up? How much more damage can they take? Because that hill, that's a commit. And they will be exposed to teams like Exhal. They will be exposed to Nemesis as they kind of push towards the south side.
I mean, Team Nemesis already taking shots over towards Exhal. Because I think that for Team Nemesis right now, they sort of have to wrap back around on that east side down towards construction workers. It's the most information they have in the game at the moment is that Exhal is inside the compound on the east and there is a team on the south there. So they don't have clear imagery on this southwest side. So this is what they're going to go for going forward. In the meantime, go next. They know there's a team playing towards the craters, but it's such a large space to work with. The nades just aren't quite finding their target.
There's like little cubby holes that I suppose people can find out. Exhal's still on the mortar fire. They get the knock. They're making the opening as well. Instant leapfrog off the mortar knock. Here comes a play forward though. Here comes the util dump. No flashes go over the top though. Now they have to try and sweep their way around. So City does some damage. Now Pop does make himself towards the ridge. How many flashes has he got left?
Nasty. That's from behind. That's High Banana pushing on.
That's High Banana. Rex is still alive. Rex is still fighting. He's stretching out. He's got the confidence boost as the mad. Well, he peeks over the top. He knows that more bodies are down. He needs to try and find the last player, but got to be cautious. He doesn't know exactly where High Banana is, but there, Wexner doesn't need 2 minutes more. He gets another opportunity to get a kill on the board. Steed, well, gets confirmation for 1. Gives him a bit of bide of time, but not for much longer.
I mean, for Team Nemesis there, they're just out of vehicles, right? They're out of juice at this point. I think they should have just crashed over towards Exhal rather than giving them the time. They knew there was a team over towards their western side, at least encroaching towards their position. It's a little bit too late for this squad. I think Exhal makes a fantastic push towards them, though, so you can't really discredit them for that.
No. Team Nemesis 4 kills now. They reposition. Has to look both ways. Praying that Ibanana comes over the top and takes the pressure off. But there's pressure on the other side that's brewing. Aurora Gaming trying to leave their compound, but we saw from the kill feed, it's not just Go Next, but it's the construction workers laying the foundation to get some more kills on the board. Oh, it doesn't get the left peak on. There's one. Artix does, though. He's going to put Go Next down, and they're down to their final body here, but so is Aurora.
Artix, last player alive. Has some smokes to work with. Might peel back here, try and pick his teammate back up again. It's a tough push over that way. Team Nemesis finally out. Yeah, I love that push from Exhal. You get the immediate mortar fire off, well placed over towards this ridge side. It's fairly obvious where they're gonna be at, and then from there they just immediately send it. They don't even care about the south side. Now even construction workers are taking shots, so they're gonna have to force push over towards Aurora Gaming. They do have 2 players back up though, so a potential fight back here.
I love they're in the car. They're looking up to rotate towards Exhal, but there's been a clear indication from the team that they want to make the push. They want to try and deal with some more kills here. Native though with the Groza, but he's going to go down. Now the continued pressure will remain. There's one, there's two, and it is done. Gustav Infex will clear one. They swing over the top though and send Gonex out in fifth, and construction work as well. They not just got the kills, they got their placement points as they tabbed out two teams.
Yeah, I mean, they just have to give it up there, unfortunately. It's well a hard push. It's a hard push, yeah. I think that Team Nemesis and Construction Workers both fall to the same thing. It's just I think there's some other teams in this lobby who are just sending it. And they're trying to play this game like smart, thoughtfully. I think that Team Nemesis mid game was fantastic. I think they had to kind of W key it on Exhal. Instead, Exhal just gets the better of them. iBanana, though, what a backstab from them. And they're still going. The MK12 here trying to make things happen.
It's one of these positions you wouldn't expect too much out of, right? They played really early. Arguably, a lot of people be going, they went too early to the Yaz fields. They rotated around these teams. They knew they were going to get backstabbed, but they survived. They took the initial breach, though, and they defended up. Yes, they lost bodies, but they gained kills. And then they could have sat tight. There were two people down. They could have hit out, but they took the third-party action. Nemesis were coming in, Exhal causing problems, and they were just eager to get more points on the board. Rexner, he's on 7 kills. 7 kills are only game number 1.
Yeah, it's a gigantic game from Wexner this time around. I mean, assisted by the fact that some of these nags were fat as all hell. So, I mean, what play to him? Got the Flying V over here coming through. Keep themselves nice and healthy with a little bit of cover to play around with. It's not quite a deployable shield, but it's similar enough.
It's working. It's working. Got a little bit of a lull before the storm. It is phase number 8, and it is a 4 versus 3 versus 2. Schengen gets a good couple of shots, though, able to dip into cover, and it's going to be sort of encroaching a lot more of these teams out Hive, at least having to leave the safety of their nest, so to speak, for the first time. They have been here for a while, but again, they've been able to get those kind of 5 kills, and this is where it comes into that point you was making early on. How much util are they going to have left? How much smokes? Because this is open terrain.
Yeah, I think the biggest positive right now for Hive is they still have vehicles, right? Because they played in this spot for so long, there's been no sight lines down towards those vehicles in the craters, so they can actually push far out in those cars, or they could even just swing them wide and just look out the vehicle to see players inside the fields, on the grass, from that third-person perspective, which is oftentimes a really, really key factor in winning these late games. But a fantastic pickup from Rox there on a player that was crawling out to the side, and this is absolutely Hive's game to lose.
Yeah. I think it was very early on when we knew it was going to Yaz. It was always eyes on them, right? Could anyone breach the compound? Dante with a bolty shot. Disgusting behavior. Put iBanana down. Exhal gets the green light. They're going to try and make the push here. Mogor says, no, they're my kills because I was trying to stop the creeps, and he does do some damage, but it's not enough on the Mad.
He's just pushing it, though. He does not care. The smoke's enough down for the entirety of Hive to keep on pushing forward. Remember, these qualification spots are so important, so they don't want to give up any of these kills over to the other team. Exhal moves in. Can't quite find iBanana inside of the smoke right now. Crosses back over towards the US. Still playing on the outside. Banana, notes there, does go down. So does Wexner, and Exhal will pick up some more kills for their troubles. That was the main thing, though. I think Exhal in this situation, they've won. Like, that's a win in their books.
100%. They're taking the Mad. It's going to tap out towards zone. The Hive swarm, and the Hive will take game number 1. 16 points, but they weren't the champions of the kill. It went multiple ways, but Exhal delivered 11 kills on the board. Actually insane. I actually really, really like that game. Yes, I suppose Hive were limited in where they could play out from, but they played that position so well. And I want to highlight, especially for me, the construction workers. There was a clear call there that they wanted to go for kills because they thought there was no more else to take on from that game.
Yeah, there's no way for them to go either over towards that northern side. I think they were really struggling. They knew the amount of teams that were just holding their exit on the east, and they couldn't really play west because of Hive. It was tough. I think that if you're in Hive's situation, I totally agree with the playstyle they went for. It's a type of game where you see it come towards you so many times, just like this is the chicken dinner game. We just have to pick up the 10 points. It's all we can go for here. We can try and pick up some more on the exits towards the end of it. Exhal managed to steal away those 2 kills over towards iBanana. Did feel rough, and they even denied the points at the end. Like, We're playing international strategies right now. It's kind of mean.
Welcome to EMEA. That's what I'm going to say. We're going to see this every single week. Good rotations, good plays. Oh, let's talk about some of the favourites, though. Let's talk about Nemesis for a bit. Good play from them. We saw them aggress on towards that kind of east, though. But actually, Diffix, I think, was a key driver in that team. And I think we'll have a look at that leaderboard, though, because where he was positioned, he was causing huge amounts of issues for some of the teams. Yes, they racked up some points, but it wasn't enough to find themselves in top spot.
Yeah, I am curious though, the damage breakdown on the side of Team Nemesis, because I'm almost certain that Diffex is like the majority of the damage on that team. In fact, I can even look at it right now. Surely.
He has to be. He was on the high ground. He had so much visual on those teams, sort of in the Yaz field. It was insane.
Yeah, I'll pull it up later. But again, I think they had, what was it, 4 kills total, 5 kills total. Yeah, 4 kills total here. We see on the leaderboards. What am I saying? But that's 1,500 damage.
Wow.
It was not clean kills, whatsoever for Team Nemesis. I think they were struggling to find some shots, but they were certainly putting the hurt on. But yeah, a good game. Do you want to see, Mark? All the teams we expected to do well have done well.
Yeah. And again, I want to come back to Construction Workers. It was a key decision to get points because they wanted those kills. That puts them in 4th place. That's not bad. Let's talk about iBanana because we briefed on it and then the chaos unfolded, right?
Yeah.
They went early, and I was worried at that point. They rotated around the teams, not broke. They went all the way around him, and they played into that kind of west side of Yaz. Now, yes, we see teams play there. Normally, they play quite late. They want to be the last team into that position because that tower causes so many problems. UHD, unable to deal with them, but that wasn't their problem. Inter, full sent to their position. They saw the smokes, and they tried to run them over, and they held out. Yes, they lost some numbers, but they found themselves in 3rd and actually getting a lot of kill points.
It was a pretty mad push from Inter, but I think that when you look through the outside in, you're like, what was going through your heads right there? But at the same time, you look at the map state, you think to yourself, what was their other play at that point? They saw an angle to go for, they picked that up, there's a lot of smokes down, so there's at least a lot of confusion and chaos there. They just have to play off mechanics in that situation, and maybe they win. I think they got the initial knock. There was some good grenades thrown out by iBanana in the midst of it, which kind of slowed things down a bit. Yeah, I do think for Inter TM, like, not many more good decisions they could have made other than kind of sitting out on the edge and slowly bleeding out the rest of the game.
Let's talk about some of those teams that were bleeding out. Obviously, we saw the early engagement. Obviously, the hot drop came in from Pachinki. Are we expecting to see that again? We do have one more wrangle. Now, obviously, X-Health got out of that one and actually found themselves with a victory. Yeah. I'm interested to see kind of Everlong. Do they go head-to-head again in the final game? Or do you know what, guys? Let's find somewhere else because we need to get some points.
Yeah, I think for Everlong, if I was them, I would exit, right? I would exit at this point. Again, if this is a 3-day format, it's like, maybe I give it another bash, right? Maybe it goes differently this time. But because it's a single day, you get to that final match, it's not worth it, right? Yeah. You're absolutely gimping yourself in terms of points. So let's not do that. Let's not run it back. Unless you must. Unless it's all about honor here. In which case, go ahead, my samurai.
Go ahead. Let's talk about some other samurais, because some of them were axed down in the field. Joga Benito, we spoke a big game for them, a big aggressive game. They got caught out by our dark horses, which was the Mythos. They dealt the damage. Obviously, the Mythos went down some players as well. But they're a team that we didn't arguably see go down quite early coming into this cup. Joga Benito have to reposition. The only bit of saving grace, or the silver lining that I can say blank, is actually they were going for the right spot. They had the right call of actually where to play. Yeah. They just didn't get there quick enough. They didn't factor in TMO coming down from the south of Yaz.
Yeah, I don't think Joga Benito really factors many things in right now. Right?
That'd be key. Go.
Just go for it. No, I'm sure they've done their research, but yeah, this kind of approach is a bit too quick. It's a bit too loose. I think they need to think about a little bit further into that one, especially on the playing path and then the circle. It's like there's surely teams that are dropping over towards there where that benefits them more, who are going to be there earlier, right? They're going to take a gamble on this one, and you can't really be going for this insane maneuver so early on. So yeah, I think for Joga Benito, I love the speed, I love the style. Let's keep it up. It's just, do the buttons on the jacket up first. That's all, right? Let's button the jacket up first.
let's get some of the basics in.
Yeah.
Let's wait and see. There's obviously 5 maps today. Jogo Bonito do drop quite early and they'll be limited on the points. And this is the last stage, everyone that has just jumped in. And for these teams, when we finish off game number 5, all of the points are kind of stopped and put onto the master leaderboard. And over the 5 weeks, we're going to continue to add. So yes, 1 game down might not be the end of the teams like Jogo Bonito that we'd expect to come through, but I do think it's going to play into a factor actually of how they maybe play out the final 4 games. As you saw a second ago though, we are transitioning to the wildcard maps, which does sound a bit weird for Miramar, I'll be honest with you. But it's interesting because some of those game styles that we saw there, especially on match number 1, and let's talk about construction workers, they like to spread out, they like to hold areas, and Miramar plays into that style of play because you have all the sandy dunes, you have all their hard cover if you need it, and you're able to farm a lot of information without aggressing onto the team. So maybe a team like construction workers might capitalize up on Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very exciting team to watch play northwest side Miramar, right? Where you got all the hilltops. This is a fantastic area to play. Even you're looking over towards the fields in that area. Having a team that's comfortable playing multiple positions and basically having like these multiple angles, that's very terrifying to go up against. And I think the promising picture that we saw there from construction workers as well is that they played that 4-way split for so long and barely took any damage. And most of the time when it started to look a little bit dangerous, you saw one player come across, never fully just like panic mode, I'm backing you up, we're playing as a 2 now. It was just slow back up. One other player came back, they played with the DMR, watching, just covering fire. I really liked it. I really did like it. I think if construction workers find themselves in a good position, I think, you know, you swap around where Hive and construction workers are playing, there's no doubt in my mind that construction workers win that game.
Yeah, there was a key position. Let's talk about some of the other positions because they were underpinned by mortar fire. Obviously, lots were happening. I felt like it's one team done one and the next house said I can do it better. But the utility, not just from the mortar, but also the panzers were big factors. Teams taking it early, clearly taking it in the cars with them and using it though. I kind of felt like that midpoint of the game, it was like, okay, there's a lot of chaos here. We're in the fields, people are distracted. And we saw teams like PGG go down, Go Next got caught out by it as well. I am just surprised that Hive was not barraged by that mortar fire into their crater.
So, funnily enough, actually, that crater is not bad for mortar fire because it's so wide. And you looked at some of the other areas that did get mortared. It's that small ridge, right, on the northeast side.
Yeah.
It's so obvious that players are going to be on that one because there's nowhere else to be. There's nowhere else to be if you're pushing in. It sucks, that area. So if someone's playing on mortar, it's frustrating to play against because it's like, well, I have to play this ridge or I die. But if someone's got a mortar over in that compound, I'm also dead. Yeah. So it's annoying. It's annoying.
Utility was a factor, which was good to see. And obviously, as I said, we did like to see the mortar fire. Panzers were good. I was a bit worried early on with Hive because obviously they did launch out that Panzer and that could have been more effective a little bit later. It was close. It was close. Yeah. Of all things to shoot at, the buggy might not have been the best one, but he did force them into the loving arms of Aurora Gaming. Lots of swap rounds from compounds and lots of rotation. And I do think that's going to play into this kind of map number 2 because obviously with the bigger map, we've seen, especially not in these scrims, but the scrims working up to sort of this main event, teams get caught out, especially on the rotation paths, because I still think there's an element of learning. Miramar, I think, is going to also play a big factor into these teams when it comes down to the rotation. We know it's a bigger map, we know it's a sandy dunes as well, but from the drop spots earlier might reward these teams, or the emergency pickup might be something they'll be looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I think for teams on Miramar, the main thing at the moment is just getting as many vehicles as possible online as quickly as possible. I think that you're right in terms of the ridge size. People are still uncomfortable with peeking over the top. You were talking about this before we started the show. And it's plainly obvious when you're really looking for it. It's tough. It's tough. Coming on to your previous point, though, I'll give you credit. I was kind of confused that people weren't sending mortars over towards Hive. Because although, yeah, it's a wide area, I don't think they got hit by a single one. No one even attempted it. So
no, they hit the ridge, but I think that's because we saw teams anchoring and there was that line of sight. And you're right, there was a huge line of smokes, and it was like, do you know what? Did we gamble and hit into the crater? Or actually, we know there's teams working their way in. Yeah, and they can't get in. They're outside the zone. You have to push forward. So I think, as much as it might have been an easier shot into the dip, it wasn't always going to be the case. And actually, they rolled the dice, and well, for this time, it is able to find the money.
Yeah, it's very nice. Anyway, over towards Miramar, we are having west over towards east. And when I say west over to east, I'm saying it very like broadly, because this is about as west to east as it gets on a plane path. which is it's a very, very nice playing path, really comfortable. Basically nowhere that you can't head over towards on this one. I mean, yeah, Paradiso a little bit further out of the way, but you always grab vehicles on that eastern road anywho, so it's not that big of a deal heading over towards that portion of the map. So I do think this is one of the more kind playing paths that we see.
Kind. You like jinxing these people, but you're right. It is a nice. It's a Western East. Most of these teams are going to get to their either primaries or they're going to get those vehicles, you say, and work their way to a spot they want. I do see potential we are going to have a hot drop, because if this is not right once on a wrangle, why not roll the dice and go again on map number 2, because it is going to be Long versus X-House. So we get another roll.
Are they both serious? Are you serious? Are we playing Pachinki and Picado?
There's a consistency that I like the middle of the map. I'm going to say that.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, it is wild claiming both Picado and Pachinki, but fair play to him. I think if you're ever long, you maybe should have expected this. But good. Saint finds the mad and Odin Mavasi, so we get a little bit of retribution. This also does worry me, Mark, because this definitely means we're going back to Pachinki Hot Drop, because now they'll be refilled with confidence.
We've still got some other maps. Maybe we get on Takeo or Rondo. Let's see. They have the upper hand now, Ever. They didn't have the upper hand in game number 1. They're just waiting to see if they get any more sound cues. I mean, understands that someone is in there, but yes, they do have the upper hand, and actually they're repositioning now to try and see if they maybe go for those reses. But our eyes might be on. We'll take the opportunity now to get looted up.
Yeah, may as well. If you can get grenades as well, it's going to make your life a lot easier. You're going to go for a full 4-man rundown. You don't really be working with no vests. That can prove very terrible when it comes down to it. Fantasy, they awkward jump across the roadside trying to confirm the flush on the other side of things. It looks like...
Point, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Exhal's not out yet. They're definitely still looking for a little bit more. I think that was their opportunity though, right? They get that knock there. That splits him off from the rest of the team. Maybe they can do something with that in a 2v3.
Just want to say, I think it's going to come down to what angle you want to peek out from. Exhale will have the right peek. They have the advantage, especially if ever want to sort of jump over. They have the opportunity to rotate round. And the construction workers laying the foundation to a good game number 2 here, as they split the bananas down to 2. And now you get packing as they send it south.
Construction workers, yeah, you're right. Tailing them. Nailor just put the fear of God into him, so now we're going to wander back up over towards Impala, where Fex is. So the job's been done at the end of the day, with iBanana down now to just the 1 player. Fancy will get the mad 2. So Fancy's actually having a pretty decent start, as is Saint. Finishing off those 2 flushes, leaving only 2 players now left alive here for X-Howl. And it's a good spot for them to be in terms of the circle. It's a complete center circle. Well, a very nice playing path. Leisurely day out on Miramar for everyone at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be key. Utility is key. Thanks for sharing. And obviously, it's worth mentioning. There's the map. It has gone in central, and obviously, I've been on a sort of rotating away from construction workers. I wouldn't be too surprised as well for the guys that would have picked up the chips and they've taken those blue chips and gone, do you know what, let's send it back the other way, so they can't get that recall. We'll have to wait and see for that one. This does mean this will potentially slow down. Jogo Bonito, you can see now, so they have taken that kind of power grid drop. They've got eyes in towards this sort of location. Be difficult to get a knock and flush. They're going to have to catch one of them at least out in the open. But for now, a bit of a breather. Teams get the opportunity to rotate in.
Yeah, I kind of like PG, Jogo Benito's position anyway, because I think for teams like PGG who want to sort of rotate up through San Martin as well, you're cresting through that area. There's a little bit of high ground to work with, so you're going to get sideswiped on that area from Jogo Bonito. They just need to be careful of allowing too many teams in from that north side. So Jogo Bonito doing a lot of juggling during this one. And it is a real big question of how well they'll do it, because we're starting to add more and more balls to this juggling act.
Let's see how that plays out for them. For now, Exhale, they know Everlong can't last forever long. They have to try and push their way in. I think we saw a Panzer in hand, so those smokes might be critical. And obviously, I do have options to jump out. So that one, I think, as I said, will slow down. But for Exhale, they can just sit and wait. The ball is in their court. as they are in zone. Benito move a little bit further out. They sort of encroaching now on the east. San Martin comes into view, but the bunny hops his way over. He's not been spotted just yet. Sneaky.
I don't know. So I'm not bothering looking over the top side there at all. Oh, come on. Thank the Lord. That is a sad time for Severus.
He's shooting as well just to make some noise to go, we're here, but he doesn't know the eagle's nest is watching. Surely you have a peek over the top. Did he see him? He knows he's down there. He sees him now. Now he's going to take the opportunities for making a bit of noise.
You think so?
Might not be the best. It might not be the best thing for you.
Please own in.
That's a C4.
As well as a C4. Nasty. That's it. A good combo though. Nasty combo.
No. He's jumped over. Quick run. Go back down. Hold on. Got a Panzer above. C4 below. Exhale. Down to 1. The Tommy gun. Look, it was a crate gun for a weapon, people. Might be able to try and hold out. But if it does go in the way of ever, well, it does mean it does. And it's a suicide attempt. As they will get the exchange, you get the confirmation. But it's 1 apiece. First game went to Exhale. Second game, Exhale tap out early and Everlong. Well, let's see if they go on to claim the victory.
Yeah, I think I hate that tactic. I think I actually hate that tactic.
It's a tactic, right?
It's very effective. It's very effective. But yeah, I really like the C4 into the corner blue zone grenades. Like you force them into a corner building, blue zone it, they hit that corner out. It's a very cautious way to finish out that one. I mean, I don't think I can call the Panzer suicide attempt cautious, but you know what I mean.
All I'd say, if I
high success rate.
Yeah, but if I tried it, I'd miss 100%. It just wouldn't go that way. It definitely for me, it'd be out the window. It'd be into game number 3. But yeah, it's gotten a success rate so far. We've seen 3 of them so far. Maybe not all of them intended in the way that we've just seen, but that last one definitely felt the punch.
So that's Exhale out, current lobby leaders, which opens things up now for Hive, not iBanana currently. I think you're right when you're saying the construction workers have already removed the chips. I believe they have him. He's playing around Resort for so long. You'd expect him to have raised his team by now. So this really does pave the way for Hive, who came off a fantastic game last time around. See what they can get done here. Most teams now working their way in. It is currently Jogo Benito taking some shots over towards Tavares. Full spray in, and now has to back off the side.
Savin ducks into cover just in time. And again, that's all come from making noise in San Martin. So Jogo Benito got the target that's acquired. Didn't quite get the confirmation. Oh, he just gets away in time. 20 HP. Round he goes. And now he has to keep running. Dodge, duck, and dive. Because Jogo Benito, well, they continue to play forward. They're even getting back in the cars. They do not want to let these kills get away from them.
I mean, for Jogo Benito, you kind of want to clear this team out. It gives you a load of space to work with. And you know, with the circle, the way it's looking right now, if you get another donut on this one, it's likely heading over towards this high ground in the first place, the ridge side that sits over the top of Picardo. Like, it's a beautiful area to control. The more teams you can remove earlier on, the easier it is to claim space here. So it's just frustrating that they don't connect on any of the knocks there. And instead, Crusader to just sit underneath, which pretty much Jogo Benito, it's not something they can instantaneously push because you know teams are going to backfill them on that.
Backfill is going to be critical here, especially on Miramar. TMO, they look to spread across, especially from this east, kind of towards the central spots here. Sparta and Bad Boy have teamed up. So they're going to try now hold. They're launching a couple of shots across towards Hive. Again, a team which likes to centralize up and find those positions, and that's their game style. They want to play out from a central spot and try and get the victory from there. So wait and see. On the other hand, no construction workers, well, they like to be aggressive, but they like to hold the outside edge and pick teams off left and right. So they find their way into Cantera. I think they'll hold here. We're at 27 seconds away before we know where phase 2 is going.
Yeah, I mean, they're really holding out quite a while in this one. I mean, construction workers are a lot less aggressive than we saw them being in the scrims here, looking for the consistent points, I guess. It's not been bad. I mean, they're up to 10 points already. So I think this is fine. And with the 3 points they got from the kills over towards iBanana at the start of this game, sits them in really good stead. If that's the way they want to play this out and just consistently qualify through to each cup, that works out very well. In the meantime, though, Western shift on the circle. Pretty nasty stuff. You got this hillside over towards the west as well, which is sort of unplayable. And you could wrap around there, but eventually it's going to cut out towards that late game. This is pretty rough. This is pretty rough indeed, Mark.
This is rough. We'll come back to the zone in the moment. Nalip says, oh, we're sharing this compound. I best get out of here. So he turns around, goes back the other way, or a game will hold. It doesn't allow me to talk about the zone. That west shift, yeah, is sure interesting. It's going to be horrific for some of the teams. There's a lot of the sort of mountainside now on that sort of south to southeast. It kind of becomes playable as well, but I suppose the number of zones we've had like this and that power grid will be key for a lot of teams to try and take. I wouldn't even be too surprised to see teams rotate really wide around the north and kind of come into that position where to enter it and play from that top side. Go next on the defense. Nalip got safety from one compound, but into the loving arms of Go Next Esports. Goes off down to 1 HP, but he's found a little bit of cover.
Yeah, I mean, for construction workers, I think they fully expected to lose a player there. Jogo Bonito once again taking damage from TMO, much like our last game. Good nade sent over the top, but they are bursting a little bit too early here, Mark. One sent back, tries to confirm the flush over towards Slevin. Not meant to be.
He actually got the knock with a car, so again, it kind of talks into that kind of crashing into areas. Blue zones were good, but good pick up here from Jogo Bonito as they will now kind of back away from that one, and it's going to allow Justice, the IGL for the team now, just kind of drive that car into a little bit of safety. I do worry about like kind of the San Martin, as if it does play against that west, if you do play in towards that sort of power grid in the road, then really one team, maybe two, can kind of leave this area safe-ish, because there isn't that much to play.
No, I think you're totally right in what you talked about earlier, which is trying to play on that north side and rotate in from the west, but it's so hard. I mean, if you can get over towards the hillsides on the west and remain undetected and sort of crawl across, it's fine, but you really do want vehicles here to immediately take away high ground, set up a little bits of cover to work with. Some of those defilades in those late games, very, very important. It's a tough game, and again, this is what I want to go back to my previous point, which is where I was saying that I think construction workers completely expected to lose maybe 1 or 2 players there, but they realize that at this point in time they have to send it, and this is a cautious team we've sort of seen from even that last game, and even this team is like, we just have to go dead center on this one. This is so uncomfortable to play.
Well, Sociedad wants to be a bit more comfortable as he gets the heated seats going in the BRDM. He's going to be using a bit more of a scout as they are coming in from that sort of north side, and they can see Hive leaving their area, so they look to follow. Sociedad again sort of joysticking, manoeuvring the rest of Team Nemesis into a later game. Shingun just reminds him that actually I'm happy to take some shots at it, turn around, you can't play in it, I haven't gone that far away. So I like this. I like that we're seeing this kind of vehicle used not so much as kind of a smash and grab now and crash into compounds, but actually more of a kind of scouting technique and bully your team further afield.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the boys from Diffex, they lost a player, they send the BRDM forward, that gives them a lot of time to pick him back up again, so I think it's really nice. And with a shift like that, maybe they can start to control over towards San Martin, because this is looking like an urban finish here now, Mark, with the nades been sent in over towards Jogo Bonito, are still under fire. They have had a really good position to capitalize off the back of this, but once again, amidst all the chaos, construction workers, they hear all the firing and the shooting, they send immediately forward off towards that north side. What a dangerous and risky push, but they're making it work.
You had to now. They had to now. Again, look how many teams sort of played towards that west, because again, we see so many zones end over there and not kind of hold on to those San Martins. The San Martin endings normally end in that north side. We sort of play out towards that top. So everyone's having to go for a send now back. I kind of like construction work. It's risky, but they went early and it pays off this time.
It is nice. It is nice. Meantime, okay, all right, into TM.
Let's go. Oh.
Getting some good shots in, but it's back and forth, and the rundown comes through. Oh, dear me. It's just back and forth on this bad boy. It is a nasty circle. You got teams coming in left and right. In the meantime, PGG, they're taking a bit of a Metal Gear Solid approach here on that western side. Rotating through on the road side, undetected for now, but they are going to be running into the Hive sooner enough.
I love the Inter. They got a little bit of a just dessert, should we say, because they were the ones that tried it with Banana in game 1, and they just got flattened here in game number 2. Jogo Bonito, after being aggressed by TMO, they now tighten themselves back up. They are as A3. They have lost one as they look to try and find the final couple players of TMO. So again, TMO now have to go in the defensive mode. There's a Panzer. There's a couple of grenades. Now they're just waiting for the smoke to clear to get some information.
We're going to need some. Up against any team. They don't care. They lost last round to TMO. This time a little bit of revenge, which seems to be story of Miramar with Everlong up against their enemies Exhal here. And now it's time for Jogger Benito to carry on the legacy. Set pace by Everlong at the start of this one. In they go. Sonar through. It's a massive shot. Takes down Ares. And now immediately back towards his teammate. Picks him back up.
Yeah, it's going to have the time. Can't see creep crossing that road. It's too dangerous now. And unfortunately, yeah, TMO obviously going to be stepping out. Construction workers, though, keep the cars alive as they use the hillside to their advantage. I don't think they have the information. No one's in those compounds just yet, but they'll soon be able to sort of work in or work out, whether they have to need a little bit later. Everlong are playing in that sort of south side. Squeaky though from UHD on watches towards Nemesis, and again a team sort of playing some high ground. This is a difficult spot for them to hold. A lot of teams, especially another shift back this way, will look to their position as a potential desperate roll or die approach.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's a rolling boulder approach. Seriously. Oh, Everlong. Okay, the legacy stars, I guess, back to some vengeance. Dear me.
They've got some points to make up. They've got points to make up here.
They do.
They lost game number 1. Why not crash in on game number 2? They got the spirit, the eye of the tiger. There goes one grenade. Second one will go in. Looking for some more bodies. They look to try and get the rest. They do get the rest. Jogger Benito back numbers up. Can he get the med on in time? Saints has the smoke in front. Oh, but the neighbours are not being nice as they launch a barrage of 7.62. Simon swings round with the shotgun, and they had many numbers here, but they will fall. It goes back in their favour as Jogger Benito. Hold on.
Nod one looking to take this through, and it's a nod and a shake of the head towards Everlong, and it might just be over here. Great shots. I think Everlong do have one player still left remaining, but he's on bare minimum HP as he backs off towards the rest of his teammates.
Flash. No, he's going to work his way through. Knows where it is. There goes a flash. Simon with the shotgun in hand. Goes for the run. Doesn't quite find him. Oh, sees the player. Now gets the shot. Headshot. And Everlong. Well, it didn't last Everlong for that one. Game number 2. Well, it was a better start, but it went out nearly as quick. 30th place. They will fall. Rest of these teams, well, the zone is moving its way in towards San Martin, and we're going to see chaos unfold on the outside edge.
Oh, stolen valor there coming through from Jogger Benito. Not even letting the legacy owners continue it on. In the meantime, Presenti from PGG, fantastic player onside, looking to send these shots in through with the MK12. He's outside in the blue zone at the moment, but he's trying to carve out some space for the rest of his teammates in PGG whilst providing this information back across. It's a great nade to start things off. More chip damage through. Really, really good from PGG, and they've been playing this game really slowly. They had a tough approach earlier on here, Mark, and they managed to make it over towards this high ground. But you just don't expect this team to be going much further now, do you, really? Getting over towards this eastern side, there are so many teams looking towards you, and this is now kind of split between San Martin as well as that northwest high ground. This is probably the closest I've seen it to actually being a gamble between both those spots in a long, long time. If it does head northwest, it's going to be a riot and a half in San Martin.
Yeah, because everyone's going to have to sort of play in towards where construction workers are, and you'd think they would have set up nicely at this point. No slack. Tap out. That's 12th place for them. PGG looking to be on the outside and zone. Well, it is phase 4. It does tickle a little bit more than the earlier phases, so no surprise that they're getting in the vehicles and starting to look a little bit closer towards that east. Teams are already positioned, so they are going to have to crash and fight for an area now, unless they somehow find their way a little bit further into San Martin, or they hold further on the outside before waiting for the next zone shift.
I mean, things are going to start to quiet down just a little bit, at least on the inside of San Martin. As we're waiting for this next shift, no one really wants to make the move first. It actually happened. It actually happened. I mean, to be honest, it's the first time I've seen it so split in between. I sort of expected to go down towards San Martin, but it's surprising it does head up back this way. I mean, there's complete possibility this shifts back down towards the southeast side, but now you're starting to sweat a little bit. You're feeling uncomfortable. For Jogger Benito, Not sure how much further they can get in this one. They do have the res beacon coming through, one of the later ones here in the game. Can loot up these warehouses. They have full control over them. It's not going to be the greatest of loot, but it might give them an angle back into this game here. I love how Team Nemesis is playing, though. You can't quite see them on the map feed here down towards the bottom right of your screen, but they're in a four-way split. Some over towards the top side of the mountain, some over towards that eastern side. Melman's now looking to regroup with Sosed as well as Diffex. These could be a really, really key team when it comes to this endgame.
This is difficult. This is really difficult. This might be really difficult for PGG. Oh, he's been saved. Utterly saved by Fex. The Welsh Jargon put him down. He was about to launch that grenade forward. PGG launched themselves, though, into the loving arms and not broken. The line hasn't broken just yet. The grenade comes over the top, but it's going to be caught up. There goes one, though. They get the spray. Now Presenti has to charge his way forward, but he's going for a 2 versus 1 head-to-head.
Flashbang in hand, looking to send it over the top here. He is completely flashed out of the way. That nade goes way too long. Smokes now potentially being thrown out, or the blue zone nade over towards him to displace the position. Don't realize just how close he is. Presenti finds the first. The double blue zone. It's correct.
Yeah, no one else is going to backfill him now. They're the only team in the southwest corner, so he's going to have the opportunity now to try and get the rest. They're B2, they're on 6 kills, but we're a top 9, so a couple more to fall when they find themselves in the placement. San Martin's now the place to watch. Joga Bonito has to work their way in. Hive don't have to move just yet, and neither does Nemesis. They hold either side. UHT, well, it's the loving arms in the middle. Everyone else, well, they've got to try and find a spot. Has Aurora Gaming done enough? Are they too split across the line in South San Martin?
Benito finally getting the res in here. Sure, open. Making plenty of shots back. Ivan has gone and Nod 1 also taking a huge amount of damage on the outsides. He tries to regroup with the rest of his team, rotating it inside that blue. Yeah, it's a tough approach for them now. Very, very tough approach.
Slavin got it right, though. He went to the flats and he's in zone. He's going to have a little bit of time now just to get looted. Unfortunately for the other two, they're getting pressure applied.
Battered, yeah.
Toyga, well, gets R6. Maybe they're getting some information. If they can maybe get a third party and sweep in, it means they might be able to get the remainder of the loot that's required. Hail Mary goes through, doesn't quite get the connection. Laos takes opportunity now, crosses the road. Toyga, though, he's on the left peak, though, so he won't have kind of advantage. And there's that zone shift again. Does go back towards that northwest side. Kind of expected a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see for construction workers. They have to now draw their attention across back to San Martin. They have to try and stop these teams crossing in, or at least thin out the numbers, so to speak.
You know what I will say, though? I love what Construction Workers did this game. It's a complete 180 on what they pulled last match, where it was very cautious, a very, very slow approach to the match. Here, they realized that speed and aggression is needed, but it's Diffex with aggression from that high ground, getting some nice shots. MK14, not too many more bullets left in play for it, but nonetheless, he is getting some good damage in.
Depends how many players he's got in front of him. It's Diffex. The guys, the go. Right? And the thing is, for where they are, they're not going to get any pressure whatsoever. Not like that grenade. Artix, though, confirms too. Go next. Well, goes for a little jump. Tries to get a bit of intel, but as the smokes start to dissipate, knows there's someone close. He doesn't know the higher ground, and Steed will find it. The advantage, though, goes in towards Team Nemesis. Go next, though. Outrun from San Martin, but great nade from Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, great stuff coming through from Aurora. Keep themselves alive in this one. I mean, Aurora had a pretty good start in that last game, but I think that's the type of the circle where if you're just on the wrong side of it over an angle, it's game over. It's sort of similar, but at the same time, it does give you more options to work with. I think for Team Nemesis, it's going to be really hard to break through their barricade here, Mark. So we'll see what these teams can do. I'd love to see a Southern shift on this one. I really want to see how Construction Workers would try and win out this game with the 3 players in hand. Certainly got the skill on side to make it happen. But again, the Hive, they have just remained fairly quiet, trying to flutter those wings a little less loudly this game. Play out towards that western edge.
Southwest we go.
Yeah. I believe.
I think a lot of people will be now. I think Hive know that as well. They're putting their position in to try and hide away the cars and try and sneak their way under UHD. UHD played it well. Squeaky's looking towards the south. Danny obviously keeping an eye, making sure Nemesis don't sneak into the compound. I think they've done a good job because they've forced him a little bit further afield. That's not a bad molly, actually. That's going to push him back. But unfortunately, though, he's run out of staircase because the moment he goes out on that roof, he's going to be fully exposed.
Oh my god, Molly goes through here. I mean, this is where it's all going to start to pop off. And I mean, this is Jogger Benito, who have been proper resilient in this game, trying to make it through. Cree for the team that got ahead of them early on. It actually is on top of construction work.
Look, they deserved it. They fought really hard. They laid the foundations. They got the plan and permission done. But game one wasn't going to be for them. They clocked out. This time they're clocking in, and they're clocking into a potential end game.
Yeah, it's a large space of area, though, to hold as three. And this is what I was interested about. We'll wait and see what they can do with it. But I am glad they did get on here. And you're right. I think they do deserve off this back of this game. It was a fantastic rotation early on. They weren't in prime real estate at the beginning of this game either. They had to sacrifice a player to get through to this position. Toygar with some shots from the shotgun, but actually not finding anything. That is very sad to say the least.
One thing he's given away is he's gotten up and over as well, so they know he's only got 2 shots. If they can jump across the smoke one more time, he might find he's getting pushed. They're getting pushed out by the Zyme. We've got launches the spray down the corridor. Again, they have to sort of back away. They are tag teaming this, so I wouldn't be too surprised here for the guys from Jogger Benito, waiting for those shots, waiting for the push, because it is full smoke, so they are just gambling at the moment.
Treef looking over the top side. This is a shot and a half. You got to hit it. I mean, to be fair to him, actually, never mind. It is nades galore. I feel bad for him there. Feels like he should have hit those shots. Sadly, it's just a shaking building all around him. The shots are shakier. So PGG live to fight another day. Floyd Jacket will fall, though. Hive continue just to creep round on that western side. No one's quite spotted him out just yet.
He's got to be so careful, though. As he peeks his way around, he's looking obviously for PGG, but he's fully exposed himself to Hive. They picked the right window. His headshot will be open. For the guys from Nemesis Gaming, though, they try to play up and over. Hive do get 1 and 2. As UHD, they look to try and go around towards this west. And as I said, Hive already made that position. They made that position quite early. And dangerous, though, because Utility does roll downhill. So Diffix gets the spray with the Orc, going for the reposition. Won't be too worried. As after the initial next couple of sprays, you're going to see a barrage of Util potentially dump on top. There comes the first one. So OCD finds rocks. Melman just keeping an eye, being that anchor player, making sure they don't get snuck up on. And it comes to Melman as he gets the opportunity. Jogger Benito, 3-man jump out, and there's 3 opportunities to get points.
Look at that, the deployable shields all sent in, the Molotovs, the nades, has to walk out the way there. They really set themselves up a little bit of a fortress, but it's Team Nemesis fighting those shots. The Slavin will go down, and Jogger Benito's forced back inside that building, not letting these players leave whatsoever. Blue Zone nade goes out, and Jogger Benito just opts to send it over towards Aurora. Vex, though, spotted by Melman. Team Nemesis just have full control over this entire game. What a great position they played on this northern side. Construction workers still can get their player back up again. And with the circle shifting back down towards the south, I do think the construction workers need now to pull back a little bit, knowing this team's on their north side. They probably do still have a good chance to win this game if Team Nemesis is forced off this high ground.
Should be forced off in a matter of seconds, we hope and pray. We're on top 4, though. Nemesis Gaming does have 1 knock, so the lead is down, but we can try and get the res here. Construction workers down to 3 as well, as they are holding on to, as you said, quite a lot of hard cover. Royal Gaming applying the pressure, and Hive, well, the pressure is being applied to them.
Construction workers now looking over towards the wall. I mean, I think they know they need points as well, and this is the best time to do it. Maybe they fall over towards the boys from Team Nemesis, but they're going to pick up the points where they can. C4 in the hands when there's Aurora plays as well. Nemesis just looking to send it with the BRDM. It's so sad. They can't really do anything about this. I think they must be low on ammo as well. Mogor just on the side of this vehicle. Opens up the sight lines once again. The RDM's not stopping anytime soon. They did find one shot over towards their way. Back on Team Nemesis. The effect's fairly low too. And they are constantly having to look back and forth between him and Mogor just in case he gets back out the BRDM here. What a rough position to play.
I know the BRDM's with Nemesis, right? But I feel like it's playing into the hands of construction workers. They used the ridge to perfection. Now they're going to use the slide. Vex, run! It's going to slide into you. Got to be careful. They might jump out. There's one. They're going to try and get the res. So he hasn't got the momentum, so he falls all the way back here. Gustav does get Melman down. And now for the guys, they're going to be cautious. Oh my god, they get it fast, destroy Sosadine. And construction workers, though, they're laying brick by brick, and they're looking for the victory. There we go. They get it in the end. Construction workers, it was a gamble. It was a rotation. It's a 20-point game, and let's not take anything away. Outstanding shots at the end.
Holy aim trainers, what was happening there? That's nuts. When Mogor got out of the BRDM, instantly got picked off. Goodness me, what a good couple of shots there from construction workers. Remember, that is also a 3-man squad going against the 4-man from Team Nemesis. Yes, they'd lost a player a little bit earlier in that fight, so it was a 3v3 towards the end. But goodness me, I mean, we said it, you said it, Mark. They deserved it. They absolutely deserved this game. Construction workers, fantastic rotation at the beginning of this one. They sacrificed one player for a strong position towards the late game. They played it out. They remained resolute towards that end game and were able to work this one through, able to pick themselves up 20 points this match. Now, Team Nemesis, over the course of 2 games, though, have done a total of 3,600 damage. So they are really, really causing some hurt in this lobby.
We say that. You say that. But because I'm an agent of chaos, I have to null and void that slightly. We had a slight setting issue for game number 1. It was my fault, though, people, because I kept everyone in the pre-show, and we rushed our way into game number 1, but we did have a technical issue for game number 1, so the points will not be counted. Does mean, though, for everyone watching at home, yes, you get to watch another game, though. So we're going to have another hour angle at the end. But you got me to blame for it. So technically, this is game number 1. Construction workers will bag the victory. It is a 20-point game for them, and they'll be top of that leaderboard. Rest of it, though, I do feel like it's a bit like a... You'd logically go Goliath, right? And go, hey, the high ground's going to win this one. They've got a BRDM, and construction workers, they're on the ground, and they've got to work their way up, setting the foundations. But they made the most out of it. And do you know what? When Hive was being engaged with that BRDM, they took the opportunity to close the gap, and they played that ridgeline to perfection.
They absolutely did. I think it was a wonderful match. I mean, for Team Nemesis, they tried to pluck as much value out of this game as possible. But you're right, construction workers playing off the back of this one so well. And you could see how Team Hive were just constantly having to look between Mogor and the rest of the team. Whereas construction workers, they were very clear cut on who was doing what and who was going to be the player swiveling to look towards Mogor. And that's the communication element coming into effect. So really fantastic stuff. Jogo Benito managed to get 12 points that game despite going down to just 1 player, Mark. Able to pick 2 of them back up again, get back into it. Really nice fight between them and X-Hal. Everlong, sorry.
I'm worried. I am worried, right? The practice game at the beginning, we saw the hot drop, right? And obviously XL came out on top. Everlong came out game number 2, technically game number 1, and got a victory. Are we going to see this? Are we going to see these 2 teams go head to head the whole time? Like, it's a gamble, right? You're either in it to win it, or you're going out early and you've got to lick your wounds.
Yeah, I think for Jogo Benito, in terms of, voiding that first match, it's not too bad for them. But for Everlong and X-Hal, I think it feels worse for X-Hal because now technically they're on the back foot of losing that first initial fight when it would have been kind of fine. That would have been a gimme match for them where they had that buffer from the first game. Now they don't have that anymore. I think they're the ones where the onus is on them now to leave off these last 2 Erangles. Or because they know they can win it, they just stick around. It's a big gamble. It's a big gamble going forward.
Well, let's talk about some gambles, though. Some of these teams on the other side of that leaderboard have to kind of make their way up. Obviously, the Mythos we spoke about before, so we have to try and work our way through. And there's the update. There's the confirm that I've been messing things up. I've been in the background messing with all the code, and we've got Erangel, game 4, game 5. Match number 2 will be time for Tago. Obviously, the wildcard maps, as we know, always been caught out, and I expect a little bit more, so we say clashes when it comes down to those rotation paths, because these are still some of the newer maps, but these teams are still learning. Now we add the TPP on top here, and yes, as much as you can keep the car safe on the rotation, I still feel like we're not settled on the timings, and we're going to see a few more teams clash.
Yeah, I think for Tago, people are definitely not super comfortable with this, especially on a TPP format. So I think there are some teams in different regions who love this map, who would just want to play it all day long. But we're not talking EMEA here. So I think for some squads, it's definitely a learning process. I think it's a fun one to play, especially with the fielded areas on this side, where you can play a lot of those areas of the map and have a good time getting comfy up against the edges of them. Almost playing like the trench gameplay, which I quite like. And then there's a lot of these open areas with compounds between where you can play the bolties. Overall, it's a fun match.
You mentioned bolties. It sends shivers down my spine. Why? Because I'm terrible at them, but it does make a big factor. And I feel like this is the year of the bolties. I feel like they're returning, because we've already seen a couple great shots from them as well. And you're right, Tago, Rondo, it kind of enhances it, because you do have those open trades. You do have the opportunity to try and catch some of these players out. And it comes back to one of your earlier points as well. That's actually utility going to be key. Can you stay away from these bolty actions, especially if we go to the open terrains? Because if you can't, you're just free kills for anybody with that in hand.
Yeah, I think that for a lot of squads, when you're in these little islands as well on Tago, where you can't really leave, you're playing it towards the end of the match, you do get to this point where you sort of can't take as many fights as you might like, or you're praying that there's vests, that there's helmets in these compounds that you can pick up after you take those initial fights. So I think that when we're watching this game, it's going to be a lot about those early rotations, phase 3s, when things get a little bit more hot, when people know where things are ending. I think you were talking about, and I completely agree with you, is that river that sits down the center on that northwest side can be so hellish. It's like Sandhawk, just on Mach 10 though. So it's a bit wild. It's a bit wild.
It always attracts the zone. That's what always gets me. And I'm surprised a lot of teams are not sort of factoring that in, seeing teams play the coast. I suppose if you go north or south, then you're going to get caught out on either side. But we tend to find that hardship goes back there. Yes, we have to play away. Yes, we can't end there. But I do feel like that river that kind of divides Tago, especially that sort of northwest island and towards that south, actually does mean that teams have to make a gamble, because we see so many zones go across both halves, and it's like, well, is it going to go north? Is it going to play south? We've seen some crazy shifts where you even look at it and go, I can't see it going there, but actually it does bounce out that way. So be intriguing to see. Obviously, we are playing to map number 2, but it is kind of a reset for some of these teams, because this is a wildcard map and anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and it's going to happen real soon, in about 3 seconds, as we're getting a little bit more. It's east to west this time. West to east last game, east to west this game. Love to see it. But yeah, we're starting over on airport, heading all the way across. So this is, again, I hate to say it, sounds like I'm a broken record, but this is another okay circle. Playing
Get out of here! This is a north circle. It's an east. It's across to a west.
It's not bad. It's not that bad.
No, most people are going to go get the main loot spots. Again, we're going to see some of these teams kind of grab and get some of those vehicles and sort of rotate out. TMO go for the early drop. I wouldn't be too surprised for them to go for the cars. Sometimes we see Team Nemesis. They like to play kind of shipyard. So interested to see that actually they haven't kind of left this plane just yet. So I definitely feel like they've been doing some of the scouting, should we say, and understanding that lobby. I know it's obviously week number 1, but they would have done their research. They would have gone back and looked over the games, especially using the admin staff to go, actually, do you know, where are these teams dropping? What are they playing? And Team Nemesis, well, they go late. So they are now sort of playing down towards kind of that southwest area. Some hot drops though, which are not going to be the case, and actually this time we do see X how they spread themselves out across terminal and kind of into that market area, which is great. PGG go late, and actually they do, I'm going to say, deter Go next slightly, as they will look to extend their sort of X shoots a little bit more up towards that kind of northwest. So no major hot drops at the moment. A lot of these teams now getting their cars. They're going to try and loot their way in. And zone, well, it's pretty fair. It does actually go later on in the flight path, as it does sort of come into that sort of holding to the school. But we just mentioned that point, right, Blank? We just spoke about the river. We know there's a high potential that we might play back to the river. But there's one thing I want to allude chat to. In the southwest corner, down by Hosam Prison, there's a bit of water in. And that is also an area which we like to see the zone play. So I'll be intrigued to see if it plays down towards kind of a southwest. That swamp area is going to be huge, especially for Team Aurora, because Aurora Gaming can potentially lock down these compounds if they want it.
Yeah, hey, thank you very much. You're right. Yeah, this swamp area is definitely interesting. Probably less difficult for some of these pro players, but you know, I'm always flipping my vehicle here. This is where I always flip my vehicle.
You and me both.
Yeah, that's where I lose my first car. I've got to find a second. So yeah, this is always a fun area the amount to play around. It's a little bit guerrilla warfare when you get down towards this area of the map. If we do get a circle down here, which I would love to see personally, but we'll have to wait and see here, Mark. I mean, a lot of our wishes have come true today so far. And there's the res beacon as well. I mean, I don't know how you get this off. It's like you need 8 smokes.
And the rest. We've already seen teams rotate into these kind of areas, the lower hills, the lower dips early. So, yeah, wow. We'll wait and see. I think this decision should be made, especially for these teams that are on the north. Do they go early? Do they not risk staying late? Well, there's a Panzer in the hand. They risk to try and chase down. Go next. Might be on the run here. Apocalyptos, though. He gets the spray. Doesn't quite get the connection. He does eventually get one down. Not just one. He gets 2, Blank.
Getting the second as well off the back of the nade in hand. You're going to drop it close. He's really committed to this nade. Bounces back around the side. He might run into it. Has to back out. He nades himself. Oh, it looks so good. But there is teammates coming in to help. Go Next sends in Max now. They know they've got 2 knocks off the back of this. This is a case of getting back up in thick and fast as soon as possible. Looks down the sidelines. Might look for a knock flush here, Mark.
No grenades, though. No heavy util, so he has to make the old school approach, and that is pushing in. Time is ticking. They have the opportunity now to try and get the reses. Did they even catch the vehicle coming in? I don't think they did. Now they're going to know he's there, but they're in cover, and the numbers, well, they're going to be back to a 4.
Yeah, this might be a case where Max just has to back this one off. Not really worth continuing to go for this one. Teammates look like they're on the way. It's Izio and Fine are both in vehicles. You can see them there just coming into view on the minimap on that north side. Looking for a separate angle. Early smoke here to deny sightlines of the vehicle. Prevent them popping the tyres early on this one. Ooh, M24. Okay. Oh, it's close. It is close.
Took a bite off his ear then. I kind of like it. Max's position, he's luring him in to kind of push me. He had the opportunity to get in the car and go. They did catch him jumping up on towards that kind of polytunnel area. The Bolty, though, is whistling past. Hasn't done the damage just yet, but it has drawn the attention, or at least put the brakes on the team.
Yeah, trying to go for these right side peaks here. Oh, I really do like the prediction plays as well coming through from Izio. Looking to grab players before they even peek the window. And you got to do it a lot when you play in the M24 or just the K9 as well. It's just you don't have much choice there if you want to catch players off guard, especially at this level of play. My God, does it feel good to open some air ventilation in someone's head?
Get the connection, get the knock. That could be the difference here. Puts it down to a 3 versus 3. No need to leave just yet. They are in zone. The only thing I do worry about, obviously they've got a bridge behind them in the southwest corner. They're kind of up and over. And teams will eventually sort of work their way if they can't find the emergency pickups. So does a team, maybe a little bit desperate of points, like go past here and go, do you know what? Actually, we want to try and maybe take a couple of points. We know the fight's happened. We know they've got knocks. You've got the kill feed read. Like, do they stop here? So there's a limited amount of time here. So Go Next, yes, might be down numbers, but they've also got the main opportunity and the driving force. If they want to back away, they're the team that needs to do it.
Oh, it's taking a long time as well. It's taking a real long time. We're always 5 minutes into the match here. You see the loot on board. It's not great right now for Go Next either. Ideally, all they're wanting from this is the blue chip, but he's so far on that western side of that compound that like it's hard for them to pick it up. And this might just be a case where Go Next has to come to the realization that we're just going to have to go on as 3.
Yeah. Do you come back? Do you go north maybe? Tank a bit of blue damage and come back? Or fake that you go south and leave someone? Lots of variation. It is phase number 1. The zone obviously will start working its way in. PGG store scouting towards that sort of north side as Hive looking to sort of tighten up, but they've already got 2 down by Palace. Everlong crashed themselves over already. We didn't have any hot drops, we said before, so obviously teams able to kind of get the loot. Main differ here is going to be obviously those sort of loot drops, as we do see kind of No Slack nurturing one. Teams will either be looking for loot or they'll be looking for compounds, because this zone, it's not predictable. It has a few different areas which we can see it end up.
A fair few. I think that for me personally, I think a lot of teams will kind of want this to avoid that northeast side where we're sitting around those fields and the river area. You know, I wouldn't mind. Damn, a Hosam finish, honestly. The Quell looking over towards Max. He gets spotted, and the rest of the Go Next is just not there to provide backup. Kreese played this really well, in my opinion. They played very slow. They know they have the advantage here. There's no reason to do anything too crazy on this. They find Max as he attempts to leave, and that smoke that he threw earlier was kind of his exit option. And that's where the indecision comes back to bite you, Mark, really.
Yeah, it's that roll of the dice, isn't it? To be aggressive, not be aggressive, and they catch Max with a grenade, and I think for now they've got to try and back away from this one and go north, have a chance to pick up the chips a little bit later. Back towards the other side of things, this is one of the favourite things that I actually really love about Tego is the rice fields, these fields that you can kind of play in. If you time it right and you make sure there's no one behind you, you can sort of leapfrog ahead, and you can be really strategic about how you play and reposition cars, try and flank people. Obviously, No Slack looking to try and do this now for X how you reposition themselves. They've got to be careful because teams could encroach on that north side. Yes, we've got the map feed, yes, we can see it, and there's no one there at the moment, but you do have to be careful.
Aurora is playing high ground at the moment. Lurex just getting some scouting done. TMO up against the construction workers. Effects once again shown as the unbelievable accuracy from this team. And they going to be sent through. TMO might not be ready for this.
No one's ready for it. It's effects. Yeah, they do get one down. Nailip charged over the top here. Good stuff, though, in the position. Fade away. He does pick him up in the end. Now they swap back. Bad boy hasn't got the momentum. It's 1-2 and done. The construction workers, though, again, building themselves some momentum in this game, number 2.
Yeah, I mean, if you're bad boy there, come on. You got to get out sooner. I think it's reverse. Reverse. Wexner, though, from iBanana, once again been a thorn in the side of many teams during today's game of play. And construction workers are having none of it. They move straight back down towards the compound. They do have the nice side here with a little bit of high ground to work with. But it's a great nade from Nonsaid. Jesus, and our construction workers, the whole world of hurt now.
Like they've gone back for the cover. Does the pre-fire, catches Vard with a couple of taps there from the MK. The construction workers down bodies, and they might have started to build onto something, but iBanana, well, they build on some griefing to let these guys know this is our turf. Careful, you need that ammo for a bit later, though.
Yeah, calm down.
You know why that was, right? You know why that was? Because remember that last game, they were getting chased and the construction workers might have taken some chips. That might have been a little bit of a reminder, a bit of salt in the wound there for the iBananas as they get to deliver a big punch back. But again, when there's one, there's two, and it's always a third party. No Slack looking on here now, and interesting to see if they can take the advantage. There's the zone shift. Doesn't quite go to that swamp, that danger that we might have seen in that southwest, but it does play, as we would say, back and hold on to that river. So back towards a centralized area. Buksang Sa is in the corner. Fishing camp compound just about remaining in.
Not bad at all. I mean, I think the fishing camp over towards that western side, it's a fun area, but it being cut out does mean we're a little bit less of a desolate arena that is that position of the map. We're playing a little bit over towards those ridge sides, slight bit of high ground over towards that northeast side, which right now we are seeing some of the teams take advantage of. I mean, No Slacks over towards there at the moment, just waiting in the wings. But Hive now realizes that they need to go down. NA, look, another one of your favorite things, Mark.
Love it. Nemesis using the glide. Obviously, now what I feel like he saw and what he saw was, I think there's someone there, but I'm not 100% sure. The team sort of look on. There's a couple of bait shots that do come in. So Lead, though, might be looking to get on the ground and help out. If he can keep the glider alive, it does mean he'll have to use it again. So well used for scouting. Now just has to hit the brakes and go full reverse and try not to hit a tree. Well done.
Yeah, nice. It's never graceful when you land one of those things. But that was about as graceful it gets. Make some shots.
Yeah.
Team Nemesis.
Compared to it like me landing, it always goes upside down for me. I seem to always like bunny hop to the next map.
Yeah, sometimes I find myself bunny hopping straight back to the lobby as well. I'm not sure if it's a bug or not, but yeah.
That's just our game style and gameplay. Well, they don't want anything to do with it, though. Not broke, cover 2-2, and they instantly go for the collapse. Not even taking the time just to med, so they're happy with their one compound. It won't be greedy just yet. I suppose 14 teams in lobby, 53 players remain up, and we are now making phase 2, soon to become phase 3.
Jogo Bonito playing this game slower than usual, which is good. Over towards a fairly decent compound as well. They got a lot of sightlines around them and keep quite a few teams off their backs. PGG, once again, on a bit of a wide ramp on the side. They did this on Miramar as well, and it worked out quite well for them. Got a little bit further into the game. It wasn't a massive match by any stretch of the word, but they were able to get 8 points total now on the total leaderboards, which I think was fine for that match. You keep up that kind of average, you're doing very, very well for yourself. I think for construction workers, it's a very frustrating finish, though, for them. They could have got a lot further and really stamped their name towards the top side of the lobby. Still 3 more matches after this to do that, though, and I think the way construction workers are currently playing, they have plenty more chances.
Well, there is plenty more chances because we've got the extra game. So that's the important thing. Obviously, for those that might just be joining in and thinking why the leaderboard looks like it does. Obviously, game number 1, there was a technical issue. So it's none and void. No points, nil point. So yeah, construction workers, though, winning technically the first game. They're going out a bit earlier here. I like the play. It was aggressive. But iBanana had a little bit of a bee in their bonnet just to maybe apply some pressure as they were chased down the Miramar.
Yeah, it was a good third party. It was a good third party. I think construction workers waited a little bit too long. I find in those areas in particular, because of the way the ridge side works up there, it's so easy to get third partied on because you don't have full vision of the whole map all the time. Also, the trees around there are deceptively wide and vision obscuring. So yeah, I do hate that spot. And anytime I've fought up there, I always find myself getting killed by either a second party or a third party or a fourth party. It's always tough. It's always tough for me.
It's just easy for teams to kind of encroach on you, isn't there, without being detected. They can kind of roll up and apply a level of pressure that you wouldn't expect, and you find you're coming out of one fight and you're going straight into another. So obviously it shifts back over. Hosan still remains in. Obviously not broke, leaving that 2-2 split, find themselves with at least a compound that's in, and Jogo Bonito find themselves in a position we don't generally find them, and that's in the center of the zone without anyone around to crash.
Yeah, pretty nuts, pretty nuts. Not one actually heading out for those loot crates, and why the hell not? Try and pick those up whilst you can. Could probably provide information back towards the rest of his team as well, like what's in them. If the rest of the squad does need to come out and grab some stuff for himself. Good shots from the rest of the squad, though, keeping Team Nemesis at bay, pushing them away from this spot on the map. But to be honest, for Jogo Bonito, this is a winning position. If this zone continues to circle up right now, Jogo Bonito has a very, very good chance to take this game. I think they just need to be a little bit careful. I mean, the fact that not one's still out here and the shots aren't ringing through thick and fast from the rest of the squad, he might go down. He is immediately resetting back to the rest of his squad.
Reset might be the case. Here comes the mortar fire. Honestly, Team Nemesis using glide up, and as you're right, Jogo Bonito denying that glide the information that it's so needed. Forces into kind of that Hosan, but they do find themselves now where their drops are. Jogo Bonito backing away, already claiming all the loot, so it's going to be a bit of a dud position for them. They do have a sort of a position to hold at least, but for Nemesis they might be cautious, especially for these teams that come out of Hosan, and more importantly they have one of their players sitting over there.
PGG, and they're in a bad spot right now. Actually, they're kind of sandwiched between two teams. UHD on their left side, and Abidana move over towards their north, so PGG forced back into this fight with no breaks as well. I'm going to wrap behind them, in fact. And no breaks is going to give them absolutely a break here.
I do like this. I like this development we're seeing from that BRDM. Like, when it first came out, it was kind of like just driving around and staying alive, and now it's becoming this kind of scout tool, and Obviously, got to keep it alive. And you can run people over if you've got the momentum. Oh, there's a mortar fire as well. So actually got stolen away. Ever though, saw the opportunity. Hard work done by Go Next, but Ever lasting long with that love of that mortar fire. Steals it away from the north.
Yeah, this is not fine, apparently. For Go Next, goodness me. I mean, I bet he's glad he's in the BRDM when he heard that mortar fire come through, though. I bet he took a tickle on the old
It's hard
BRDM
to get a knock
itself.
on them as well by running people over. So he's done all that hard work. He built all the momentum just for the mortar to steal it away.
It feels so good getting knocked like that as well. Only to have it stolen, yeah, rough. I'd be pretty pissed off. I'd be pretty pissed off. I'm not gonna lie. In the meantime, though, we do move away from Ho-San, so that is a massive migration of a lot of teams who are finding sanctuary in that locale of the map. And again, I think that Joga Bonito, they play their cards right. They could be in for the royal flush this game. Coming away with the chicken dinner here. Kreef, though, arch nemesis from Miramar. Managed to get ahead of them and really cause themselves some big problems. Now they have to create a big defense here. Immediately, nades go in. I don't think that finds too much damage whatsoever.
I remember these guys also took the crates as well. So one has the famous, obviously shorter mag, but it does pack a punch still. Will pop a smoke. Long distance shots will come in, but the knock does come in from Simon eventually. Toiga is down. There goes the blue zone. That's going to try and do the damage. At least nothing else. Apply more pressure. Follows up with a molly. Now charging his way in. Again, swapping back to the famous. Just be careful of his own blue zone. But he snuck himself right into the corner. This is going to be interesting when the blue zone disappears and the smoke dissipates. They might find themselves with someone sharing the room that they didn't expect.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I completely think that was cleared at this point in time. That's the FAMAS as well. It's a big moment for them. For Joga Bonito, though, they have allowed another team into this area with barely any repercussions. Hopefully get a bit of damage done. Molotov immediately back over the top there. Cuts off that position from the high ground. Not one now looking for some more. Kreef on the outside of this door. And now Joga Bonito, they'll invite in Everlong. This is becoming a real tough area of the map to play. But it's a good initial spray here, Mark.
Not just one. He actually gets the help of the hand from Diffix, though. A little bit further out. Wouldn't be too surprised if we see them crashing, especially if Joga Bonito go down some bodies. Asta has the anchor, holds the hole, gets the spray, gets the pre-fire, but he clicks dry and it's just not going to be enough. The door hinged away from him. Doesn't quite get the knock, and Joga Bonito, well, they made the 2-1 push, and the anchor play now gone, so now they have to split up themselves. It's one apiece for them. They got two teams they need to fight solo.
Oh, that's madness, mate. I'm surprised he didn't get that knock off the back of that. Felt like a lot of the shots were on target. Just missing a couple of the headshots coming through. Mostly body shots, neck shots. That is tough. Not one, though. We'll find one from Kreef. And you're right, earlier on you said that maybe they don't expect a player in here. And they absolutely did not. Not one once again with his sword off. He loves it. He loves it.
Back to the safety, close the door, get everything reloaded, and wait for the third one. Here comes a flash, beating the step out. Doesn't matter about the flash when you got a Famisto. Oh, shotgun comes back. He's down to 15. He jumps, he eventually gets him down. Does that to get the swap over and Slaven. Well, he has to try and get himself back over there as quickly as he can. He calls for the reinforcements, though, from Simon. They charge on forward, but unfortunately, the flush has already happened. He's shotgun in hand. He's now waiting, though. And Slaven has to go around. He opens the door. Flash comes out. Another flash will go through as well. As he closes the door on the shotgun, and Simon, well, they tag team it up, and they close the door. They're going to fall. Kreef, well played, but not for long.
Yeah, it's a nice pinch there. It's a really, really good pinch. Now, for X-Howl, who should have been on a much higher count if it wasn't for our first game of the day.
Oh, wow.
They're looking for a little bit more in this game. Nice nade from Lurex over towards into TM. He's going to send another. Won't go quite far enough. Team Nemesis will find UHD, though. Still playing down towards the southwest side. This is really open ground now over towards the north. We don't end up towards these compounds on the south side. A little bit of some...
Run!
Yeah, definitely a run. Definitely a run angle.
Let's see. Oh, the zone shift again towards that north now. So yeah, we have played completely out into the open terrain. So no surprise there with the whistles of the mortar fire. Doesn't mean they're going to fall. Diffix, Peekaboo's over the top. Inter loses one. Just backs away. 7 kills here. But they're down to 2 bodies here, Blank. So got to make themselves feel like 22.
EGG. Make the approach. They are going fast on this western side here, Mark. They're flying over towards Aurora, playing a 3-man split. So they are fairly out of the way. But they get themselves that little slice of the corner of the road there that they can play on. You're right. Nemesis having to show a lot more chest here versus these teams when playing as 2 players, but DFX sort of doing the work of 3 right now.
You saw him in the end. They didn't know exactly where they were, and I think that click gave away. DFX does find one though. Aurora Gaming has to try and push over towards the other side of the road. Jogo Benito now getting warmed up, and there's 1-2, and they clear that secondary crash though on their side. So 9th place for Everlong. DFX though just about gets the med on in time though, and they did find the final 2 bodies as well. Unfortunately for them, Extends finds Melman.
Yeah, leaving it just with DFX, and honestly, Extends should be able to find DFX as he pushes back into the circle here. He's waiting out as long as possible, hoping that Aurora Gaming takes sightlines off this. Looks like they are prioritizing looking over towards X-Howl on that northeast side.
It's difficult, right? You look at kind of Team Nemesis position, and DFX obviously they're a duo, and look, you've got to give massive kudos to Team Aurora and PGG. They saw these teams fighting. They were like, do you know what? We know the zone shifting away from us. Let's just get in where we can. And DFX has to completely disengage, and now he has to use the card just to get back in the zone, but he has to pause here. He's going to have to get a med, but again, that is huge. That, for those that don't know, that goes up towards a hill on the other side, and it's not a graceful hill. It's open. There's a couple of dips. We've just seen the BRDM hiding out in one, and they're going to draw a lot of attention. X-Howl, on the other hand, though, they've got this wonderful ridge, the observers bring it into view, that they can just sit. They just need to ensure that other teams don't wrap round. iBanana are going to look at this from the east side, and I wouldn't be surprised with Aurora Gaming now encroaching onto X-Howl's position. They need to push up into a northwest area.
I think honestly, for X-Howl here, they have to blast this BRDM. PGG, their wild rotation comes to an end. It has been a bit of a time for them. You know what I am interested by is these loot drops that have come through on the south side of the map here. It's how well can teams make use of those in terms of, it's a small amount of cover, yes, but a lot of times those loot crates can be really useful if you can get some deployable shields around or even crash some cars into those loot crates. That can be very, very nice towards an end game. But I do think for X-Howl, they sort of need to look down towards Aurora Gaming, which is what they're doing right now. World Cup looking for that. So they need to carve out this western side because they need to play up against iBanana and the rest of the squads who are currently on a 4-man. Jogo Benito taking some serious punishment in the meanwhile.
And obviously the zone shifting slightly away from them. Comes down towards this kind of cover location, right? The Ritos, they're going to help to a degree, but you're going to need an armor's chest worth of them to continue a sort of a pathing from the south over to the top. iBanana have slipped ahead in front of them. And now, X-Howl, they're looking to provide a little bit of aerial cover from the top. For as well, finds Aurora Gaming that parks up. I think for them, their only option was to play into this kind of gully, and I like the play from X-Howl. They read it well, and now they defend it to perfection.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it was their biggest option because they need to play in a line up against iBanana in this endgame. They have to. Whether it's convalesces towards the center, it's a high ground towards the center of this circle. They want to press as far up against that small ridge towards the center of the map as possible before they take this fight with iBanana. In the meanwhile, it's all about just getting rid of the stragglers at the moment. Yeah. Sadly for X-Howl, they don't get the pickups on all of these loot crates down on the south side. iBanana immediately grabbed control of that. But I do wonder if there's a possibility for X-Howl, if they're able to get rid of Go Next, they could push down towards that south side, try and get as much ground taken as possible. That's unfortunate, and this is feeling more and more like an iBanana's game.
Oh, this is open terrain, I can tell you. This is like a chaotic zone. This is all I can say. There's no structure. There's just survive at this point. Right? There's a couple of dips. Who's got deployable shields? Those sort of crates are going to come into effect as well. There's a couple of rocks. Cars, again, will be critical if you can keep them going. At some point for these teams, they're going to look at this zone and go, it's just about, we can't win. We need to get as many kills as possible.
And we'll see how X-Howl's able to do that. PGG do go out with Jogo Benito able to find those shots. Really nice pickups for them towards this end game. Despite like how claustrophobic it looks for Jogo Benito, they're still picking up points where they can. Up to 24 now, tied up with construction workers. So despite everything we said, I think they have played a slower game today, and it is starting to show dividends for them. I think they took some liberties with that first match. Luckily, that did not go through anyway, so things have worked out fine for them.
It was a warning. It was a shot across the bow.
It was.
Sort it out. Gets yourself some central compound. Arctic tries to find him some central cover. As he lays down low, I think he's been spotted though. Here comes the blue zone. It's been delivered. It has to drive forward. He drives into a face full of 556.
Yeah, Flores is on fire right now, doing some good work. I mean, Aurora couldn't even step to him in that position. Ibanana lose another. I don't know how Simon's still alive right now. He's doing some unreal work to remain upon this one. Go next is Yo with a good shot over towards Wexner, who is completely distracted by Jogo Benito in the background. And all the while, Exhal continue to apply the pressure.
It's been applied. Confirmation done. Ibanana slipping away. So they've gone from 3 down to 1. They have to try and get a res if they can. Simon says... And we try and get a few more kills before checking out. But we are in the top 4. Exhal have the control. They've got the bodies as well. 3 players up. Now they're looking to try and drive their way forward on towards the roots. Flores, as you said, having an outstanding game. 6 kills for him. Now Pop's going to pop over the top. Sees one side though. And oh my god, our banana fall down though. Run the nades from Go Next. Well, it gets delivered, but they get back into the safety.
Good
and they will force that BRDM with a little bit of damage away from where their position is.
Yeah, so it's a really nice nade, all things considered. I mean, Jogo Benito's absolutely out there. 10 kills in the match for Exhal, so more than making up for amends from that last game, as well as losing out on the initial points. But yeah, great nade over towards BRDM, down to a 3rd HP. Probably looking at 1 or 2 full clips into it before it goes down. And it doesn't look like they've got any repair kits for it either, which would have been really ideal. And a Panzer's in play. Okay, they thought of everything.
Yeah, you bring BRDM. Yeah, you can try and play into us, but this is where the utility double will come in. There's one over the top. I think they're trying to lure in this BRDM. If they can catch him in flight, they will get the win here. Exhal looking to try and deliver a punch that will confirm. But it's a 3 versus 2. It is phase number 8. And I'd argue to say all control is in the way of Exhal. I'll be interested to see what Go Next tries to deliver.
Yeah, it's been a lovely game from Exhal. They played that small ridge perfectly. They really took advantage of it where they could. At this point in time, they're basically just baiting Go Next to come out with the Panzer in the BRDM. Nelcop's still playing on the outside, has some Dorios to work with. I think Exhal can play this really slowly. They don't have to force anything. It's more than likely next circle's going to push them out. I think for Exhal... Oh, there is a repair kit in play. Yeah. Never mind.
They've got one, but I think you're right. Exhal, and this is their game style. They like to take compounds. They like to take control. And this is kind of what we're seeing now, right? They're taking control. They don't need to play. They've got the anchor. They're going to watch if that BRDM moves. He doesn't have to expose himself yet. And they're going to be the ones that are going to have to move first. There goes the smoke. Expect the smokes now to sort of bloom out from Go Next's position. But I think that Panzer's coming in anytime quick. Actually, they've jumped one out. There goes the Panzer. They're going to commit their Panzer quite quickly. It doesn't quite get the connection. Go Next, punch a hole through. That's going to be a problem. They're going to try and identify. I don't know if there's 1 or 2 there, as the spray will come through and they have split him. Okay. And they get the better of him as well. Oh my god, Go Next. Okay. To go down. And there's 2. They might take this.
Izio finds a shot. It's perfectly placed. The repair kit coming in absolute clutch. Fine now moving over towards the man.
Oh my god, runs him down. What an ending. The slowest one over ever. I thought Exhal were just like, yeah, that worked. We had a plan, but it didn't come to fruition for somehow. Well, they get the kills. GG's in the end. Go Next, though, came from the belly of the beast, and they took out the lurking wolves in the end.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah, there are 2 wolves inside of you. One of them controls the entire the northern side of the map, and the other just lets you get run down by BRDM at the slowest pace it could be. I think he just accepted his fate, to be honest with you.
I think he was discombobulated. What's going on? You had the angle. What? The one job was to hit the Panzer, and you didn't hit it, and he just continued slowly going until he run over. They flattened the game. They delivered the points, though. Match number 2 done. to a slow perfection. That was interesting.
Yeah. That's really put that one in the slow cooker for sure. I think, to be honest, as soon as that Panzer hits and you don't get the confirmation on the kill, that I think you just have to pull out the assault rifles and start spraying, because the other lad hadn't moved. And you certainly got some good damage on it with the Panzer at that point anyway. What a rough one. So lucky that they did have the repair kit in the end as well, because if Go Next didn't have that, that would have been very, very bad.
Yeah, the repair kit did come out, as you did see, and I also like that. Give him the kudos that they actually jumped out. He did have a spray in the smoke, so eventually they did bring the guns back. But I feel like even Go Next, their play wasn't that. The play was, we'll get the BRDM going, we'll draw the people that way, and then we're digging with that final play. It was actually the BRDM that conquered the game at the very end. Talk about rotation, talk about conquering. There's a lot of paths, there's a lot of movements for these teams, as we did see that sort of shift back. I do want to highlight, though, Jogo Benito. First time we've now seen him in the kind of end game. Simon Says was the last one there. But they found themselves in a centralized compound, not in their normal position, definitely outside their comfort zone, but it wasn't to be for that long, because teams started crashing in, and then they got to try and deal with the damage.
Yeah, I think that when we looked at that, I think it's a classic case of when you're in a compound like that, you have to focus one side primarily. As soon as they saw a team crashing in from the south, they should have all pulled out from that northern side. It's like, if a team crashes on your north, fine, but you need to deal with a threat on the south immediately. And what ended up happening is that they tried to control the entirety of the compound. And instead, what you had is Everlong coming in from the north, and you were playing in a 2v4 scenario, which never goes your way. I think Nod1 is a fantastic player, and he's able to make it look a lot better than it should have looked in the first place. But yeah, the big kudos to Simon getting himself towards the end game, because that could have been a really rough match otherwise, Mark. Simon says these are not the Benitos you were looking for.
And these are not my Benitos. Total leaderboard, though, as we tally up game 1 and game number 2. Yes, game number 2, people. And I messed with the aura. Jogo Benito do find themselves now sitting on top. Construction workers, though, after an aggressive start in game number 2, and I would argue to say, actually, they really executed that play against the Mythov on top of the hill well. There was Ivan Arna, who actually found themselves later game eager to get a little bit of just desserts as they look to conquering on that third party.
Yeah, again, for construction workers, I think they just come under an unfortunate third party there. They don't expect a team. And it goes way back to what I was saying at the beginning of the day, is this is definitely like the litmus test of teams in terms of rotations and where teams are coming from. You got to give some of these squads a little bit of slack when it comes to that happening, because they don't exactly know where all these rotations are. They don't know exactly where these teams are going to be playing on this first week. It'll become more apparent as we go into week 2 and week 3. So I still have a lot of hope for construction workers. But we have 3 more matches ahead of us to really see if my hope is misplaced.
We have to wait and see. There is still opportunities, you say, for some of these teams that were on the right side of the leaderboard to kind of get things going. As I alluded to in that Super Long pre-show that I delivered, it was more the Mythov. They are the dark horse, right? They're in a position at the moment I didn't expect them to be in, and I do worry, especially all of those guys stream. So if you haven't already, give all the players, anyone in the lobby, some love and get yourself into their streams, because actually it does give you a lot of information. But some of the information that you will take away, especially from that team, is they can lose their head slightly. Now, they've had a bad game. They need to get the reset. And what I don't want to see from them is them sort of questioning each other. Are they making the right calls? Are they not? Because yes, there's only 5 maps today, but you've got to reset after a bad one.
Yeah, we're at the halfway point now over on Rondo. It's a nice big map to play around with. You got a lot of room to work with on your rotates too. So this is a map definitely where you can get something better done here. I think that some of the fights have just felt a little bit messy from TMO, where they're not fully coordinated. I mean, even that last one with Bad Boy, just basically not having a shoe into that fight until the end game, where it was a little bit till the latter part of that fight where it was just indecision of, do I stay or do I go? Yeah, it's definitely not easy. It's not easy, especially when the rest of your teammates are getting mowed down, to make that call that I need to leave and wrap back here for the blue chips later. But yeah, that's something that they're going to need to start working on in the future.
And decision making will be critical. As you say, Rondo is that obviously bigger map. We will see more gliders, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see sort of teams maybe move into earlier drops when we get to see the flight path, and obviously try and get those hard spawn gliders on the outside edge of Rondo. I do feel like that ability to farm. Now, obviously with the map, yes, it's bigger. We have some higher pillars. Potentially water might come into play, but the zones react slightly different. Now, we've seen so many teams have already played against each other coming through this week number 1. But I do think it's going to come down to actually how do we hold, how do we control, because a team like How, they like to play centralized compounds. They like to hold. If they can get the gamble, if they can hold in the right location early enough, they should be expecting a late game, and that's what they should get delivered from Rondo.
Yeah, I think for How as well as, teams like Team Nemesis as well, you're hoping to see them continue to put up points. And I think for getting discouraged off that last game, Mark, that's what you've got to really, because you talked about TMO, having a reset. I think that How needs a big reset right now. That is, I don't want to say embarrassing, but it doesn't feel good to see that. I watch that back on the big screen, right? And we know How is way better than that anyway. It's just one of those fluster moments where everything goes wrong in a space of 10 seconds, despite you playing everything so perfectly. And those are the 10 seconds that people remember. It's like, wait, How played the rest of that game insanely well. It's just sad that those final moments went so awry. So yeah, I think there's a lot of teams here as we go into Rondo who need a big reset.
Well, the reset comes into play, as you mentioned, we're on the halfway point though, and it is the halfway point though at the end of week number 1. So if for those that haven't got the points, they need to reset and make sure they capitalize up, because at the end of these games, we will lock in the leaderboard, so to speak, and put it into the major leaderboard. And we'll be coming back though for 2, 3, 4, and 5 weeks, and they will continue to tally up those leaderboards. And at the end of week number 5, that's when it really matters here. But this game, match number 3, is coming in from a southeast up towards the northwest, but it isn't going through the heart, the soul that is Rondo. It is playing into that north to northeast corner.
Yeah, and this is a tough playing path, actually. I think a lot of teams won't be too happy with this one. It's pretty rocky over on that northeast side, a little bit awkward to rotate out of. It really depends on this first circle when it does come through, but Neox test track, this is a place that many teams love to favor and want to pick up nice and early. You can see upwards of 3 to 4 teams in this area. I've seen in other tournaments more like 5 squads playing towards Neox as well as Factory, as well as Test Track, which is very amusing, but it does happen. Players even sending in 3-1 splits, which is crazy. Don't expect to see any of that here, as Jogo Bonito is the only ones bold enough to play Test Track, which is sort of what we expected. Everlong also not want to give up that central position. Exhale, though, they'll leave Everlong to their devices over in Neox Factory, and they'll pick up a position slightly further off towards that western side. But you can see how much space down towards the southwest here, which has been opened up. No one really wanting to pick this up right now, just because they can't even get there. But what a circle shift, Mark.
Oh god, yep, yeah, no disappointment here. I do like this zone actually. I'm an agent, the Chaos Chat will tell you, and I do like it for a couple of reasons. That west side, that kind of where the river curves around that high ground, teams, if they go there quite early, might catch some of these teams moving over, and because we have the unplayable at the top, it has to bounce back. So there's a lot of bottlenecks of where these teams can and can't rotate. But if everyone sort of forced themselves into sort of middle, no one expanding themselves out a bit further, I think we might see some early engagement.
You're going to see a lot of that as well, just because it's sort of a funnel going over towards this northern side of the map as well, where it's so awkward on some of these crossings. Even the river over towards where you're right now, you're seeing no slack. They might continue to play this 2-2 split anyway, just to catch off teams as they're passing through. Always do love seeing this portion of the map as well, down towards Jadena City. What a beautiful part of the game this is.
But I can hold my hands up on this one. I can embarrass myself, right? You know, when this first map came out and you get the flight path, you got like this big city in the distance. I was like, oh mate, that's Jaden City. And I tried to jump to it. And then I realized it's not on the map. And Jada City is a little bit further in. No. But Jada City is. But in the distance, when you fly over, there is a city that's further afield. I'm like, that's the city. I'm going for it. And I was flying to it. I was like, oh, no, that's not in the game. I need to turn back.
I need to rotate around.
There you go. That one there. That's making service. See, I'm not making it up. That's what I thought it was. I'm interested to see if we expand the map out into a super urban ending over on that sort of east side. But yeah, I was teased by the developers. But no, Jada City.
I mean, I've played Ripton, so yeah, I don't need that anymore. I don't need any more of that. It's enough for me personally. I think it's sizable enough. I mean, that would be that feels like a map in of itself, realistically.
Maybe it's coming. Maybe
it could be. It could be.
It's an Easter egg.
We're accidentally leaking right now. God damn.
Mate, no one trusts me with information. I can tell you that. The only thing I can trust at the moment is No Slack have got some big decisions to make. They are the centre of the zone. Jogo Bonito already on the hunt for some teams already. There's a lot of high ground as these teams will start to rotate in. It's a difficult one, this one, because there are a lot of potential endings as we get the wonderful cinematic shots, though, as we will find ourselves with PGG on the south side of Tin Long Garden.
Yeah. Honestly, you know what? This observer... kind of good, kind of like
kind of good. This is peaceful. This is tranquil for
that's what
the
calm
I'm before the storm.
Like, I've been very happy. You know, I'm a happy guy right now.
So is Sloy. He's happy. He's getting some loot in this wonderful location.
But yeah, I think what I was saying about UHD is that they actually have a nice path over towards that north side. They would have done if it wasn't the fact that Team Nemesis is currently cutting that position off. And I think it's because UHD didn't move out early enough. They were quite comfortable in the fact that they would be the only team playing on the eastern side. But Team Nemesis actually wrapped around here and now heading over towards EMEA Town, over towards that north. So yeah, I do worry for UHD a little bit on this rotate. Are they going to get caught up in the mix of it with Team Nemesis in front of them?
We'll wait and see. Jogo Bonito taking a little gamble of going central, as they haven't tried to take the fight on with anyone else just at the moment, but they will find some really good compounds. I do like this area. I do get concerned, obviously, when the zone sort of shifts away and you have to kind of climb that hill on the south. But again, if you lose bodies, you've got the recall center here as well. Gonex are encroaching as well on that north side, so they do cross the bridge already. Sometimes you see teams sort of divide and conquer, so to speak. But Gonex will be here in the cars. They might have the opportunity, as they do have the Dragunov in hand. They might be on watching here. JS9 though for Jogo Bonito, but the shots come out first. Jogo Bonito, well, they provide the first set of damage.
Yeah, Kristalny. Nice couple shot, but that's a little bit done there. Panzer in the hands of Slaven. It is surprising that Jogo Bonito is in first place. But again, we kind of called it, right? We had the finger on the pulse here at the start of the games. They look like a very, very promising team. I think that they're a team, again, I think promise is probably the best word to say about them. They have a lot of potential, that squad. But it's funny when seeing them place into like these engagements where it's like, maybe something they've not encountered before, and you're like, they have to learn a little bit more of how to deal with that. But again, I think that you give this team maybe half a year, it's me, they're going to bring some massive to the table.
But this is what I like about the format, right? It's not just a one and done here, right? We've seen historically, you kind of go through the qualifiers, and if you get knocked out, you get knocked out. Teams that have got knocked out already and haven't even made this stage, there's still another 4 weeks that they can come back and deliver points. What happens today is not the end. It's not the confirmation. It's just the start of it. And if a team like Jogo Bonito can continue that, they just need to make sure they find themselves back here every single week. And Squeaky finds some shots back towards Diffix, but he doesn't quite get the connection just yet. He might have provided some help, but he needs a new tyre. He does use the car and just go to the other side.
Yeah, hide that bad boy as fast as you can. Scarce is going down though, absolutely, but not before Squeaky takes a fair bit of damage down to 6 HP. Force this car to take a bit of the damage for him. Is UHD feeling pretty good about that one? Car's on fire. Got the Pico in the action. Get him out of there. Silent. And not deadly, but
thought we're bonding there at the moment. I like Pico busters are deadly sometimes. They're a little bit quicker than the BRDMs, and we know we can get kills with them at super slow pace.
That is true. That's true. It's the assassin of the vehicle.
the ability to put up on the ridge without even knowing that you're there. Zone obviously now working its way in. Most of these teams are just about in zone. Construction workers still on that sort of wide rotation. Again, a lot of these teams gambling back onto that sort of northeast corner. I am worried again that it might play back towards the west, and if it does, X-How will be happy. They've taken that high ground I spoke about, and obviously Aurora Gaming, PGG obviously do need to come in the south, but expect them sort of play into the south and sort of work their way in and sort of move into a position where they can gain information. And the information will be key in this side of the map. There is lots of elevation. We haven't got the big pillars, but there's a lot of hills that you can kind of play onto. If you keep the cars alive, then obviously you can move quite quickly. And I think when we see these shifts coming in, because there's a spaghetti of water in the middle, it has options of which way it can go.
A spaghetti of water. I like that a lot. We'll see how it works out, because it could be, hard spaghetti, could be al dente spaghetti in terms of these rotations. Could be tough, could be kind of easy to work with. And I think that you're right about X-How, though. That position on the north side, if you can control that high ground, oh my god, what a spot that is to play in. Really, really good for teams. And we know that X-How already have shown us that they're great at holding location on a map and playing out very well. We're ignoring that the final moments of that last game. Okay, let's put it behind us. It never happened. All right, you got to scrub that from the memory. I was going to say something about VHSs, then realize that no one's going to know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I do. I'm with you on that.
That's not a good thing.
Well, we're here. Remember, if you can't play, you cast. That's what I always
true.
been told.
It's true.
I've got the reaction speed like these legends in the lobby. And here's one of the legends, Vex. Level 3 vest. He seems to always have the all the gear, and he's got all the ideas as they are working their way towards that high ground. But unfortunately for them, X-How is here. They do look towards that rev bit at the bottom. The zone does shift towards the north to northwest, so this area is in, but there's a lot more land towards that north side, so they might look at an opportunity to cross on that little bridge as soon as they can.
We do send over towards that northeast side, like you say, and X-How are going to immediately move. Goodness me, this is like an absolute pincer maneuver for every single team. TMO also going for it. Contender, definitely a hot spot here for a lot of our squads trying to pick up position on that one. And I think most teams are realizing this has to move north, right, Mark, with the circle. But all this water on the south side, it's likely going to push over towards this northern edge where, yeah, there are ridge lines, there's some water involved. It's a cool spot of the map. And honestly, it's not a spot of the map that I've really seen a lot of games ended.
No, because there's so much water. You've got those little lakes that we just saw. You've got the river on the south side as well. So we're still holding on to unplayable at the top. We haven't left the unplayable. Now, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, we know they can be random. So wherever it might go, we'll have to see. But eventually, when we start getting to those phases 4, it needs to centralize up. It needs to finish on an area which we know we can play. An area which we know we played here. Well, it's either on launching the shots, but unfortunately for not broke, find themselves breaking some legs of their own players.
To roll these vehicles for the EMP zone. For now, it's a bit of a dead stop for their rotation, which is a bit unfortunate, but they had no choice. They had to go for it, right? They've got to do something with this. Just about get themselves outside of that zone, and Nonce can keep moving. Hive's going to push far north, by the way. They push far, far north. They're playing the four-way split right now, picking up some high ground. Everyone else, though, opted for Contender, which I cannot believe. They are so adamant it's sending up here.
We've had a few, but it's rare. She said it's really rare. And there's not a lot of cover to be had up here. So I won't be too surprised teams will look to try and crash their way in. Danny says this is our turf, you should not pass. And they get the second as well. Inter has not had the luck when it comes down to driving in towards compounds. TMO just is looking to try and get as many kills as they can. They get one on the other side though. But it is town to town fighting, and 2 confirmations from UHD. They capitalize up, and just as well looks to move over. They want to be aggressive. They're trying to make up though from the lost opportunity in game 2.
Absolutely. Let's be honest though, Mark. Inter TM hasn't really had much success driving into anything throughout today. It's a little sad to say, but that's. I'm not sure how you really fix that either. It's like, stop driving into things. Maybe just drive round stuff in the future. One team that has done very well driving into the chaos is definitely iBanana. They're a team that kind of, I think, was a surpriser, to be honest. Not a team that had too much of my eye on when we were looking over towards those scrims, but they have came out swinging here in the first day of the weekly cups. I'm very, very impressed by this squad. Great nays from Wexner so far. There's been only a few minor mistakes that I've seen from this squad. Other than that, been pretty damn good, honestly. Circle down to Muho Pan. What is this game, dude?
It's the last random one we go. I think there's the only advantage here that we know it has to play back a little bit north, right? Because what a centralized zone coming the next one. We're going to have too much water in. Construction workers, well, they haven't finished the work yet, but they use the opportunity just to get over the bridges. They will bounce, and it is a bit of a roll of a dice, whether it goes upside down and they lose all momentum. So, there's one. There's another one. Potentially. Nice. Yeah, there's another one as well. So, look, if they finish the bridge in time, we wouldn't be having these problems. That's all I'm going to say, construction workers.
No, you're totally right. Here's a bridge we didn't make earlier, which is a bit sad to see the construction workers. But great tracking from the Mad, though. Really like that. Sadly, Jacket is going to find him on the side. And that is one down for them. Into TM, Lou Sharon. Flora will go down. Sosa D is doing some sick work, by the way, on this north side once again. I feel like Team Nemesis kind of plays like a solo squad team. Everyone's just doing their own thing, and then they come back together towards the end of the game to make it work. Nice shots from Scav, though, on no slack.
Holding his position well. X out. They're not settled in this one. They haven't got a compound to play from, so driving around, trying to find somewhere. And again, not a lot of these teams will have reps in this neck of the woods, right? We've had a couple of zones up here, but a couple being a nicety. So not well rehearsed. Team Nemesis, you're right, are looking for kills. They sort of bounce off each other. They're farming information as much as they can. They're playing on this sort of north side. Melbourne is the anchor. I think a lot of teams will look at the riversides now as an area that they can kind of send their cars to and find safety. But for now, just keep an eye on iBanana as they hear Arctic's coming in. And Wexner, well, he's sneaky, but he's trying to find himself a kill.
Yeah, looking over towards Arctics, but you're right. Hive looks over towards him. I don't think he actually even has the time to hit this. Might
he
be
second-guessed
really
it, didn't he, twice?
Close. Oh, it's very close.
And he got a pedicure as well. We got more than a pedicure from Mogor. He got a face of 5.56. He's going to go down. He doesn't even need that confirmation. He's Hive. He's just going to work his way back. As they will look for that confirmation further afield. So, yeah, I am bamboozled as to how he got that med off. But just in time.
Yeah, I think it was super close. Correct me if I'm right, I think it's Team Nemesis took down UHD earlier on in the game. Yeah. They're only 1 point. We managed to find a couple of them, but yeah, it did end up working out in their favor. Sosa D. Goodness me, the M249 absolutely killing it, crushing it with the rest of his team. Never mind. When I was talking about them, it's definitely a different team they were taking out there in Aurora Gaming, but wow, what plays that is. But now Hive immediately spot this and look to third party. But Team Nemesis, they really didn't take too much damage at all. That was a very fast fight for them. Maybe Hive doesn't realize this.
As a spectator's blip. Come back. One thing I would say, Sosa D obviously will go down towards zone, but he would have read that kill feed with Arctics like jumping out of a vehicle and falling down. It wasn't in this location. It was up here where we're looking now. But Sosa D seeing that kill feed was like, there's another kill round here that I could take, and that's why he sort of took his finger off the pulse. And unfortunately for him, it was to be the end. Hive still hold on to the high ground here. That zone does shift back as we have to kind of play normal PUBG now as we give up most of the water. Most of the teams have a home. I do worry though, because again, outside edge, high ground, teams need to find their position.
Yeah, I mean, I think that even before this, I was sort of expecting, like you were saying, for this to move away from Muhopan. Go next, have this crazy good compound that they could potentially play out for the rest of the game. It's small enough as well that they've this very capable position to hold out. They don't have to focus on any one side of this compound either. This is really, really good for them. It's a decent nade. Might just go underneath, but doesn't quite find Kristalny. Jogo Bonito will keep him alive for the time being. Nade's a little bit better. Not quite around the side either. So Jogo Bonito, they have an impromptu scout, but he's going to have to walk backwards. Yeah, because that happens.
I love that Jobs Prod was like, no, this is my kill. And he just shot through. And none said, he was like, no, I'm shooting this guy. You can go somewhere else. For that confirmation and relevant of his own team. Banana down to 2, 1 kill up. They are on the outside edge of the zone. It's phase number 4. As I said before, we have lost the water now. It'd be difficult for them to kind of rotate out here. They will be exposed. Actually, that will help if you have a vehicle. That should allow you to kind of move a little bit more towards the east. I'd be intrigued to know if they even have a read on team already playing out this way.
Team Nemesis getting all 4 players back up again is nice. And Everlong's still up again. iBanana playing down towards that south side. Tough stuff. Again, I think that when we're looking at this, Mike, what you're really looking at here is teams waiting. They're waiting for the next shift. No one wants to play towards the center area unless you're construction workers. You've got no choice.
Look, that's what we see. Some teams have some hard compounds. Some teams don't have some compounds, but they have some ridges. We've got 4 seconds to go before we get to see where phase number 5, surely a shift towards that kind of northeast side will be better for these teams. It doesn't go south. We do hold on to some water still at the bottom. You can walk through it, so classified slightly as playable. But for construction workers, the gamble pays off. That western hold will be okay. They look to try and centralize up because they know teams are going to be leaving the town and they're going to be pushing their way.
Yeah, you have to center up right now and hope to God that teams are going to play the edge around you. But they are dangerously close to iBanana, and immediately they're going to take some shots. Fex moves forward here. I think they know they have to take this fight. 2 nades in hand. Both whiff from the side of iBanana. And a double nade from either side. And it's disgusting. Fex blows both of iBanana up. Fantastic stuff. That is a banana split right there, Mark.
Fex is built different. That's all I'm going to say. They even teased him in with those nades. iBanana done the right thing from a defensive point of view, but when you got Fex on the other ridge and he's got the utility in hand, say goodbye to match number 3.
Yeah, I think it's a really nice setup as well, where the nade gets thrown from the left-hand side, but it's the right-hand side nade that really pushes them together, the point where they're struggling. UHD moving over towards Creef right now. They take down a couple of them. Toy Guard, though, still going strong. UHD continues to push in from the side.
Oh my God!
Pick up, and Toy Guard goes crazy on the inside of the building. Should be able to get some of his teammates back up again. Simon, though, wandering down.
Simon wandering down. Seems to be wandering to try and save his boys now. Simon will fall. Simon left to pick up the pieces, though. They do get a long distance. One of these has to charge his way forward. He gets to face through the car. Does catch him as well. Good play from him. MP5 providing the cover that's required. And no slack. Well, there was no slack on that push. And Jogo Bonito, well, they remain only down to 2. Up to 4 kills on the south side. And look at this push. Mini-map here. Ever know the opportunity they've got. They now want to try and hold the south side. 3 going towards the town. And Simon looking to try and figure out where the cars. He's found one. Does he know exactly where the others are? He hears the footsteps. He waits for the nade, but he has to lay down low. I think they've already got the read.
Right to the side of him. It does a bit of damage. We'll have to peek back up again, but it's a little bit too late on that one. I think as soon as those nades go wide, he just has to go for something, but it's carnage across the map side here as PGG will take down TMO. Kristalny coming down to try and pick up Nod 1, and Everlong's kind of like wondering, why isn't Jogo Bonito down yet?
He's gone straight for his boxing because he knows he has meds there. That was key. And he had the jammer pack. That is huge
that's
read.
Nuts.
He could have UAV'd. He could have got down. Everlong go down because Nemesis come round. Did they even see the parachute? That's going to be the question now for Nemesis. They're a team that doesn't always drop the ball, let's be honest. But that also for Jogo Bonito, knowing that he could get back to his drop spot, knowing that he's got a jammer pack, gives him the time. Yes, it's phase 5. Yes, it's going to tank early. And yes, the zone's going to flip away from them towards the north. But Jogo Bonito storing this.
Yeah, that is a hilarious play coming through from Jogo Bonito. all but going down there, banking on the fact they've got a player coming back in. Team Nemesis, yeah, you got to wonder whether they saw the parachutes or not. I mean, it's pretty open ground around here. Sightlines are good. You'd hope they'd see that one. Schengen has to throw a grenade early as PGG will chunk him out. Not too much damage sent back their way. Just empty down to 20% HP. And a grenade in the hand of Jacket.
Got the read roughly where they are, but yeah, they're not getting the connection. The smoke's kind of been the pinpoint accuracy for PGG, so they've launched a barrage of utility. The car's now gone. Movor's going to try and ridge though. I'd ask you to say that actually he's got the better leans. Presents he has to climb there. Subida finds the first one while he comes over the top. Doesn't quite find one, he finds two as they pop up over the top. But Rox says no. Rox continues to apply pressure.
Yeah, the fire's pushing them back, but PGG tries to wrap around the side, and right now they are taking tons of damage. Schengen, almost a tiny amount of HP, makes it work in a clutch moment. The fires really sending this guy to the top side of the lobby with a good amount of damage, good amount of points earned here. Damn.
Schengen enabled God mode. What? He was down. They were popping up all over the place, but like whack-a-mole. Schengen said goodbye. 5 teams now remain. They have to try and work those. Southside being held out. Team Nemesis got the bodies. M249 now going to try and crest its way over towards Not Broke. Not Broke though. Long distance. Spray comes through, but doesn't quite get the connection that he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, this is feeling pretty over here. Not Broke Fashion Demon looks to push on up over towards Team Nemesis. Showing off a catwalk, but goes down all the same. Those 9 lives up pretty fast. And 7 is the final to fall here. Team Nemesis on 10 kills, reclaiming that top spot of the lobby. And we're down to our final 4. Hive on 3, but Team Nemesis stalwart with 4.
4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 2. Everyone just about inside of zone now. As construction workers will hold right in the middle, right into the heart, and you've got to question how much more they've got when it comes down to smoke. But when you've got Naileb and Vex there, they provide enough aerial cover. Go next, get a bit closer. They're trying to use the utility again, but we've already spoken many times that actually late game utility usage is critical. How much do they commit to a 2-person in a bowl?
Smoke's been laid down. I mean, these lads are pretty low on it at the moment. They've got flashbangs. They've got a couple of nades to work with. That's about it. So it's D finding rocks, but go next. Apocalyptos does find Melman. So that's leaving Hive in a 2v3 versus Nemesis.
Oh, that's going to be a good read, though. They do see the knock. Go next finds one. Now finds himself another kill, uses the, actually looks down and sees the res happening, looks down to the smoke and sees the opportunity to find the final blow. Hive will go out in 4th. Go next, disengage from that push on construction workers though, as they will try and take the hard cover, but unfortunately for them, the zone pushes further in. So now they have to try and reposition, and Team Nemesis with 14 kills, looking to be 15. Now 15, have the top spot, have the king of the castle. Now they watch for Go Next Esports.
Yeah, insane. I mean, for Schengen, he was forged in the fires of that hilltop, but Nemesis, they're the blacksmith of the lobby right now. They are hammering down on every other team inside of this lobby. Go Next with a random Panzerfaust. You just got to give it something. Hope it connects. Team Nemesis looking to close out this game with 18 kills and a chicken dinner.
Deny. It's the EMEA way.
Yeah.
They tried to get across the road. Now hold on. Team Nemesis know they might try and send some bodies forward. Now, never count out Go Next. We had the 2 remain in the last game. Yes, they had a BRDM, but they had a plan. So let's just not count out just yet. Nemesis sees as they peekaboo around the outside. Tosto finds himself some cover. There comes the Doritos, and the zone will say goodbye. Nemesis have a big question to ask. Do we continue to push in? It doesn't matter. Go Next want to push out.
Yeah, Toblerone's out, but Nemesis looking to snap them off just the same. Izio looking to make it happen. Good shot over towards Sosa D, but it is Team Nemesis with a whopping 18 kills. Chicken dinner on the match. And with that game, that sends him over 5k plus damage on the day. What an insane result from these guys.
Insane game. Look, good play from them, actually, arguably, as they controlled, especially the outside edge. And we're seeing a lot of this from Team Nemesis. They want to control the fights. They're happy to kind of dial it up and be more aggressive and play a push into another team. Or at the right times, they can disengage and play for the late game. A good game. 18 kills, 28-point game. They're already top of the leaderboard. Now they might start to divide as they conquer the lobby.
Yeah, it's really, really good stuff. Again, Jogger Benito, though, getting themselves far into that match. Good stuff. I think they'll remain towards the top of the leaderboard. They just need to qualify again, which I don't think is going to be too difficult for them. Go Next is surprisingly remaining towards the top side of the lobby. I mean, we're not really talking about them all too much, but I think of that last game, they showed us something impressive, but even there on that map, it's great to see. It's great to see that they're still thriving inside these matches. They're not a team that we talked about too much at the start of the day, but still looking fairly good. I'm glad Aurora Gaming is also getting far into these matches consistently too. I was quite happy that, well, never mind, it's 0 points. Disregard, guys. It was an accident. Disregard.
We still love them. We don't mind. Aurora Gaming, not bad, just not good in this game. But you got to think, on that left side of the leaderboard, there's so many teams that farmed kills. Construction Workers, despite being 2, they bagged a total of 9 kills, 9 points in total, and that's going to hold them up at the top. Team Nemesis, they obviously do conquer that leaderboard. So, as I said, this is going to be coming down to that sort of divide and conquer. Yes, it's a bad game for them, but they're still holding on. They're in 8th spot. They've got 17 points. And do you know what? It's not just this 1 week, as you said before. There are 5 weeks. It's about how do we end it. The only concern I've got, Blank, now is how aggressive do people go? Because you're sitting on the left-hand side of the leaderboard, 2 games to go on the grassy pastures of Erangel. You have an opportunity to end week number 1 with a good lead on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say right now is that Team Nemesis do feel like they're sort of smurfing in these lobbies, which... fair enough. They're very, very good. Construction Workers, a little bit the same. Really, really well played, though. I think Construction Workers, I respect their decision-making so much. They're very quick off the post. I think that Construction Workers would be on a similar trajectory as Team Nemesis if it wasn't for the fact that they're getting caught by some of these awkward rotations at times. Team Nemesis, I think that they've figured out the magic mojo here, which is how do you not get caught out by random rotations? Well, you don't play in the circle until phase 6.
But on the flip side of that, Jogger Benito, though, they like to go center zone because they've had a taste of success from it as well. So there's only 2 halves at the moment. And I definitely didn't think coming into this evening, I'd think I'll be saying that about Jogger Benito, going, well, they're going to be going center zone. They're going to be trying to lock it down and stop any teams coming in. But it seems to be working for them. Go back to the old school maps, so we get kind of a reset in the mind of actually, we're now back on the Erangel. Maybe we can make it happen again, because it is the known map. It is the harder one to try and find those like micro bits to maximize out points, because these teams have the reps.
Yeah, they do. And I think that the more reps we get in as well, the better the gameplay will be. I'm fully expecting by the time we get to week 5, these teams really will come out the other end looking very sparkly, right? This is the car wash of PUBG right now. It's the weekly cups. We're getting some spick and span teams by the end of this. But we are heading over towards Erangel next. We've got our weird map order of the day here due to some technical difficulties at the start. It was Mark's fault, of course. I'm joking. But yeah, we got 2 Erangels to finish off today, which, you know what, I'm actually okay with. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it feels normal, arguably. Ending the day on Erangel, I quite like it. So the wildcard maps come through. And again, the other major change, though, today, guys, and we'll remind you a bit later, is that this is on a Friday. These will be normally back on a Saturday. And we'll be starting things off, though, on Erangel each time. So 2 more maps to go. 2 more opportunities, though. But so far, there hasn't been a team that have been able to deliver a double win at the moment. No winner chicken dinner times 2. Do you think we're going to see a new team up here coming into game number 4, or I suppose the penultimate game of the day?
You know what? I think so. I think Team Nemesis is finding their groove, absolutely. But again, it's that felt like a classic Team Nemesis area of the map where they should have won that one. Whether they are playing from the outside edge, everyone struggled to find a good position inside that. So we were on such an awkward side of the map. They already started quite well wrapping through on that eastern side, so they had a ton of area that already controlled. So yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the case again for them. It's certainly possible though with the amount of damage they're putting up every single game. I'd love to see a Jogo Bonito chicken dinner though, right? I want to see them control that center zone better. Come on.
Well, if there's some consistency in there, it won't be the case because we know they don't like it.
Yeah, I know. I'd like it. I'd like it.
Maybe it's special in the cups, mate. Maybe it is special in the cups, though. Look, I'm not going to argue there. I'd love to see Jogo Bonito be able to get a victory at the end here. I just feel like we're going to go back to the old school ways with them because we're going back to the old school map. So I do want to highlight some other teams. The plane is ready, is fueled, and is on the runway, ready to go, though, for match number 4, our penultimate game for today. Some of the other teams I'm really impressed with. PGG, obviously, they did get caught at the end, but I want to highlight their rotation was really, really good, especially coming in on that kind of west side. A lot of teams had to manage those compounds, and a lot of teams sending it in. So I'm not seeing the aggressive fight in the compound, but people are managing the space really, really well.
Yeah, I think for PGG, they sort of feel like a similar team to Construction Workers, where they are quick on the uptake a lot of times. I will say that some of their rotations are way more dangerous than Construction Workers. Construction Workers are like, yeah, this feels like a desperation moment. Probably need to go for this rotate here. PGG are like, oh my God, the circle shifted. We've got to go. We've got to go right now, guys. It's like, I think you could probably hold off a little bit. You can hold off a little bit. I think that's the difference between Construction Workers and them.
I suppose it comes with the X-Phase roster. I suppose comes with the knowledge, the experience of being destroyed from some rotations and making them some successful. As I said, though,
for sure.
It is that penultimate game. I do want to see them potentially get their way into the top. Construction Workers, though, have an opportunity to potentially go for a 2-2 if they can find themselves another victory. And they're a team with depth of knowledge. You wouldn't write them off, especially even that last game. Fex is on fire today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that nade was amazing. I do love the way the Construction Workers play. And again, I think for PGG, I don't want to be too harsh to them at all because I think they're playing very, very well. And I'll keep reiterating, this is the first week. So I think that you can permit some rotational errors here and there or where things don't quite go your way because you don't know every single team's rotation in the lobby. This is the first time you're sitting in a consistent lobby where you're not switching things up over and over again. So I'm very forgiving this week at least.
Sounds like he's forgiving, though, for week number 1. Only people blank. So, for this game, it is the penultimate game. It is match number 4, and we are on the grassy pastures at our angle. We are coming from a southwest up towards a northeast, or pushing more towards the north. So we do favour, again, one side of the map, I suppose, that west side. But it doesn't mean the zone has to go there. It has to go through the flight path. But if it does bounce across to the east, a lot more players and teams are pushing that way. But it does worry me. If we go back to Everest, only 2, maybe 3 teams over on the west.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like this playing path very much just because of being forced to pretty much play the northeast edge of Stalba always feels a bit rough. And here it is. We said it would happen, and it has. You know, they got a little bit of confidence from Picardo, and we're right back to it.
Let's be honest, though. It didn't happen. We didn't see it. It doesn't count. So Efa will get the opportunity just to get the first knock and flush as they will forget about the null and void game 1, right? Because, yeah, it didn't happen. What are you talking about, Blake?
Yeah, I mean, Everlong were always the best here. Oh, yeah. What are we talking about? X-Hal, they're not the kings of Pachinki.
X-Hal have now got the decision to see if they want to try and move. On the other side, though, not too far away. I was like, shotgun in hand. Inter, difficult to crash their way into the compound, but they find themselves here. Shotgun, jump shot, ping! Oh, he missed it! Oh, the Tommy gun destroyed. Not broke. Get another knock here. And Inter, well, they're in the compound at least, but they need to get the connection, especially with the shotgun.
Oh, I feel bad for him. I really do. It feels like everything has been going very wrong for Inter TM today.
I feel really bad for.
Who?
Have you looked at the zone?
Oh, my, what is that?
I said it had to touch the flight path, right?
It does.
Technically, I'm right.
Yeah, you are correct.
We're paused for a moment there, though. Inter has to get the defense. He's got the left peak, though. He gets the opportunity. Doesn't quite get the connection. He's able to get himself in. Oh, my God. The second time round. Final player, though. Full charge. into the compound, trying to get anything they can. Shotgun ahead though, swaps over. Going to get a confirmation, at least 1 point on the board here for Inter. Gets opportunity, now going to go for that reset. Might be able to catch them on the run over. Gets a great spray, but the window's not helping at all.
All right, good shots, Sharon. Well played. Do like that. Jogo Bonito, yeah, they're getting stuck into it. They hear a fight happening. They do play close by, so there's no reason not to do this. And we've seen them do it before as well. So Jogo Bonito, not at all unfazed by the thought of a little third party. Only 3 minutes into the game, which does seem a bit crazy. But you're right. The circle is currently a little bit insane, as you can see. A small amount insane, where we have around about 30% water in this one. Shifts far away from any other squad inside the lobby. But again, it's TMO. Picking up a very, very similar... yeah, exactly. Let's get it. Let's get it.
The PUBG gods will provide the myth of the zone. It does shift, yeah. It has to touch the flight path for those that don't know. And it does. By a pixel, maybe? Got a few hot drops, though, still remaining, or lukewarm drops, as they will bubble, as these teams will be looking at the map thinking, how can they get going? Jogo Bonito is taking the third party, and that's going to help out Inter in Rozuk, because they get to hold for a little bit longer. The rest of these teams will be looking at the zone, and I think they're doing the right thing. They're starting to rotate.
I think you have to rotate pretty quickly as well on one like this. It's just depending where do you go, though? Where do you want to play off the back of this one? I mean, I can see Team Nemesis wrapping Stalber north side, playing down towards Kameshki and rotating on the coastal edge. We've seen them play Lipovka in the past and just kind of stick out of things for quite a while and then play into the late game off the back of that, which wouldn't surprise me. It's a really early E pickup as well coming through, by the way. Not sure who's going for that one.
It's construction workers.
They I can see it now.
Ones out by South George, so it is early, but I'll give them the benefit of doubt. They're rolling the dice and they're gambling that no one's rotated earlier than them, but they should get a lot of information, especially from scouting that high up.
Yeah, you know what? Based, very based. I like this rotate. I think a lot of times most people would argue against using E pickup so early, but you're right with the way that first Erangel went, that we don't talk about, that shall not be named. Everyone on this type of circle did not go out towards that east side very, very quickly. The construction worker's going to take Lipovka.
My team.
I mean, it's all looted.
And they should see the fighting below them. So Mythos getting involved as well. PGG have obviously worked their way down. Presenti finds Bad Boy. Confirmation done from X-How onto Ever. And there's another one done. So Sloy, he sneaks his way forward. He has a sneaky suspicion that someone is around the corner. And definitely knows now as he runs his way back upstairs as quick as he can. And TMO have been blessed with the zone, but they're getting blessed with nasty neighbours, though. It's PGG here and Aurora Gaming. They arrive in the south.
They're not messing around. I mean, everyone wants a piece of the pie on this area of the map. And it's very central. You don't really want to be taking over towards the fields in Yasnaya just yet, especially with this kind of circle where it's likely to center up around this coastal area with the amount of water that's currently in. A lot of the teams have kind of just accepted fate right now, especially UHD.
Oh, he's left leaned him, and he gets two. He gets three. Sparta, kick the door down. This is Sparta. You shall not pass. Oh my God, he was leaning in towards the wall, right for him, left for us as we was walking in, and they didn't check it off. They instantly looked upstairs and they lined up 1, 2, 3. Sparta is done, and he's defended the town.
I'm so sorry, Mark. I was looking at the map feed. I did not see that going down.
Oh, mate, I don't think anyone did. Only Sparta visioned that, mate. But that was insane.
Yeah. Not quite 300, but 3 will do the trick to hold the stairs, apparently. Not him, but the bodies still serve as a warning for anyone moving into that building anytime soon. But fantastic stuff from Sparta. It's me.
And look, I think people underestimate that, like leaning in. is insane. Like, you just saw it there. They completely checked towards the top. They kind of saw most of the stairs, and their eyes deceived them, and they were like, oh, it's clear. And so he backed himself in the corner. He was leaning towards his right, left, as I said, for on our side as we were approaching to the stairs. But it was just enough to keep his body out of vision.
Yeah, they were flabbergasted. They were absolutely flabbergasted. I mean, they were flailing around at that point. I mean, fair enough as well. You're so shocked that something like that would happen. The fight between Exhal and Everlong still rages. Everlong on in Pachinki.
Hey, we're getting to a groove.
we are. Bit of the Foo Fighters over here. But yeah,
we need a few more weeks.
Start playing that through the microphone at some point. But yeah, I'm surprised this fight hasn't ended yet. I mean, there's still a possibility if they can hang on long enough. They get the res beacon through, you get a full 4-man regroup. Everything's hunky-dory, so we'll see. Saint does have the beat on over towards the Mad. It's just slow, and it always has been. I mean, I've watched a lot of TPP in my time as well, and I think that for especially Pachinki, this is the characteristic of any fight in Pachinki's, because there's so many buildings, so many rooftops, so many doors to check. The fight in this area is so slow, and for a spot on the map that's meant to give you one of the quickest rotations to anywhere you need to go on the map, if you get a hot drop in Pachinki, it is hell. And it's where it comes into the case of who drops the position first. And I do think at some point you have to just be the bigger man and walk away.
Yeah.
Even if you're winning sometimes.
But I think we see that as the year will go on. You've got to remember this is a new transition, right? And it's one of the big things that I noticed. You see, let's classify a hot drop. They're kind of lukewarm drops because it's more tactical. You're right, there's more angles, there's more opportunities, there's ways that you can outsmart your player and the team around you if you play well. Communication will come into a massive factor in that as well. And I think as we go through this year, as we start seeing the opportunities, and there's the first knock from the Saints as he outsmarted the rotation for the Mad, I think we're going to see more of what we saw from XL. Teams trying to disengage, going, this has gone on too long. We do not need to burn any more time. The zone is shifting towards the north, towards Stauber, and TMO needing to go rolling back. But it isn't gamble anymore. It's not as clean cut as it used to be. You've got to factor in a lot more variables into a drop like this. Yeah,
because I think that, like, you drop down towards Milter, those are way more fun hot drops, but no one does it because it's really unfun because the fights are pretty much chance at the end of the day. But you can do these hot drops, like you say, lukewarm drops in Pachinki, but it's unfun for both teams because one team's going to take 1 or 2 casualties, the other team's just going to slowly bleed out, and by the end of it, no one's really found any value out of this. Both these teams are ruined in this game because of this play.
Yeah, and with every time that sort of ticks by, teams can sit on the outside edge. They've got a long distance to go. How many meds have they got? Can they get it in time? Do they even know where an emergency pickup is if they can take it?
I mean, dude's got 60 ammo. He's got 60 ammo. That's it. Like that's atrocious. And it's not like you're going to be looting up in Pachinki after this.
Well, yes, the thing, the longer they leave it, the worse it's going to get for them because they have to try and capitalize up. Exhal find themselves backed into a corner now. And now for him, final body is like, hey, how much can I hold on to? Oh, I can hold on to a shotgun to the face of the Saints. Put it down to a 1 versus 1. This is ensured destruction for both these teams.
Yeah, it sucks. It really sucks. Saints getting
a silver lining. The silver lining is you've got a recall center. So worst case scenario, you're not getting out of this alive, but at least your team might get an opportunity if they can get back in. But that's it. That's the only victory from this, right?
Yeah, and that is the silver lining. But look at the circle. Where do you even drop back into? There's nowhere very favorable when you're going to get enough loot to play out the rest of the game. At that point, you're ratting it out for the rest of the match. It's disgusting. Who puts the chair on the toilet? All right. Enough of that, please.
Why not? Why not? Interior design in PUBG style. Everlong, work the way out. Both
it's avant-garde.
Yeah. It's the chi running through the building.
Yeah.
Shotguns on either side. Got to be cautious of that left peak, though. You want to try and position your enemy on that right peak. You'll get the advantage if you can do it. Ammo will be limited. We are phase number 2, so they should be able to med their way out. You know, she's made a move, but he's made a move to the outside edge. And this is what I talk about, this kind of chess approach. He has to try and get to the wall as quick as he can. He sees him running over. He knows he's got the opportunity. He's going to have to try and get the med back on, but the shotgun done some damage at harm. I like the move to the tree, but he knows he has to try and do some more damage before making the push. It's insane.
Ace phase 2 pulled out. I'm surprised he's getting these little tags from the slugs. Over towards Rena. Some more shots. He's got 4 more bandies left in the back pocket as well. So I do wonder how Oda Mavasi's doing for meds. If he's on more of a timer than Rena is.
He's not made it just yet. He's been creative. Is the play to outlast it? No, if you're running for meds, he hasn't got them, mate. I can tell you that. Get the chips and go. Yeah, he hasn't. He hasn't got anything left to give.
GG.
That might be a big GG's right there. Let's talk about the zone, though. It did go back out towards that north side. Starbot obviously was in. We're playing back towards Yaz. We have water on that west side. We're going to see it play across potentially on towards the east. Nemesis Gaming have positioned themselves up. I like the construction workers also rotated away round to the east for those that have been keeping an eye on the map. For everyone else, it might be an urban ending, and that's a bit more of a, well, let's just try and get in the cars and send it on to safety.
X-14, but Vard's very close by here. Bit worrying. Creep try to get themselves into a building, but no slack having none of it. Some good shots. Sparta also trying to get her ear in, but Sparta will send him ringing. Looking up for the drops here. Oh, loot crate actually just dropping straight in. So many players coming back into the lobby at this point in time.
Good position. It's pretty difficult. These teams, it's a bit of a gamble, right? I like when no slack play. This is you normally get so much information, especially for anyone sort of playing on the east. If it continues to hold on to the north side, you can be bullied slightly, but as long as you can manage, I suppose, the vest and you can manage the helmets, you'll be okay. I like TMO. This is their home turf, right? They've positioned themselves into where we see so many end games. So they've put themselves in an area where they can manage sort of that south and that north approach if they have to move. So I wouldn't be surprised too much apart from kind of damage farming. Everyone else, just on the outside edge. Nemesis game we mentioned before, they were lined up with construction workers. They've repositioned, but so is construction workers. They know there's danger ahead, and they might just rotate their way around.
Yeah, they both play very similar vibes here. I think for Team Nemesis, they're happy to play edge. And to be quite honest with you, this is how usually TPP is going to pan out, is that you'll have these microcosms of metas going through where it's either center or it's edge. And the more a lobby is center, the more value an edge team has. And at that point, then you start to see more and more teams playing edge. And then suddenly the lobby has way more advantage being center. And you'll get teams playing center. They'll not have success. So it's very much weird the way it works. And right now, this is a very center-focused lobby. So you have like teams like Team Nemesis and construction workers who are massively benefiting from this. Because look at all the area that they get to control for basically free. Compared to everyone else who's cramped over towards Yasnaya. And they're hoping for an urban finish off the back of that. And even then, Team Nemesis can still have a good game off it.
How? Farming the vending machines. Gambling in the church. I can't see him last much more. Zone gives away the water, and it does push towards that kind of east side of Yaz. Well, time for How. Lucky enough for them, urban ending. They stand half a chance to try and get down and get some loot.
Yeah, but it's great. It actually is crazy. I mean, they don't know where players and teams are. No, this is not the area. Warmer. Warmer. Very cold.
Oh, it's difficult. It is a roll though, right? But this is the only opportunity. They rolled the dice and it wasn't going to be enough. They're back down some bodies, but this time at least they've got a body in zone. Goes over. Chinky didn't survive.
No, that's sad. That's very sad. That's some lovely levitational skills, though. You know, just in case you need that mag for later.
It's It's more of a. It's more of a
Oh,
tease.
dude, they're all doing it.
Yeah. It's like, oh, look here. I'm teasing him. Like putting a helmet above the window, just waiting to see who takes a shot at it. That's exactly what it is. It's high IQ gaming. I know what you're talking about.
Right. Mr. Manhattan vibes. Love it.
Oh,
That's
Manhattan by the shotgun. Oh, he finds the last one. Jogo Bonito finds a target, sniffs him out, and unfortunately for XL, they fall. It was a gamble. Do they not drop again? As much as my logical brain blank says they shouldn't, it's going to happen, isn't it, in Game 5?
I think when you're playing a one-day set, you're actually throwing if you hot drop again. I genuinely, and I think that sounds bad, but I think you in 3-day sets, I can totally understand it. You take first day as a little bit of a brazen approach, right? You puff out your chest, you're like, we can keep doing this or we can't, and you're gonna have to leave first. By the 1-day set, you're just throwing.
Yeah.
I think you give it up, because I don't think Everlong's leaving. If I'm Howl, you know, I've got great points on the day. I'm on 22 points. Just give it up.
Gustav gave the opportunity to crash into the compound. Grenade could be good. It goes underneath. He gets 2. Vard looking to try and provide the cover. Another car will come running in. No for Fex, but he takes a tumble as he jumps out just a little bit too early, but he gets delivered like a postal mail. He's been FedExed into the lobby.
Yeah, FedExed right in there. We'll see if they can get this done. I mean, like I said, it is all resable. No one's quite close enough to get to him. So for construction workers, as terrible as that looked, it's actually worked out for them.
It's a play.
Yeah. That's
They're
the maneuver.
FX literally got posted to the front living room, arrived at the back door and found himself at the front door instantly. Zone shift down. Actually, not into the fields. Comes down to the south side here. So Aurora Gaming, though, who kind of played passive, chilled. They didn't really opt to roll into Yaz. They now find themselves an opportunity that they can go back and around. It'll be interesting to see if they actually try and crash into the south side flats, but you'd expect High Banana to cause them problems because they're already positioned there.
I'm not just about Nemesis' approach on this. I mean, they are just crawling in. No one's really seen them. And that is... Oh, if only he'd found the shots on that, that would have been big. What a catch as well. Aurora is taking the rotation that I thought that Team Nemesis might have tried. There is a lot of shots going your way, and Nod 1 immediately has to reinforce that position, but he's going up against 3 players. Finds the first, though. Looks for the second. It's good shots, and he gets 2.
Kicks dry, has to swap over. Takes the opportunity now to get Med back on. Nod knows he's put the fear into them before making the play. I like the rotation from Aurora. I do think it's going to play back on towards that west side. Slaven moves into a position where he can try and find that last player as he plays peekaboo over the top. Leosh, though, comes into sight. Flash will go out as the utility dump will come through. Oh, they missed one. Artix, though, hid himself into a corner. He finds himself an opportunity to get Simon down.
Oh, my God. That's an accidental knock coming through from one of the players on Jogo Bonito. That is pretty rough stuff. Trying to pick up the player moving into the building, and Jogo Bonito should be able to get all 4 players back up again. 41 points in the game, lapping construction workers now. Really, really well done. And that was much better, right? That was way better than that last game, where we saw them unable to fully fortify a position. They immediately all moved across, and it was much quicker. So I was very, very pleased how that turned out for Jogo Bonito.
Getting the opportunity to apply that pressure. TMO backing away slightly. I'm concerned that it might sort of push back towards this sort of northeast corner, but for now, teams have to move in. One of these teams is Hive. Molly, Scout will go through, and actually gets covered underneath the smoke, and actually the shots from IXE finds him. Finds Mogor. So they do have the height advantage. That's getting the information they need. Cover's going to obviously reposition, actually reinforce this side of the wall. They can't allow this fight to bubble on for much longer, because other teams might want to get looking in.
Yeah, that's a cheeky position. I like the way you can back up on that fence there. Give yourself a little bit more vision over the top. Blue zone grenade tries to force Dante out into a rough spot. It should confirm the flush over towards Rocks eventually. Dante last left alive, and he is taking away the blue here. There's no way he's getting out. He's just denying the points.
Yeah, 100%. That's a Hive style of play. That is a Hive style of play. That zone does shift slightly on the south side, so we're still holding onto that field. Our banana, all eyes on Joga Bonito. I suppose they're in a happier position now. They're sort of playing on the outside edge, kind of that. I suppose the scrim days. It's kind of getting back to what we know. Everyone else, well, UHD, good play from them. They've got to try and work their way through stack lobby, TMO, down bodies as well, and construction workers just about in the side zone, and they're gaining information as the Gustav Vard combo looking to take a knee and, I suppose, unleash a raft of 5.56 down the line.
I do wonder for iBanana how they want to play this now, because it's an aggressive split, to say the least. And 24 of it towards Wexner, though. And they're sending it. They're sending it, Mark. Straight over. Again, this is a really aggressive split, so the players aren't there to back him up.
They're all in the flats, so they can't quite cover each other. They're spread out. They've been looking outward, and the Balti didn't really help Joga Bonito. We know that team likes to stay tight, and they all make the push together. They've been able to pop the molly. That's going to try and stop that. They might give iBanana the opportunity to kind of collapse on in, but if they start collapsing on in, no, they allow openings on the other side. Great shots, though, coming from Slavin. Might close the door. Now they can get the opportunity to push, as they have to pop another molly to do anything they can to stop Joga Bonito.
I really try and prevent this as much as possible. A lot of util being invested here coming through from iBanana, but it's bought them a lot of time to reposition around this area, so well done to them. iBanana, they are now down to 3. It has been a very cool game here from Joga Bonito in terms of fast pacing, quick maneuvers. Much better as well.
Right, they're not instant push. That's what we want to see. No slack on the other side of the zone. And obviously hearing the commotion in front of him allows him to cross the road quite nicely. Joga Bonito have lost one, and he does work his way up. Go next. Help in hand from that kind of church position, looking on in. Shotgun's not too far away. You have to double check both sides, so we'll just hold just for a little bit. That's why they get the all the bodies back up, and Simon now puts the med on, and they've got the med back as well. So they've gone for an instant res using every tool that they can.
Yeah, why not? I mean, for this position, it's fine. This is like one of those areas where you can sort of shake hands and agree that it's not the worst thing in the world if we're holding onto one of your buildings. It's likely you're still going to get yourself at least a 4th place off the back of this. You have to accept that we're here to stay now. So iBanana can either just chill, keep presenting Molotovs, keep showing face, get a couple of sprays in here and there. Yeah. Like, both teams right now could just agree to take a 2nd and a 1st.
Well, yeah. It just depends on if they trust each other, right? That's the biggest thing. A lot of teams now need to move.
Do you trust Joga Bonito?
Nah.
I don't know.
There's no way you get an agreement with them. No way. They're trying to find every bit of util they can. Back on the other side of things, though, zone shifts again towards that south side. Nemesis down to their final player. He has a FAMAS. He has level 3 helmet. He has a level 3 vest. Unfortunately for him, he's run out of utility. So he needs to work his way across now. UHT, I'm going to take the opportunity to get across now using the bloom of smokes conveniently in the colour pattern of Team Nemesis. But so Sadid sits, watches and waits. So he now needs to try and find any more kills he can find from this match.
Yeah, anything you can extract out of this one. And he gets PUBG'd. That's unfortunate.
Ratings.
Yeah. The old bars of doom. Joga Bonito, not to be trusted. Continue to try and assault Stairway versus Wexner. Still a fair few team staff remaining. Ooh, construction workers moving their way in, and Wexner maybe thinks that's Joga Bonito, but instead helps them out a little bit.
Here's the thing, if failing all of that, he now knows his information. There's another team pushing in. All he has to do is hold. If they push in the bottom, Joga Bonito have to do it. They would have heard the footsteps running in. Gustav confirmed out. Joga Bonito, they haven't got one problem now to deal with. They've got 2. As the construction workers, while they look down the line, they can't quite see anyone looking their way. They're going to pop those Doritos out. That will give them a kind of a stepping stone forward. As we'll bounce towards the north side, because this is where the chaos is unfold.
Looks like Sato. Let's go down immediately. UHD. I think UHD, although we haven't talked about them too much, they have had a fairly decent game here, up to 4 kills.
Yeah. They're a good team. They're a good team. They're just, I think they've just stayed underneath the radar, right? They're just...
Yeah, absolutely. That's how I describe them.
Can't blame them. They're lower down on that leaderboard, but they have an opportunity now. We are in the placement points though, Squeaky. Make sure it's Squeaky time as he continues to run on forwards. So far, the guys actually from my banana haven't seen him scrap that. They jump out at the right time, and Flora goes 1, 2, and done.
I mean, iBananas has such a sick position. It would be pretty sad for them not to pick up a lot of points off the back of this one. I like what construction workers are doing though, with the Doritos been thrown down, the emergency cover in place. They can basically bank off this game going down towards the south side, towards the road, and teams having to jump out from these offices, right? Out from the apartment buildings. That would be the best. Jobs prod.
What's the danger? No slack. If no slack come down that wall, because at the moment they can't get to the end of the wall, so they can't try and stop anyone coming down on the east. So if they control out, right, they will have the game because they've got the position. But for now, they've got to try and hold with what they've got and hopefully pray that these teams start fighting. That should allow them to kind of spread out, because as you can see, Scav and the team, for no slack, they're looking to try and move down this outside edge, and if they can get to the end of the wall, they would expose the construction workers. So only time will tell what's the pathing, but you don't need pathing when you've got a grenade like that. A massive, massive stop in the movements of no slack.
Yeah, Flora blooms a big one on that side as no slack lose 2 players. This nade not quite connecting, but the blue zone starts to push on in. I think center zone is right on the wall, Mark. So
yeah,
doesn't really favor either side here. Let's see how construction workers want to play this one out. Flora, the rest of iBanana have been taking every chance they can get off from these rooftops, playing very cautiously though. Good initial shots, finds one, looks for 2, but runs out of bullets.
Looks for the confirmation, trying to get every point they can. They've taken the opportunity, construction workers. They have moved to the end of the wall. That's good play. That's what they needed. They needed the fight to start happening, though. And the high ground, it doesn't matter if you've got smoke. Simon, well, he's been tapped on the head by Wexner. Go next, trying to stop anything they can. And iBanana, well, they might not have the opportunity to get to the late game when it comes jumping off here, but they have a huge opportunity to try and bag as many kills as they can.
Oh, Joe Benito just trying to go for a Hail Mary here. Sending right on through the smokes. Acalyptos gets his way up to the wall, but that's about it. Jogo Benito down to just 2 players now. Construction workers have set themselves up. Still as statues on the wall side. iBanana knows they're there, but they can do nothing about it.
Where is the dot? It's the dot. The dot is on their side, isn't it? Yeah, so...
yeah.
They just have to literally wait, and they're going to be able to see iBanana. They've left it too late to jump off. They're going to get exposed. So, actually, maybe that they've got a slim opportunity now to jump into the middle. It's going to be come down to timing. No slack going to be there. Fade away. We'll catch out. Go next. That's 11 kills. That's a huge game for no slack as they will climb up to 9th place now in that leaderboard. Fex goes on the outside edge. Just double checking. There's no one going to be there, and no slack unfortunately will fall. Creep will go in. Construction workers have to control. Jogo Benito, oh, you're underneath the ground on the other side, and iBanana hold the high ground.
Jogo Benito surprisingly have quite a few players still up. The Rios sent their way as well, hoping to get themselves a couple of crush kills off the back of it. Good shots from iBanana as well. Flora finding one from Jogo Benito as he tries to move out. That is not one, and Kristalny down. Fex with that pinpoint accuracy been shown once again.
Get on the mountain bike. Get on the mountain bike and jump off. You won't get the animation. Yes, I think he's left it too late. They've got to pop some smokes. They've got to try and back off the wall here. iBanana down to 1. Jogo Benito down to 1. The construction workers looking to lay those foundations to be the first team to get 2 chicken dinners on the board. They've had to jump off. They're waiting for the peak around the outside. The spray will come in, but Fex doesn't get the connection.
Slaven waiting to make the peak with the smoke. Times it perfectly on the initial shots there. Slaven will find Jobs Broad, leaving it down to 1. And construction workers find their 2nd on the day.
That's a winner for them. But Jogo Benito will take the kills. 11 kills for them. And now, arguably, it felt like the Jogo Benito we so bigged up coming into today outside edge, aggressive play, get the knock, make the pushes, and get as many kills as you can. But you can't take anything away, though, from the construction workers. Why? They played that end zone to perfection. They knew they got the wall. They checked off there was no other teams there. I was a bit concerned, though, Blank, at the end. Is there going to be a team on the other side? Would we have seen No Slack maybe move down and expose them? But they got there across, and they went on the right time.
I mean, it was very, very well done. I think for Jogo Bonito, yeah, they did. Wait, I should say. Oh, yes, because never mind. I'm used to other things. Construction workers still 14 points, but 17-point game here for Jogo Bonito. Really, really well done. Again, much faster gameplay coming through from Jogo Bonito as well. Much better decision making. I think it's very surprising, and I almost want to call it a little. I'm not sure, man, because I don't think you make those improvements midway through the day. I think they were just feeling a little bit more confident in this match. But yeah, iBanana, once again, still getting 13 points. I think these two teams are definitely the big surprises for me is iBanana and Jogo Bonito. Construction workers, that final play they made, though, is fantastic. I mean, you can't fault them for that.
No, but you got to expect it, right? They're ex-team phase. They've played a while together. Obviously, Vard was a new pickup for them at the end of last year, but arguably they still, again, played well. So they've got this kind of gel and synergy. And you can even see that in the final play where they're popping the smokes. They need to try and back off the wall, and they didn't want to take the gamble, especially from iBanana. Okay, I don't want to take anything away from iBanana, though, because they did play that really, really well. And again, for No Slack, though, they used the opportunity to farm as many kills as they can, and it pushed them right to the top of that right-hand side of the leaderboard. Here's the overall today's leaderboard, though, as Team Nemesis do find themselves on 53 points. Jogo Bonito on 49, and Construction Workers with 2 wins now underneath their utility belt. They're up on 47 points.
Yeah, very well done. I mean, Construction Workers throughout the day, really nice games. I think Team Nemesis, they've had some fatter games overall in terms of that 18 kill one, but after you look at Construction Workers, consistency, it's all been on their side so far. Team Nemesis still just beats them out a little bit by 6 points. Go Next Esports, I think, has been definitely a team that most of the time is towards our end circles, or at least gets up towards that top 8. Been quite happy with the way they're playing, and PGG's just been missing the mark a little bit here and there. I'm surprised to see Hive down in 6th, honestly. I think from when we see them, usually we have good things to say about them, Mark. Yeah,
especially on the way coming through this circuit, should we say. They have been pretty much all the time up there. Our final game, though, penultimate game, has been done, but we are going back to the grassy pasture. It's going to be a wrangle, though. This lobby is just about set. We're waiting for a few more, so we'll get cracking. But it's the final opportunity. For those that don't know, obviously, this is the last stage to week number 1, which is the PEC, obviously, Spring Road qualifications. And there are 5 weeks. So, yes, we will end things today. Yes, we'll kind of reset things as teams will come back. But it is the last opportunity for especially some of these teams that are up here, especially with some big points, Blank. One more game, if they can try and double things up, that's going to stand them good stead if they can get themselves qualified to week number 2. More importantly, if they can't qualify, mate, actually, a 1 week write-off isn't a bad thing.
No, I think for Team Nemesis, this is where you sort of want to get your another big match, right? So you can have that buffer. If you get that buffer in place, qualifying becomes so much more easy. Same can be said for Jogo Bonito as well as Construction Workers. And I think for Jogo Bonito, it's actually more important for them to get a massive match here at the end of the day, just because with the way that Team Nemesis and Construction Workers play, it's much more consistent play style. For Jogo Bonito, there is that question of whether they're going to re-qualify next week. So they want to get a lot of points on board. I'm kind of leaning towards the fact that I think they will re-qualify for next cup, honestly, with the way they're playing. But in my mind, I think for them, it is very important to get that buffer, just in case. Because Team Nemesis, as well as Construction Workers, I don't see them missing out on a single one of these cups.
I'm with you. I am with you. Because you, if you're a gambling guy, you would go, yeah, they're going to be there. And we're going to see them at least 4 out of 5 weeks, right? Yeah. But it is a gamble because they have to qualify again. You've got to remember, there's no regional partners. There's no global partner teams. So everybody has to sign up and get through the scrims. And when you're in big lobbies and big groups, when you go half lobby, half each day until you get round to the round robin on day 3, which we watched, it's still a gamble because, like we saw from some of the teams that haven't made it today, they got caught out in zones, they got caught out in rotations. We're playing 5 out of 6 maps as well, so they haven't got as many opportunities. So everybody's learning and adapting. So I'll be intrigued to see what next week brings, because I think that will tell the story coming into the final couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think for week 4 and 5, that's going to be cool. But that week 4 and 5 does feel like a Joko Bonito week. It could also feel like a Hive week. I think that moving away from JB a little bit, because I've talked about them to death, I think for Hive, they're a really, really good team. I've been a little bit disappointed on these last couple of matches, though, because I've seen them pull off some insane stuff today. But I do think that I think after that Miramar, they second-guessed their playstyle a lot. I think they were playing a really good edge game. And then after they lost to Team Nemesis, they've sort of given up on it, and they're just playing something very cookie cutter where they're just heading central, not quite getting themselves like that outside position, which is what I thought they played quite well with. So yeah, I want them to go back to that. But again, it's really, really hard to... It's just probably a case of someone in the team is just to stay the course. Like, we just got to play this. We've got to trust our guts on this one. I just don't think it's working.
Well, you gotta trust your guts. That it is the final game. It is match number 5, people. The playing path is coming from the south up towards the north. Yes, it's not quite in the center, as we will push over towards the east side. As we said before, it's the final match. It's the final one of this week. So this is where we will draw the line under all of the teams, as they will, I suppose, upload their points into the master leaderboard. And for the next 5 weeks, we'll keep an eye on that master leaderboard to see what the lay of the land is at the end. Be looking for money. But more importantly, they'll be looking to go through to the playoffs. And not only there, those teams at the top will be able to work their way into the next stage. It is worth mentioning, and Blank did say there, that actually for week 4 and week 5, if they do win the cups, they automatically punch their ticket, and that will have a big impact on the things like the leaderboard. And yes, you might lean on what I would expect the top teams, the ones that are ending today really well at the top. But an X-How, if they can get the hot drops right and they win week number 4, Blank, they might find themselves, though, with a lucky ticket towards the playoffs.
Again, I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. I really despise it. Kind of frustrating watching it happen once again. I know you got to mark the territory, man. You got to do it, but I think there comes a point where you got to walk away. Anyway, we'll see how long this one lasts. We'll see if they're able to conclude it quicker than last time. I think that's also a frustrating thing, is if this happens multiple times, Mark, and then you get one time where they're able to clear them out in 30 seconds flat, and then they just keep doing it. It's like, just because it worked one time doesn't mean it's not going to impact your scoreline for the rest of the tournament. Remember, we played 2 Erangles. This hot drop's going to impact 2 out of the 5 matches you play every time you do a weekly cup. It's wild.
There's a big percentage of it, but I do think there is the opportunity to back away is not in the Turkish vocabulary. So I can't see the X-How team backing away from this one. I can't see them. They will want to, as you say, mark their turf. It comes with the logo. Grenade does come in. They are up bodies here. Saints hold just on the off angle, waiting to maybe hear the push in. Has mostly heard the shotgun swap over. Vector hasn't got the mag, but gets a NOS spray, but it clicks dry on the 9mm and gives away, more importantly, his position.
Window. A couple of shots there. One damn sane with the Vector. It is truly a Vector of an angle there. That tiny pinpoint position. It's going back and forth. The Mad bleeding out. Fair bit of damage over towards Oda Mavasi. It is Everlong to take a little bit more damage their way. Down to just 2 players in Fantasy and Story.
Oh, finds one. Great nade. Great teamwork. They have a cross angle. I've crossed up, dropping the anchor. So it's technically a 2 versus 2. Oh, he's moved around. Did he see the body? I think he heard him. Now he's going to see him move out. Time is ticking. And I suppose the advantage now goes back in the favour for Everlong because they haven't got to go get a res. They are just 2 bodies remaining.
I mean, right now, it's just horrendous. It's horrendous, Mark. No one's really winning here. But we get a massive northern shift in the circle. Team Nemesis, they get themselves a central spot. Now, that is terrifying for a lot of teams where it feels more and more likely that Team Nemesis is going to really make their mark on this week. And if they even just get 1 or 2 consistent weeks more in the cup, very unlikely they're not going to qualify off the back of that.
Oh, yeah, you do worry. You do have to take it into account. Try and find exactly where the player is. Has it got a vest? Level 1 helmet. The Mads back up. So they're back to a 3 versus 2. I think he's now going to try and make the peekaboo around the other side. I think he's looking straight down the line, expects him to be on that roof, but can he make the jump across? And you have to again come back to the point he hasn't got a vest, so it might not be the best play. And I think that's why we're seeing a disengagement here from Exhal, but they see the angels fall from the sky, but they don't get the opportunity to go for the shots. They have an opportunity to go back to 4.
Which is great. You know, it's fine. Winning this fight out pretty comfortably right now. Again, would have been nice to have rotated up towards Rozok at this point, surely. But too much. Fancy UMP. Look at some good shots. Actually, not terrible. And finds the knock off the bat. Really good fadeaway shots on the angle here. And an instant knowledge to peek back around this corner. Very well played.
Oh my god, it's stolen away. Aurora Gaming just passing by on their leisurely drive. They find themselves a free knock. They might find themselves another one as well if they can get it. It actually crawls around the outside just in time. Aurora Gaming just below that midpoint of that table as well. And the Exhale will find the final player as well. So one's on the way, the other's claimed. And for them, they get the opportunity to get the recall chip on and move out Aurora Gaming. I can't see him crashing in on this one. I think they'll be looking at the zone.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora Gaming could hold them out. I wouldn't be surprised by that whatsoever. Exhal got to get moving at some point. Team Nemesis, do you move out to the southeast edge of Severny? They don't like being cooped up, do these guys? Right? They don't like being in little buildings. They like to be able to nice and spread out. Big old wingspan on these fellas.
Well, say for the wingspan, they might have some wingspan, but there's a limitation of zone. There's a lot of water that is in, and obviously a lot of teams sort of will be, I suppose, encroaching on the south side, taking those rotation paths into an area where they believe is going to be safe. Nemesis Gaming, on the other hand, well, they have the home turf, right? So this is their zone. They dropped for Severny. They've played down just out of the south there. They've gone for the 2-2 split. I'd be intrigued to see actually how long can they hold that before they have to kind of, I don't know, make a decision, decide which one of the compounds they want to go for.
Yeah, there's a lot of choice, right? You know?
Yeah.
Front of the table, they got the 3 objects in front of them. Couple of compounds to work with. Lovely stuff. UHD, though, making their way in very quickly right now.
Wait and see. At the moment, they are holding down that compound, and with that hold down, they should be okay. Hive, you said they've not really been playing to their form, and we expect them to be on that kind of stance where they find centralized compound, but they've not been able to kind of lock anything down. They've lost players on transition, and as they've lost the players, they've lost the hope, and they've just not been able to build up momentum.
Not at all. I think that right now, for no breaks, there's another team that hasn't been given any breaks whatsoever. Joker Benito, Cristalni, great shots of the M24. Now, this is a weapon that these guys really do love to use quite frequently as well, and they're very fond of. It has been great for a lot of these clutch fights. I don't mind this locale for Jogo Benito either. Good position to play around with going forward. Down towards the southwest side. Go next up towards Savannah, who did take off that position from Team Nemesis. We were very happy to give it up, by the way. Didn't really cause too much fuss at all in that process. The myth of, although we were very happy to see them not implode at the start of the day, as we thought Sparta would not be playing, but ended up managed to find some time for us, which we're very grateful for. But the myth of haven't had the craziest of days, right? Only 10 points off the back of this one. I mean, that compared to the 53 from Team Nemesis, it's certainly rough.
It's a rough start, but it's going to be a rough ending, right? So we have to wait and see. No, it's like, I think they had a good last game, right? That position, yes, obviously the zone didn't go quite their way, but they made the most out of that Yaz shift and controlling that sort of the compounds on the east, taking that police station, taking the wall as they sort of work their way in. I think that does help them. So they are eager to try and get the right rotations and find the right spot. And that's why we're seeing them now take a bit of a wider approach in this west. I think they will have a look down towards Severny, but a lot of these teams be looking at this zone going, it's going to shift back. How bad is it going to shift back? Or are we going to get a random shift to the north? Because the first couple of zones, they are random.
It does head over towards TMO, so they're quite happy with that one. It's over towards a pizza slice too, so quite a lot of open ground here. It's sort of rough to play, and you have some of these pylons to work with, but that's mostly just lying down by the side of them, trying to blend into the concrete. Got to paint yourself grey, which isn't always the nicest of feelings. But Team Nemesis, they're looking to just control these wraparounds from the northeast side because they know teams have come through from Kameshli. They know teams that try to wrap around the top side of Yasnaya. That spot that maybe was free beforehand, not so free anymore. And I think this is a perfect opportunity to go for yourself a little bit of a third party.
Take the third party. Takes the shots. Doesn't get the connection. Does reload. Gets the opportunity to get back into the car. Joga Benito. I'm going to say it's taking a position I didn't really want to take, but with all the commotion happening, I have to keep an eye on things. But I think the key thing is to keep these cars alive. Petrol garage will cause problems for them, but for now they were on the move, but they got out removed by Aurora Gaming.
Aurora were able to get very far ahead of them, but I mean they're in the mix of it now of Ibanana. I mean, at least for Joga Benito, they were able to carve out a little bit more space for themselves over here and get the inject towards that area that was slightly more free. They've just got to make sure that they're looking out over towards shooting range, towards no breaks, no slack, as well as Hive. The issue for them is it's that high ground, right? That sloping hilltop that is a little bit hard to look over the top of, and you can't jump over towards the top because teams on the eastern side are going to take shots at you. I think they're just going to fully commit to play the edge off of this, which I agree with.
Yeah, it's the right game, right? It's the right play style. It's the last one for the week, and like you want to, I suppose, maximize everything you can. Right, Banana. On the other side of things, they've been maximizing, especially that last game. They can hear the cars. They can now see where to take the shots, but nothing really to get to them. I will note there is a C4 in the back pocket, and temptation might be to get it on the car and get it rolling down there, but with Joga Benito down to that southwest corner, it's quite difficult to sort of post that accurately.
Yeah, I love this spot, honestly. Really good for spotting out and spying out players underneath, especially on those pylons, like I was saying, towards the concrete blocks that sit underneath. Very usual positions was the end game, at least, like phase 7, phase 8, where there's really nowhere else to play. Right now, there's plenty of other areas that you can sit over towards, but if it does head down towards Ibanana on the gas station, yeah, it's a lovely spot. Joga Benito, though, they are just sending it over towards them straight in. That might be some freebies for Ibanana, but no, immediately they post up.
And post up, and back to how they normally play. Jump shot, but no, doesn't quite get the connection. Has to continue to ride the progression. Knows he's down bodies. Oh,
thank you.
Pedicure. Think done.
Thanks, Aurora Gaming. Really helping us out there. Joga Benito will send in. Banana have a player underneath as well. Looks like he's having a terrible time as Jobs prod. Final player left alive before Ibanana will finish their run for this week at least. We'll be back again with scrims and the next weekly cup on Saturday next week, not Friday. Not Friday. Important.
Shift. Yeah. Yeah, it's important to throw me. The shift though goes down towards the south, and there is so much water in. You have to, again, the next zone is going to hold on to water, but has to sort of play back. So a lot of these teams will be looking at this going, do we take the gamble and try and cramp ourselves into this northwest corner, or do we take a wider rotation and risk coming late across the river if we can? A lot of teams will go early. Construction workers find their construction site office for now. They don't hold on too close. They do spread out, and they are worried that other teams might try and come crashing in.
And they should be worried as well. I mean, there are so many squads just looking for space. And this is what I talked about earlier, is when you get this shift down towards this pizza slice, so much open ground, so little compounds to be working with. PGG scared to move on in, and they should be. I think for PGG, they've got a good option over here on the hillsides of Stalber on that staging, just to kind of wander out for a little bit, wait out the action that's going to be occurring towards the center of the zone. Yeah, this is brutal. Absolute savagery on this side of things. Exhal still trying to get out the blue, by the way. Not going to say anything else about them.
It's the bed they made. That's what we're going to say.
Yeah, that's right.
At the moment. TMO, they get a knock. Lyrics will go down. Melman, though, trying to help out as he moves down. He can use the crate as cover, though. So we will bounce towards the other side. HID. Unfortunately for them, under barrage, UHD will try and hold. Danny gets some great shots, and Creef will fall.
That's a Quell down. Danny at distance. Dastardly shots from him. Tavares from Kreft, though, spotting the K9. Look at the bark down towards UHD. An M24, a slightly modernized weapon. But Tavares happy to show him the old-fashioned way.
This 2-2 split is perfect for them as well. They've got nowhere to hide. They think they're safe from one side, the other side pipe up and get involved. There's limited, and they will continue to push. They'll continue to provide pressure because Nemesis Gaming, who were neighbouring these guys out on that sort of west side, they have to rotate their way around. It's a good play for them. TMO want to get the knock on extends, and now comes the crash in. The step back, though, and the shots at distance, though. Great execution, great teamwork, though.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. Honestly, that's the way you want to see Creef playing. PGG do find their way in. Back down towards this eastern side. They pick up the compound that sits just underneath Stalbert. Good pickup from them. Amidst all the commotion, honestly. Could still shift that way with the lake being involved. Exhal looked across the bridge now. They have been all over the shop. Justice out looking to see if they can get TMO into a better position at the end of today. Currently in 15th place. A good game could sit themselves up towards 30, which would put them in 5th off the back of this game. So it's not out of the reach of TMO here, but they need to get a lot of shots in. But they're trying to do a little bit too much. And Gustav happy to pick those shots up with the Mini 14. But this guy's got no ammo.
Raw Gaming, they finish off today. 19 points for them. I'm going to throw it out there. I think they will be a bit disappointed with that.
Yeah.
I would have expected a little bit higher, but I suppose everyone does, and someone has to win somewhere, right? So let's shift back towards that west. We do hold on to some of that water just because we couldn't lose it. But for those teams that kind of weathered the storm, they still remain. Construction workers as a way to weather a storm, and that's with BRDM. And Exhal, well, they're engaging most of the time as they now enter in, and that is going to be with it's going to be in with Not Broke and a long distance shot coming from Jogo Benito. Simon finds Florence just before he makes safety.
I mean, they're just going to full send it off this one. Makes sense as well. You don't want a team over towards the south side be pressing down upon you, because the third party is the biggest thing you want to really avoid off the back of this one, Mark. Flashbang doesn't really hit. Leaving Anchor behind here. I think they're happy to leave now, knowing that... Wait, actually, Hive's coming through here as well.
That's exactly why, yeah. They were making the push, and then they heard the shots. Hive took one of the kills, and for me, I think it was a call. Like, the instant call was to back away. Someone else is coming in. We don't want to get caught here. We go back to our compound, let these two fight out, and then we'll come back and clean anyone up. I think they'll go back to the petrol garage, and they will recheck the log and go, okay, it's one person, but it's the same. It's the right call. Back off. Let this fight happen. They have to stand out, and it's phase 4. How many meds have they got?
Yeah, this is really good. It's been so clean watching Jogo Benito today. I've been super impressed, even from the scrims where they're playing at such high octane action, to then have just the maturity to come into the weekly cup and be like, we have to bring it back now a little bit, right? We have to come back. We've got to put the smart button-up shirt on. Potion gets a dirty little double spray, potentially runs out of ammo. Luckily, Toygar is there.
Careful.
Whoa, what?
Free fire car. Ghost car comes out. He's getting shot in the back. TMO does get the last connection. TMO now getting involved, up to 4 kills. They have to have a salvation of a game as well. Down to 3 bodies. Banter is down. They do hold the Annex on the other side. The construction workers who already got 2 wins under that utility belt of theirs. They drive the JCB in. Sorry, I mean the BRDM in. There's a bit of safety. As they see the smokes bloom, gives them a bit of a target point to launch on the nades.
Yeah, it's a nice dribble on both of them. That was directly inside the US. Probably not what he was hoping for, but damn, that was a nice shot. Real birdie of a nade there. Grief retreats back to safety inside the shack, and I would do the same. That's terrifying.
Terrifying for some. Eager if you're Jogger Benito. Go next. Unfortunately, I have to make the run in open terrain, but they're also expecting Inter now to leave as well because they have to move in. They do have a player in. Now they get the read on Go Next coming from that southeast corner, so I wouldn't be too surprised that they will get to the outside walls and defend as quickly as they can as they come rolling over that hill.
I hate this compound. God-awful angles to watch this field behind you. Compound goes through. Sorry, the blue zone goes through. We'll completely clear out the one building that had some windows to work with, at least looking this way. You can see how aggressive Calyptos was playing, looking directly towards them. Now dropping the smoke to him. They have that anchor over towards the watchtower as well, so really fantastic stuff. Some good shots immediately from Go Next. Izio will find one of the players from Inter TM, and a Molotov will force him back off Granny.
Really good play. Like, it's from a position you would expect no one to be able to get in. Like, they've really walked up on the compound. Jogger Benito not helping. Max wiggle, wiggle, jiggle, jiggle, but now needs someone to go make sure he gets picked back up here. And Glyptos will be there, the champion, to try and get the result. Does he not go for it?
Come on, bro. Get him.
Go for it,
Get him.
Oh my days. Give me a heart attack, guys. It's terrible.
I think he did. I think he deserves to pick up that. I just think he deserved to live. Not many people will give it the effort of the old wiggle before you go down. Yeah. I'm glad he did.
It's wiggling something, and that's my mouse out the window. That's what it is. Get out of there. Yeah, he finds safety where others would not. Inter finds safety in towards the shack. And as 3A has to reposition. I think they're going to try and catch the open run. He does get it as well. GG's. Gets a knock. Now looking for the res themselves. Jogger Benito. I kind of feel like they're itching to try and clear this fight as well as they're starting to reposition down this way. And we'll have eye watch. When I say no, they are out of position and they will know roughly where they're going to want to go.
Jogger Benito sporting 18 different weapons on the floor. Couple of warmongers inside this lobby apparently. Now looking to finish off strong here. Heading down towards those pylons talked about earlier. Does give you a little bit of cover to work around with. I'm waiting on this next circle. They send slightly forward. You got Team Nemesis, No Slack, construction workers, into TM. And we are into the old fields. This is a terrible ending. You're really working with Boulder hardcover, and that's about it. This is Jogger Benito going up against a 4-man from construction workers here. There's kind of 2 titans in the lobby, really going head to head. It's sort of the rookie team versus the old veterans, right? The old guard.
Love it. Look at the leaderboard as well. Construction workers 55, Jogger Benito 55, Nemesis Gaming 54, all still in the lobby as well. So if they get into a top 4 scenario, they are just cleaning up when it comes down to this week number 1.
BRDM could be the saver though. I mean, there are a lot of players right now saving that Panzerfaust, the end game for it, but I think with how chaotic this game has been, not sure how many teams actually have been able to hold on to Panzerfaust A lot of your vehicles have been given up much earlier in this game because it's really not a chance to get them into any position without getting shot at. If you still have vehicles at this point, you either have a BRDM or have been lucky with positioning earlier. Especially that gas station for Jogo Bonito, that's likely been giving them a chance to get some vehicles towards this end game.
How has Nemesis been able to survive out for this position for so long as well? I know they're down bodies now, 2-1. They're only on 1 kill. And it's difficult to fight from this position because obviously the third party, we've playing well. They're playing on the north. They're looking on, and if he wants to step up and try and take the fight, he gets shot in the back. And without the heavy util, it's pretty dangerous. There's the pedicure. So he's going to try and lower one side of the car to expose those toes a little bit more. But the tippy toes, they don't show. Oh, they do. Another couple of shots.
Yeah, the Quell didn't quite find it. Sad. Jogo Bonito, though, will find IXE. And we'll flush him out as well. Gustav finding some of the final players there from Inter TM. Nailov goes down from construction workers, though. Jogo Bonito does have eyes on, and they've got their backs to the blue right now, which is very much a rough position to be in. Brutal. There's more bullets whiz their way.
I can feel the confidence breathing out of them.
Yeah,
they are just hunting kills. Like, that scout on the car was to figure out where the next target was. Yeah, literally. That's very Essex of you. Love it. So he's got a shift. We are 50 seconds away. Pavard is still lurking around with the shark of the BRDM now, as he will chase in Inter. And he finds the ability to work his way through, and I think he's going to try and flatten him by using the car against himself, and he does it to perfection. Now we should just park up and try and get that confirmation. Oh, he doesn't even bother. He's going to run him over. Well played, Bart.
Fantastic. Let's get the other one as well whilst we're at it.
He knows where he is.
He knows. He knows. Get
Hello,
him down.
surprise, dunk. Rod will be smiling about that one. It's a top 4. It's a 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 1. And the bolty shot will come in. Gustav is down, but he's not done.
Good shots from Kristalny. K9 going crazy right now. TMO moves up. Flaming hot Cheetos of the car. Tries to get into position. Team Nemesis stage still alive for them. Final player up and kicking. Doing some good damage over towards TMO, but kind of split off from the rest of the teams at the moment here, Mark.
Yeah. Slow motion grenades. Okay, Sam is looking. Where is he? Who can I kill next? Who can I kill next?
There we go. We've got Panzer.
We've got Panzer.
Yeah.
They know. They're going to work their way through. Good dunk! There we go. That's another one. Var just having full fun in the lobby now. Oh, nice. Panzer comes through. He does get a connection. Finds another as it goes head to head. Jogo Bonito versus construction workers. Unfortunately for the construction workers, there's only one more that is clocked in, and they've made the steal as they take the BRDM away.
Oh, I love to see it. You know, Jogo Bonito finding a special place in my heart right now. This is a very fun team to watch. Really cool. I think construction workers, Team Nemesis, they never expected another team quite like this to suddenly emerge. This is so cool. Very, very well played. Really excited to continue watching these guys in the future. For TMO, though, it's not done just yet. And they still can have a big game out of here. They can get towards the middle of the lobby. That's if Jogo Bonito doesn't want to shut this down right here, right now. P90 in hand.
P90 in hand, and the RDM, well, if he doesn't tank its way forward, it gives you a little bit of a ladder to look on in. Team Nemesis, they're going to fall. Jogo Bonito, 12 kills, and they're providing an impact. And TMO at this point just needs as many more points they can salvage themselves out of week number 1. Oh, it just gets in just about. Target acquired, and it's coming in.
Send it! It is. They've got the celebratory horn as well.
Jogo Bonito, 14 kills, 24-point game, and they beat their way to victory. Not the strongest start from them, but what an ending here for the Spring Cup week number 1.
Oh man, it felt like I was watching Ultron at play, just every single game, downloading more and more knowledge. Really, really well done. Really, really well done. I'm glad to see. I think construction workers, Team Nemesis, both very, very impressive as well. I think that Although Joga Bonito, they do end up on top here, I do still think the Construction Workers takes the cake when it comes to that macro play. I think they're a very intelligent team. But by God, Joga Bonito, they can hit some big shots. They can take compounds where they need to. And that decision making, they're all sharing the same brain cell. It's good. It's good.
Same brain cell, same keyboard. Push forward.
Yeah.
The keyboard limited. And it's the score, though, from our final game this evening. It was a wrangle. It was a worldie, but Joga Bonito will bag a 24-point game. The Mythos, though, arguably is saving grace from their last game. Not the strongest start, but they do slip into second place.
Yeah, I think they end up around about 24, 25 points, which actually is really not a terrible result for the Mythos. And I think saving grace at the end of the day is a hard thing to do, especially when you're so far down the leaderboard. It's really hard to get that second win when everything has gone so poorly on the day. But you can see them there. They get 9th place, just short of top 8. But very well done to them. Really well done. But Joga Bonito, 73 big ones.
It is a huge start, though. And don't forget, guys, this is the leaderboard, though, as it we wrapped up. Final game, pin it, because that gets uploaded now. And there are 4 more weeks where these teams will try and get themselves back to the cup to add more points to the tally against their name. But a good game, as you say. Joga Bonito 73 points, Construction though final on 60, and Team Nemesis able to claw out a 60 point as well.
Yeah, really, really well done. Super excited to see what comes out next week on the Weekly Cup, including the scrims, who's going to qualify, who's not going to quite make it, Mark. I think today's been good. We've had some hiccups here and there, but, you know, we've rolled with the punches. Productions roll with the punches. We've all done really well. I think we should give ourselves a great pat on the back. You guys sat there, watched the games really well too. I bet you said some way smarter things than I have in chat. Okay, I know it. I feel it. I love it.
You feel and love Joga Bonito. Let's not know, but yeah, you're right. Let's just take the opportunity to thank PUBG Esports and PUBG, though. This is the first, I suppose, starts at 2026 in the esports circuits. If you have been watching at home and you think you've got what it takes, though, to get yourself into this lobby, all you need to do is go sign up. Week number 2, week number 3, week number 4, 5, and 6 is online. We'll get you some links into chat, so get you and your team in and see if you have what it takes to ensure that you can get yourself through to the cups. If you do and you get enough points, you're moving on to those wonderful playoffs. Again, thank you very much for everyone that has partaken, not just in this lobby, but for this week. It has been outstanding to watch, but it has been an ending, and an ending it has been. So I have to thank everyone. We'll see you all next week. Well, it'll be the same place, but don't forget, it'll be on Saturday.